Chapter 336. Wei de Xian's pregnancy was something she had deduced from her own reaction. The new life in her belly brought her great hope in life. This was her greatest secret, but she did not expect an outsider to expose it in just a few days. How could she not be shocked? How could she not panic? In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, it was Wei de Xian who helped Shang Pu Lao defeat Shang Qiunyou, and became a popular candidate for young tribe leader. But during the righteous and demonic war, Wei de Xian and Wei Xinjian secretly cooperated and helped Wu tribe plot against Shang clan. She destroyed Wei tribe's village and took revenge for her husband's death. After the matter was exposed, Wei de Xian, who caused Shang Yanfei's first loss, became famous. Shang Pu Lao was also implicated and exiled. His fate was pitiful. His success was because of Wei de Xian and also because of her. Wei de Xian's talent was outstanding, and now she was in Fang Yuan's hands. It was not hard for Fang Yuan to control her and make her work for Shang Xian. Wei de Xian, don't be afraid. As long as you work hard to support Shang Xian, I will not do anything to you. In fact, I will even help you raise the son in your womb. Also, I advise you not to search for your brother Wei Xinjian in the short term. He has already been recruited by Wu tribe, and is being monitored daily. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask around. Fang Yuan rubbed his fingers as he sat on the stone stool. His tone was like he had everything under control. Wei de Xian was stunned by his aura. She knelt on the ground, her expression changed. She opened her mouth a few times, but chose to keep quiet in the end. Finally, she bowed deeply to Fang Yuan, her forehead touching the ground as she said respectfully, "This concubine?" But just as she spoke, Fang Yuan interrupted her. "No need to say more, it is useless. The performance of you and your clansmen will be the best answer to that question. You can leave." Fang Yuan waved his hand. Wei de Xian retreated. Fang Yuan sat in the pavilion and did not get up for a while. He looked at Wei de Xian's back as she gradually disappeared into the green forest. He knew that after this conversation she would definitely do her best to assist Shang Xian. After all, in his previous life, Shang Paleo had also used the child in her womb to entice her to support him. A cool breeze blew over as Fang Yuan gazed at the surface of the lake. The ripples of the lake reflected in his dark and deep eyes. He was deep in thought. Now that Shang Xian has the Wei family, she has the backbone of the middle and lower class. With Wei de Xian, he would be able to form a female guard, forming a strong and stable armed force. There were also the three brothers of the Xiong family who could be trusted. My personal maids, Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan, can be trusted aides. In this way, the general framework of power has been constructed. This was more than enough to deal with this young master battle. However, if they could recruit Zhou Quan and make him the chief steward, then they would definitely win the battle for the position of young master. Wei de Xian, the three brothers of the Xiong family, Xiao Dai, Xiao Lan and the others would all be trusted aides, while Zhou Quan would be the commander. Fang Yuan was clear that with Zhou Quan's help, Shang Xian would definitely be able to obtain the position of young master, and at the same time become more and more stable. Even if Shang Xian did not work hard, with Zhou Quan's help, her force would become more stable and slowly expand. Only Zhou Quan could suppress these subordinates of Shang Xian. Right now, even Shang Xian could not control these talents. After all, Shang Xian was still too young, her aptitude was not high, and her cultivation was insufficient. In the world of Gu masters, the rules of the game were cruel and real, and the most important thing was strength. Everything else could be put aside. However, it was not so easy to subdue Zhou Quan. Especially now that the rumors were spreading, describing how Shang Xian had failed to recruit Zhou Quan more than 10 times. Fang Yuan was clear in his heart that someone was causing trouble in the dark, using this matter to attack Shang Xian's prestige. However, even though Fang Yuan knew, he did not stop them. The time was not ripe yet, and he already had a plan. A few days later, on a night in Nanxiu Garden's secret room. Swish swish swish. In the aperture, waves surged and swept up millions of silver snowflakes. Rank 3 peak stage primeval essence, under Fang Yuan's control, swept towards the aperture walls. Like a stampede of 10,000 beasts, or like a galactic river, 90% of the primeval sea swept in all directions, far more majestic than middle or low-grade aptitude. Countless primeval essence continuously rushed towards the aperture walls. Bit by bit, the nourishment caused Fang Yuan's aperture walls to quietly undergo some kind of hidden transformation. When this transformation accumulated to a certain extent, it would cause a qualitative change from quantitative to qualitative, advancing by leaps and bounds, reaching a new realm. This realm was rank 4. Fang Yuan used the relic goo to advance to rank 3 peak stage. And with the help of Bai Ning Bing and Bone Flesh Unity Goo, his cultivation had been advancing rapidly. Every day he made huge progress. It was unimaginable to ordinary people. Rank 4, I am only a step away from rank 4. In Fang Yuan's heart, this realization was getting stronger. But the primeval sea was getting lower and lower. The snow-silver primeval essence was being consumed intensely. Advancing to rank 4 consumed too much primeval essence. 90% was not enough, and the aperture walls had already been polished until they were sparkling and translucent, but there was no change. Although it was only a step away, it was like a deep ravine, difficult to cross. From rank 3 to rank 4, who knew how many Goo Masters had stumped at this step, and how many lofty aspirations had been trapped? Just as the aperture was about to reach its bottom, at this moment, a golden waterfall flowed down from the aperture. This was the powerful assistance that Bai Ning Bing had given to Fang Yuan through Bone Flesh Unity Goo in the outside world. Rank 4 Yellow Gold Primeval Essence. Although it was only initial stage light gold, once it appeared, it gave Fang Yuan's aperture a throbbing feeling. The waterfall-like primeval essence, under Fang Yuan's control, turned into waves and followed the steps of the snow-silver primeval essence, rushing towards the aperture walls. Everything that had been accumulated earlier was raised to a higher level at this moment. Crack crack. Following a soft sound, the walls of the aperture started to crack. In the cracks, white light shone dazzlingly. The cracks continued to expand, and the crystal walls started to crumble, like an iceberg collapsing, sinking into the primeval sea piece by piece, turning into nothingness. After 2 hours, under the continuous support of Bai Ning Bing's primeval essence, this transformation finally ended. The original crystal walls had disappeared, replaced by a thin layer of light. But it was even brighter, illuminating the entire aperture in white light. A trace of light gold primeval essence seeped out from the bottom of the sea. Yellow gold primeval essence. This signified that Fang Yuan had also entered rank 4 realm. I have finally reached rank 4. It has only been 2 to 3 years, and I have already improved so much in Shangclan City. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, shining brilliantly, like a flash of lightning in the dark secret room. He was very satisfied with this result. In a short period of 2 to 3 years, he had advanced to rank 4. The main contributors were Bone Flesh Unity Goo by Ning Bing, and the favorable environment of Shangclan City. At the same time, there was his rich experience from his previous life, as well as his own hard work. Advancing to rank 4 was stepping into a whole new world. In the mortal world, rank 1 and rank 2 were at the bottom, rank 3 were the middle tier, and rank 4 and rank 5 were the upper echelons. Many clan leaders had rank 4 cultivation level. If Guyue village still existed, Fang Yuan could already compete for the clan leader position. Whether it was southern border, central plains or other places, rank 4 cultivation allowed a Goo master to roam the world. As long as a Goo master had rank 4 cultivation, they would at least be a hero of a region. Many clans only had 1 or 2 rank 4 Goo masters. Fang Yuan could only be considered to have matured after reaching this step, surpassing the majority of Goo masters. Since rebirth I have reached rank 4. Compared to my previous life, it is many times faster. Step by step, accumulating advantages to reach today's achievement. This is the huge help from my previous life's experience. It is all thanks to Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan was getting more and more aware of the power of the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was because of Spring-Autumn Cicada that he could rebirth. However, although I advanced to rank 4, Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery speed is faster. Right now, the pressure it exerts on my aperture is also increasing. Rank 4 is a brand new starting point. The light gold primeval essence allows me to use more rank 4 goo. Next, I need to refine charging crash goo. But before that, I have one more thing to do. 4th Inner City. This is the house Zhou Quan is in charge of? Fang Yuan stood in front of a courtyard, his hands behind his back as he asked indifferently. Immediately, a subordinate reported, "Yes, Lord Fangzheng." Right now, standing behind Fang Yuan were Bai Ning Bing, Xiao Dai and the 3 Xiong brothers, as well as Wei de Xian who had just replenished some goo worms and recovered some strength. "This is the place. Miss and I have been here many times, but the door was shut in our face." Xiao Dai added angrily. "Lord, if you wish to see my master, please hand over your visiting card. My master is still taking an afternoon nap." The courtyard's doorman walked forward with an arrogant attitude. He recognized Xiao Dai and understood that this was Shang Xian's people. Afternoon nap? Visiting card? Fang Yuan sneered, his expression suddenly turned grim as he waved his hand. Go smash. He. The people behind him were stunned. The three Xiong brothers were the first to step forward. What are you trying to do? The doorman was incomparably frightened as he shouted. Little thing blocking the way, get lost. Xiong Hua laughed sinisterly, raising his leg and kicking the doorman away. Bam. Xiong Tu used brute force and forcefully smashed the courtyard's door open. What are you trying to do? Some servants ran over, but seeing the group of fiendish Gu masters, they immediately became terrified. Clang clang clang, bam bam bam, Fang Yuan's group rampaged and barged into Zhou Quan's house, smashing everything they saw and beating people up. Xiong Feng even took liberties with some pretty maids. Chapter 337. What do we do, master? The steward trembled as he ran to Zhou Quan, asking for instructions. Zhou Quan had already woken up, seeing Fang Yuan's group wreaking havoc in his house. His expression was ashen. This Fang Jing is simply lawless. He actually dares to use force in Shang Clan City. Wait, this aura, he is clearly rank 4. Heavens, how old is he? He has already advanced to rank 4? Zhou Quan observed in secret. Suddenly his eyes opened wide, revealing a shocked expression. He was once a rank 4 Gu master, a clan leader. But he only reached rank 4 realm when he was 40 or 50 years old. Fang Yuan's age had already been known by everyone in the battle stage. He was only 20 years old. What kind of outstanding talent was this? Zhou Quan sighed inwardly, feeling envy and jealousy, anger and helplessness. Fang Jing has also advanced to rank 4, he is a true rank 4 Gu master. He also has the purple thorn token, and now Shang Xinci has a relationship with Shang Chaofeng. This person is too arrogant. Not long ago he caused trouble in the slave market, and was only fined 49 yuan stone. His future is bright, he is likely to become a rank 5 expert. According to rumors, Shang Yanfei thinks highly of him. Now even Shang Clan is turning a blind eye to him. How can I fight him? I can't afford to offend him, but can't I just hide? Thinking of this, Zhou Quan sighed, saying to the old steward, quickly pack up, we will move to a shop. The other party is too strong, we need to lie low for this period of time. Yes, master. The old steward hurriedly went to pack up. A moment later, everyone turned the courtyard upside down. The elegant and quiet courtyard was now in a mess. Lord, we searched but did not find Zhou Quan. Xiong Tu reported. He must have snuck out from the back door. He can't have gone far, he must be hiding in a shop. However, this was also within my expectations. I purposely left a back door, hee. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Zhou Quan thought he would care about Shang Clan and not cause trouble. But what kind of person was Fang Yuan? In his heart, even the super first-rate merchants were nothing more than a slightly larger stepping stone. Have you prepared everything that I have instructed you to do? Fang Yuan turned around and asked Wei Dexin. Wei Dexin quickly replied, it's ready. Very well. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Let's go. Everyone walked out of the courtyard and immediately caused a commotion. Shang Clan City had always been peaceful and stable. Fang Yuan had caused a huge commotion when he smashed up the courtyard, attracting the attention of many people. Furthermore, Fang Yuan instructed Wei Dexin to spread the news. Therefore, it created an even more sensational effect. Countless passers-by were attracted over. Let's go. Fang Yuan walked in front, leading the group through the streets. Along the way, more and more passers-by were attracted by the liveliness, almost forming a phenomenon of rubbing shoulders. Master, that Fang Jing has brought people here again. The old butler reported in panic. Don't worry. This shop is Shang Clan's property, even if he had more guts, he would not dare to barge in. Zhou Quan stroked his goatee, consoling. But just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan had sent the shop's door flying with a kick. Then he took a big step into the shop. Wait. A group of Shang Clan city guards walked out with gloomy expressions. Fang Yuan's group had such a huge commotion, the city guards were already attracted by them. This is Shang Clan's shop, you cannot barge in here. You are violating Shang Clan City's rules. The leader of the city guards was sweating profusely as he shouted. It was his turn to be on duty today, if he did not stand up now, Shang Clan City would definitely punish him for his negligence in the future. But Fang Yuan did not care about him, continuing to walk in as if he did not hear him. The rest of the people entered one after another. Bai Ningbing stayed behind, looking coldly at the city guard leader, emitting a rank 4 aura. So what if we barge in now? Can you stop us? The leader, who was only a rank 2 cultivator, felt his heart trembling. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face extremely pale, but he still shouted with all his might, "Even if we cannot stop you, we have to do our best. Because this is Shang Clan City, this is our duty. You have to know, Lord Fangjing's actions have already violated our Shang Clan City's 3rd chapter, Rule 25. Of course we know it's just a fine." Bai Ningbing raised his eyebrows, throwing a bag of Yuan stones at the leader's face. "There are 500 Yuan stones in this bag, keep the change. We still need to smash it later, pay up first." Saying this, Bai Ningbing followed them into the shop. The leader stood stupidly on the spot, holding the heavy bag of Yuan stones, stunned by Bai Ningbing's imposing manner. "Too arrogant, too arrogant." The passers-by excitedly shouted. "I have never seen anyone who dares to act so arrogantly in Shang Clan City. Fangjing and Bai Ningbing are rank 4 Gu masters, they have the strength and the purple thorn token. With the red bud token as his capital, who else would dare to do it? Even if I have the strength and qualifications, I might not dare. Their guts are too big. They actually dared to do this in broad daylight. Really?" The passers-by discussed. Many people were dumbstruck. Some people wanted to enter the shop to watch the show, but they were either blocked by the men left behind by Fang Yuan, or chased away by the city guards. "Leader, are we going in?" A city guard asked carefully. "What for? To continue throwing Yuan stones at our faces?" The leader suddenly shouted, wait for Lord Clan Elder to come and deal with it." Back to Fang Yuan, he walked into the shop. "Fangjing, what are you trying to do? You dare to attack Shang Clan's shop, do you still want to stay in Shang Clan?" Zhou Quan's face was ashen. He wanted to use Shang Clan's name to suppress Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered, looking at Zhou Quan with disdain. "Old thing, aren't you taking a nap at home? Why are you hiding here? You and I are smart people, let's not beat around the bush. I am here for you. I will give you 2 choices, one is to submit, the other is to die. You choose." Young man, I advise you not to be so arrogant." Zhou Quan squeezed out a smile, his arrogant nature flared up, he was unwilling to lose. "You want to touch me, but look at where you are?" Fang Yuan laughed loudly. "What are you laughing at?" Zhou Quan's expression was extremely ugly. "You have lived for so many years, your eyesight is terrible. Why can't you see that I am different from Shang Xnci? Well, I'll be merciful enough to give you an opportunity to know me well." Fang Yuan said as he suddenly shouted and attacked. Zhou Quan did not expect Fang Yuan to be so unbridled. He was immediately ambushed and fell to the ground, almost fainting. But he had a strong foundation. He quickly got up and fought with Fang Yuan. Boom boom boom, the intense sounds of battle spread out. The crowd outside the house was also stirred up. He is attacking, he is attacking. He really dared to attack. This Fangjing is too daring, too crazy. Zhou Quan is going to be unlucky to encounter him. Everyone sighed, almost no one thought Zhou Quan would win. The crowd's eyes were bright. The battle in the shop ended quickly. Zhou Quan was not Fang Yuan's match. He still had hidden injuries, even though he was rank 3 peak stage, he could not block the powerful Fang Yuan. The shop was unavoidably affected, half of it was destroyed. After the dust settled, everyone saw Zhou Quan lying on the ground after being beaten by Fang Yuan, bleeding and with broken bones. He could not move. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was standing, he stepped on Zhou Quan's head, his fierce gaze was filled with power. "Lord Fangjing, what are you doing?" 3 Shang Clan elders rushed over and asked coldly. "What are your eyes doing? Can't you see it is so obvious?" "I am beating him up." Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and replied loudly. The crowd laughed. "Lord Fangjing, we are not here to joke with you. This matter is too serious. Do you know what the consequences will be?" The elders' expressions were grave and solemn. Under Fang Yuan's feet, Zhou Quan snickered coldly. When he opened his mouth, a string of blood foam came out. "This time Fangjing is too rash. This matter is too big, I don't know how to end it." Even though Fangjing is a great genius, he is not a Shang Clan clansman. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. "Of course I know what the consequences will be. Not only that, I also know the consequences of killing this person." Saying so, he took out his purple thorn token. "Elders, if I kill someone in Shang Clan City, it will be a serious violation of the peace of Shang Clan City. According to the city rules, I will lose this purple thorn token, am I right?" Fang Yuan asked back. "Yes." An elder immediately replied. After getting a clear answer, Fang Yuan's lips curled up, forming a cold smile. Then he clenched his fist, crushing the purple thorn token into pieces. This sudden change immediately caused the crowd to burst into a wave of intense cries of surprise. The three elders' pupils shrunk. Fang Jing actually crushed the purple thorn token. That's a purple gold command token. He actually crushed it? What a waste. Fang Jing doesn't even want the purple thorn token, he clearly wants Zhou Quan's life. Zhou Quan is too arrogant, he rejected Shang Xnc's recruitment many times and ended up angering Fang Yuan. He is really unlucky. Seeing the purple thorn token's fragments fall to the ground, even splashing on his face, Zhou Quan's sneer froze. This is a purple thorn token. Fang Jing even destroyed the purple thorn token, he wants to take my life. Is he crazy? Chapter 338. He originally thought that Fang Yuan wanted to teach him a lesson. But he didn't expect that Fang Yuan wanted to kill him, and was even willing to pay such an expensive price like the Redbud token. For me, you are so brave and ruthless, is it worth it? Zhou Quan wanted to cry after receiving such attention from Fang Yuan. He was a normal person. He was also afraid of death. Or else, after the Zhou clan was destroyed, he would be alone and heavily injured, he would have taken the chance to die. But he survived. Survival was every living being's instinct. He rejected Shang Xinci because he didn't like her. He was naturally arrogant, and was once the leader of a clan, how could he submit to a silly little girl? But he didn't expect things to become so big. Now he was facing the threat of death. Fang Yuan's craziness was something he never expected. If I had known this, I would have listened to that girl and let it go. But I actually ended up like this. Zhou Quan's heart was filled with intense regret. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. Between survival and arrogance, of course survival was the priority. Or else he wouldn't have been a stray dog, living without purpose until now. That's right, I understand now. I rejected Shang Xinci multiple times, and severely damaged her reputation. Fang Jing is also Shang Xinci's biggest supporter, so he wanted to get rid of me. Shang Yifan misled me. Feeling the increasing killing intent from Fang Yuan, Zhou Quan's mind was in a mess. With his intelligence, he only needed to probe a little to understand that the rumors on the streets were caused by Shang Yifan. At first, he was still very pleased with himself, hiding his pride. These rumors would be an excellent excuse for him to reject Shang Xinci. At the same time, from the rumors, he could see how highly Shang Yifan regarded him. If he really couldn't, he could rely on Shang Yifan. There was no difference between Shang Yifan and Shang Xinci to him. As long as he was willing to assist them, he could make them the young master. This was Zhou Quan's confidence. But now he was filled with regret. It was because of these rumors that caused Fang Yuan to have killing intent towards him. It was too late for him to rely on Shang Yifan now. Fang Yuan was a madman, he didn't play by the rules at all. This time Zhou Quan was completely screwed. Zhou Quan was lying on the ground, his bones were broken, and his face was being stepped on by Fang Yuan, he couldn't move at all. He opened his mouth, wanting to beg for mercy. But when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say it. There are so many people watching. Begging for mercy in front of everyone would be a complete disgrace. But if I don't beg for mercy and surrender, my life will be over. At this crucial moment, Zhou Quan's arrogance was still. At this moment, Zhou Quan's arrogance still remained. Zhou Quan, Quan said. Zhou Quan, since you don't know what's good for you, then you're not a hero. That Fang Yuan, to Fang Yuan Zhou Yu T. T to Zhou Yu to D, Zhou goes. Quan T, Fang to Fang Tian, but Fang Yuan's leg exerted so much force that his cheeks were stuck. Zhou Quan wanted to say something but he couldn't. Zhou Quan panicked. Wait, I don't want to die. I want to beg, I want to surrender, let me talk. He roared in his mind. At the same time, he used all his remaining strength to swing his arms and legs. He grabbed Fang Yuan's calf, but Fang Yuan's body was like steel, he didn't move. My life is over. Just when Zhou Quan was in despair, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Big brother, hey to have mercy. Shang Xinci rushed to the scene. Xinci, looks like I couldn't hide it from you. I know you're thirsty for talent, but don't plead for this guy. This kind of person deserves to die. Fang Yuan replied coldly, but he was slowly withdrawing his strength. No, big brother, hey too, I want to speak. Shang Xinci insisted. She continued, Big brother, you haven't known old Mr. Zhou Quan for a long time, but I know him better. Old Mr. Zhou has always wanted to rebuild the Zhou family. He had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, and his ambition couldn't be fulfilled. He had once spoken to me in sorrow, saying that he couldn't let go of his family. Before his wife died, she had asked him to rebuild the family. These years he had been carrying a heavy burden, fighting hard. He had his own difficulties. It's like this. Fang Yuan withdrew most of his strength, his expression changing slightly. Why don't I remember speaking to you? Zhou Quan felt strange. When his wife died, he wasn't even at the scene. But he soon realized that this was a show put up by Shang Xanci and Fang Yuan. Actually, Fang Yuan and Shang Xanci still wanted to recruit him. They used Shang Clan City as a stage and put up a good show in front of everyone. What they said just now was a prearranged stage. Not only did they proclaim Shang Xanci's benevolence and thirsty for talent, they also gave him a way out. Such a good plan, a good plan. I, the great Zhou clan leader, have fallen in the hands of these juniors. The new generation truly surpasses the old. Zhou Quan gritted his teeth, sighing in his heart. There was anger, hatred, and also helplessness. I see. I didn't expect old Mr. Zhou to be such an ambitious person. However, you are still foolish. Assisting Xinci does not conflict with your ambition to rebuild the Zhou family. For your ideals, you are not afraid of death. I admire you. But you don't know dying is easy, but enduring humiliation for your ideals, carrying a heavy burden and moving forward, that is true courage. Fang Yuan said loudly. When Zhou Quan heard this, how could he not know that Fang Yuan was giving him a way out? This was very likely the last step. If he did not grasp it, then his life would be over, he would not have any more chances. Thinking of this old man opened his mouth. Sigh. Geniuses will appear in every generation. Those who succeed are the teachers. After hearing your words today, I am enlightened. Fang Yuan released his leg. Shang Xnci was overjoyed, quickly helping Zhou Quan up. Zhou Quan endured the pain all over his body, stood up shakily, and knelt down towards Shang Xnci. Zhou Quan greets Lady Xnci. What did you say? Zhou Quan actually acknowledged that silly girl as his master? In the study room, Shang Yifan heard the news and was stunned for a long time. Impossible. I know Zhou Quan's personality. Even when Shang Yizi was the young master and controlled the shops in Shang Clan City, he could not recruit him. How did she, Shang Xnci, obtain Zhou Quan's loyalty? Shang Yifan reacted and exclaimed loudly. This is true. Old steward Zhang sighed. Shang Xnci is still inexperienced, she naturally does not have the ability. But she has Fangjing and Bai Ningbing by her side. Honestly speaking, I underestimated Fangjing. She didn't expect him to be a shrewd man despite his rough exterior. He purposely caused a huge ruckus, forcing Zhou Quan to acknowledge him as his master. If Zhou Quan did not acknowledge him as his master, Fangjing would have killed him on the spot. Now, the entire street and shops are talking about this. There are rumors everywhere, saying that Zhou Quan endured humiliation in order to rebuild his clan. After being enlightened by Fangjing, he finally chose to submit to Shang Xnci, who is thirsty for talent. Now Shang Xnci's prestige has reached a peak. Shang Yifan heard this and was enraged. That means we spent so much effort to spread rumors, but it was all for them? Liars, they are all liars. These rumors must have been purposely spread by them. What a good story of a meeting between a ruler and a subject. Bah. Young Master Yifan, don't be impatient. This competition is far from over. Although Shang Xinci has talented subordinates, they might not be able to gain their loyalty. Next, with the help of Madame's forces, we still have a high chance of winning. Old Steward Zhang said calmly. Under his persuasion, Shang Yifan's emotions gradually calmed down. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. You are right. Building a force is not something that can be done in a day. She obtained these people almost all because of Fangjing's threats and promises. How can they truly submit? Next I will sow discord and use money to bribe them. I don't believe it will be ineffective. With Shang Xinci's planning, Fangjing and Zhou Quan's support, Wei de Xin, the three Xiong clan brothers working together, the information business regarding the martial stage was finally established. Just like Shang Xinci expected, once this business opened, it caused a huge commotion and reaction. On the first day of business, they earned back all the money they had invested in the store. On the second day it still caused a commotion. On the third day the excitement had yet to subside. After 7 days, Shang Xinci's 300,000 yuan stone had increased to 440,000. Shang Yifan's schemes did not make any progress. Shang Xinci's force was like an iron bucket, tightly controlled by Zhou Jin. Everyone's loyalty caused the other young masters to be shocked. Shang Yifan was panicking because he knew, if Shang Xinci continued to develop with her ferocious momentum, she would definitely be the final winner. He started to borrow his mother's force to influence Shang clan's higher-ups. Shang Xanxi's information business involved the martial stage. It was a sensitive topic. Shang clan's higher-ups and elders discussed. Just as they were about to order Shang Xanci to stop the business, Shang Yanfei stood up and supported his daughter. Shang Yanfei's stance was the final blow to Shang Yifan. Months later, Shang Yifan and his mother's force could not reverse the situation. They were defeated by Shang Xanci. Shang Xanci succeeded Shang Yizi's position, becoming one of the 10 young masters. But the sadness of parting washed away the joy of success. Big brother He-Tu, are you really in such a rush to leave? Shang Xanci walked out of the city gates, sending them off. You have already succeeded in becoming a young master. With your talent, you will definitely be able to hold on to it. Xanci, all good things must come to an end. We will meet again, don't be too sad. Fang Yuan consoled before changing the topic. Before I leave, I have something to remind you. You have to look far ahead. Above the 10 young masters, there is still young clan leader Shang Tuahai. Above Shang Tuahai there are the 5 important clan elders of Shang clan, and your father Shang Yanfei. Above Shang Yanfei there are Shang clan supreme elders. Big brother, don't worry. Back then Shang Tuahai became young clan leader at the right time. The other Shang clan young masters had the geographical advantage. I have neither the right time nor the geographical advantage. Only investors and people can fight against them. Big brother, if you need anything, just inform me. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely do it for you. Shang Xanci's eyes shone with wisdom. These words made Fang Jing and Lu Qiwei involuntarily look over. As expected of the outstanding female talent who would become Shang clan leader in the future. Alright, we will meet again. Fang Yuan looked deeply at Shang Xanci before turning to leave. Bai Ning Bing followed beside him. Their figures, one black and one white, gradually disappeared into the forest on the mountain path. Shang Xanci and the 2 maids stood on the spot for a long time, gazing at the direction where Fang and Bai disappeared without moving. Big brother He-Tu, Sancha Mountain is dangerous, please take care. Shang Xanci's beautiful eyes became misty as she prayed in her heart. Chapter 339. The world of Gu Masters was vast and extraordinary. To the east, there was a vast sea with islands dotting it like stars in the sky. It was called Eastern Sea. To the west there was the Gobi Desert. The oases were like pearls, sprinkling in the yellow sand. It was called Western Desert. To the north there was a vast grassland called Northern Plains. To the south there was 100,000 mountain range called Southern Border. And surrounded by Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Northern Plains and Southern Border, there was a central region called Central Continent. Central Continent had a vast territory stretching for hundreds of millions of li. It had the most abundant primeval energy in many sections. Many heroes, righteous path and demonic path hid within. It could be said to be a land of heroes. Its overall strength was the strongest compared to north, south, east and west. In the southern part of Central Continent, 100,000 feet above the mountains at the peak of the Sea of Clouds, there was a huge mountain floating in the sky. Feihe Mountain. Feihe Mountain was majestic and swift, floating in the sky in the black-white sea of clouds. Sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the green trees on the mountain. The whole mountain was green and glistening. Mountain waves and peaks surged, layer upon layer. Every time the wind blew, the sea of clouds on the mountain moved like boiling water. The pine and bamboo forests moved like waves, and tens of thousands of cranes cried out. Iron beak flying cranes, fire pellet cranes, phoenix tail cranes, misty cloud cranes, star aurora cranes. Tens of thousands of flying cranes were either flying in the sky, resting on the pine trees or on the mountain rocks. It was a majestic and magnificent scene. The tens of thousands of cranes on Feihe Mountain were famous in Central Continent. And the Gu Masters on the mountain were famous in the world. This was Crane Gate. One of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, a peak force in Central Continent. At this time, on the sect battle stage of Crane Gate, a battle had already reached its most crucial moment. 2 youths wearing similar clothing were fighting intensely. Both sides were advancing and retreating, sometimes tangling together, sometimes separating like they were electrocuted. Too strong. It is hard to imagine. Both sides are only in their 20s. Outside the stage, the spectators were closely watching the battle. Shock and admiration were written all over their faces. Senior brother Sun Yuan Hua is a veteran expert. He was first in the last 3 years' small exam. I am not surprised that he has such strength. But junior brother Fang Jing actually has such strength. It is truly shocking. Not bad. Junior brother Fangjing was the biggest dark horse in this year's 8-year entrance exam. No one would have thought that he would actually reach the finals. All these years, junior brother Fangjing has been a nobody, just like an ordinary rock. No one paid attention to him. He was completely inconspicuous. I didn't expect him to soar to the sky and become famous in the Crane Gate. Many people sighed with emotion. Some were envious and some were jealous. Fangjing's face was solemn, his eyes gleaming as he fought with Sun Yuanhua. Over the years he had grown taller. His shoulders were broad, and his waist was as thin as a bee's. He had developed a steady and vigorous aura. Suddenly, Fangjing threw out a dark green gale, forcing Sun Yuanhua to retreat. "Senior brother Sun, just admit defeat," he said. His calm tone was filled with confidence. "Little junior brother, if you have any trump cards, just use them." Sun Yuanhua smiled, replying confidently. "All right." Fangjing suddenly whistled, the sound spread out. Soon, the cries of cranes could be heard from afar. Everyone followed the sound, countless pairs of eyes widened as countless mouths opened wide. This is an iron beak flying crane group. Oh my god, so many flying cranes, am I hallucinating? How can this be? This is a myriad beast king. Fangjing has already cultivated to rank 4 middle stage, his talent is already unparalleled. But he can actually control a crane group of over 10,000, what method is this? Everyone was in an uproar, they were all extremely shocked and in disbelief. Even the sect elders outside the arena were so shocked that they stood up from their seats. Sun Yuanhua's expression became extremely solemn. The group of ironbeak flying cranes was imposing and imposing, making him feel extremely pressured. However, he did not plan to give up. His eyes shone with determination. "Junior brother Fang, you are indeed powerful. But can you control so many flying cranes at once? I have not lost yet because I also have a crane group. Come out." Flying Crane Mountain had millions of flying cranes. Such a geographical advantage was fully used by Crane Gate's people. Fangjing had a crane group. Sun Yuanhua was indeed a sect genius that received much attention, he also had a crane group. Hearing Sun Yuanhua's summon, a crane group soon flew out from the sky. The size of the crane group was in stark contrast to Fangjing's iron-beak flying crane group. There were only a few hundred of them. But the cranes that Sun Yuanhua controlled were completely different from the iron-beak flying cranes. Most of their bodies were covered in white feathers, but the tips of their wings, tails and claws were deep blue. Under the sunlight, they shone with a metallic luster. At the same time as they danced in the air, traces of blue lightning could be seen coiling around their bodies. Be careful, these flying cranes are illusion lightning cranes. They are ferocious, and in a one-on-one fight, ordinary iron-beak flying cranes are not their match. Master Tenshiru's voice suddenly appeared in Fangjing's mind. "I understand, Master." Fangjing immediately replied, his eyes shining with brilliance as he stared at this illusion lightning crane group, while controlling the iron-beak flying crane group in his hands. They are going to collide. The iron-beak flying crane group is too huge, it is like a giant monster. Senior brother Sun's crane group might not even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. No, senior brother Sun still has a chance of winning. Crane battles are not just a competition of numbers but also of control. Senior brother Sun has been cultivating hard, his ability to control cranes is top-notch in the sect. Now it all depends on Fangjing. To be honest, I don't think Fangjing will win. Fangjing might be a genius, but he is still a human. These years of cultivating to rank 4, and doing sect missions to accumulate this outstanding set of goo worms, he has already expended a lot of energy. I don't believe he still has the time and ability to control the crane group. Everyone discussed, their emotions surging. Such a huge scene was rare in the sect's 3-year small exam and 8-year high school exam. Only in the 15-year large exam would it happen occasionally. Although Fangjing had a huge number of cranes, not everyone thought highly of him. The current situation was like two armies facing each other. Fangjing had over 10,000 flying cranes, his army was huge, but once the numbers increased he would not be able to control them all. He was after all only at rank 4 middle stage, his soul could only reach a certain level of strength and his mental strength was also limited. And although Sun Yuanhua had few cranes, he was a group of elite soldiers, and could command them as if they were his own limbs. Adding that he spent a lot of time training, his outstanding crane control skill was widely known in the sect. The two crane groups were about to collide in the sky. But at this time, Sun Yuanhua suddenly leapt. He activated his aperture goo, and his body turned into a flash of lightning. With a crack he arrived in front of Fangjing. Fang Jing did not expect Sun Yuanhua to suddenly attack. This way, Sun Yuanhua would fall into the Iron Beak Flying Crane Group's encirclement, and fall into an extremely dangerous situation. Sun Yuanhua unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks, as if he had gone crazy. The intensity was unprecedentedly fierce. Fang Jing had lost the initiative, and was suppressed by Sun Yuanhua, and could only defend with all his strength. The two crane groups fought in the sky, while on the ground Fang Jing and Sun Yuanhua were engaged in an intense battle. Although the Illusion Lightning Crane Group was few in numbers, they gathered together and charged forward, tearing apart countless Iron Beak Flying Cranes with their iron claws. In contrast, the Iron Beak Flying Crane Group was in chaos, like a swarm of headless flies. The Iron Beak Flying Crane Group could not stop this small group of Illusion Lightning Cranes. Senior Brother Sun is mighty. The battle tactic he chose is too appropriate. That's right. Fang Jing's mental strength is limited. Commanding such a large group of flying cranes is like a baby playing with a hammer, extremely clumsy. Right now he is being attacked by Senior Brother Sun with all his might. He cannot even protect himself, and can only defend with his utmost concentration. How can he spare any attention to deal with the flying cranes above him? But the Iron Beak Flying Cranes are too numerous. There are many hundred Beast Kings, 1,000 Beast Kings, and even myriad Beast Kings. The Illusion Lightning Crane Group only has 300 Beast Kings, and one crippled 1,000 Crane King. To avoid these Beast Kings, the Illusion Lightning Crane Group has to charge left and right, and even if they kill large numbers of ordinary Iron Beak Flying Cranes, they also suffer heavy losses. Sun Yuanhua and Fang Jing are evenly matched, one attacking and one defending. They are extremely familiar with each other. There is no way to determine the victor. Now let's see the outcome of the battle between the flying cranes. An elder saw the key to victory. If the Iron Beak Flying Crane Group devours the Illusion Lightning Crane Group, then Fang Jing will definitely win. But if the Illusion Lightning Crane Group breaks out of the Iron Beak Flying Crane's encirclement and rush down to help Sun Yuanhua, then Fang Jing will be the loser. Persevere, persevere. Work hard to divert your attention, look after the Iron Beak Flying Cranes and kill all the Illusion Lightning Cranes. If you can do that, it will be a huge breakthrough and will be of great benefit to you in the future. In Fang Jing's mind, Master Tenshiru's voice continued to guide him. Fang Jing tried his best and followed Master Tenshiru's instructions. But just as he was about to succeed, he would be interrupted by Sun Yuanhua's attacks. Sun Yuanhua was older than Fang Jing, and had put in a lot of effort to control the Crane Group. Under his control, although the Crane Group suffered heavy losses, they were about to break out of the Iron Beak Flying Crane's encirclement. Junior Brother Fang Jing, if you want to defeat me, you still have a long way to go. He laughed coldly and said. When these words entered Fang Jing's ears, it suddenly drew out a scene from deep in his memories. Back then, in southern borders Qing Mao Mountain in Guiyue's village, he and his own brother Fang Yuan had fought in the arena. Fang Yuan had also said the same to him. No, I cannot lose. I still have to take revenge for my family, for my aunt and uncle, for my clan leader, for Lord Qing Shu. All these years, what have I worked so hard for? I want to stand in front of my brother and defeat him. How can I lose to Sun Yuanhua now? In Fang Jing's eyes, there seemed to be a raging fire burning. He endured the pain in his head and diverted his attention. The Iron Beak Flying Cranes suddenly moved, like a huge beast opening its mouth. They swallowed the Illusion Lightning Crane Group. Seeing this, Sun Yuanhua's face was ashen. He won. The entire place was filled with praises. Chapter 340. Central Continent had many sects. It was different from Southern Borders' clan system. In clans, kinship was maintained and clansmen were nurtured. But in sects, the relationship between master and disciple replaced kinship. Sects accepted disciples as long as they had aptitude and character. They could be accepted into the sect. Because of this, Fang Jing could be accepted into Crane Gate and become a member. In Immortal Crane Sect, from bottom to top, they were divided into Outer Disciple, Inner Disciple, Elite Disciple, Legacy Disciple, Sect Elder, Sect Leader, and Supreme Elder. 3-year small exam, they could choose to become Inner Disciples. 8-year middle exam, the winner could become Elite Disciples. 15-year large exam, they could become True Disciples. Above the direct disciples were the sect elders. Crane Gate sect elders had at least rank 4 cultivation. The sect leader was definitely rank 5, while the supreme elders were rank 6 Gu Immortals. There were even rank 7 Gu Immortals. Central Continent was the strongest region among the north, south, east and west. And Crane Gate was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. It was even stronger than Shang clan. Because when sects chose disciples, they did not ask about their background and only chose the best. Thus in Crane Gate there were almost no C-grade aptitude members. B-grade aptitude was the most common, but a grade aptitude was not rare. Fangjing had a grade aptitude. He was indeed a genius. But in a peak force like Crane Gate there were many geniuses like him. Fangjing, you are talented and diligent, now you have rank 4 middle stage cultivation. With this cultivation you can already become a sect elder. But you have only joined for a short period of time, you need to complete a large number of sect missions to test your loyalty. I hope you can continue to work hard and obtain victory in the large exam, becoming a true disciple. Crane Gate's leader sat on the sect leader's throne, looking down at the kneeling Fangjing. Yes, I will remember sect leader's teachings. Fangjing answered. Now there's a sect mission for you and a few elite disciples to handle. Go back and think about the details of the mission. Go. As the sect leader spoke, a bookworm flew out. Fangjing respectfully excused himself after receiving it. When he returned to his residence, he lay on the bed and fell asleep immediately. Controlling goo worms expended a lot of mental energy, sometimes it required a high degree of concentration, and sometimes it required multitasking, splitting one's attention. In the battle with Sun Yuan Hua, Fangjing had used up all his trump cards and exhausted all his effort. He was too tired. He forced himself to meet the sect leader and complete the promotion ceremony for elite disciple. His brain was still hurting, and his head felt like it had turned into a heavy hammer. His neck and shoulders couldn't bear it, and he felt muddle-headed and light-headed. Fangjing slept for 2 days and 2 nights before he was awakened by a knock on the door. Pushing the door open, Zhang Xian saw a group of elite disciples. There were both males and females in this group, most of them were rank 3 while some were rank 4. Unlike a family, the loyalty of a family usually didn't need to be tested. But the sect needed it. The higher up one went, the more elite disciples, true disciples and elders would be restricted. Many people cultivated to rank 4, but were eliminated in the assessment. Thus, this resulted in many disciples and elders in the sect having rank 4 cultivation. But regardless of their cultivation, the elders' battle strength was definitely higher than the disciples. Because they had been selected through strict assessment step by step, and were outstanding individuals that were 1 in 10,000. Fangjing, we have the same mission. Along the way we need to take care of each other. Fangjing, I saw your battle with Sun Yuan Hua, it was very exciting. I hope we can spar along the way. These people all behaved in a very friendly manner. They all knew that Fangjing had a group of over 10,000 iron-beak flying cranes. Although Fangjing could not control them as he wished, such a powerful force made them revere him. Greetings, fellow sect members. I am ashamed to say this, but I have been sleeping these days and have not read the mission details. Fangjing cupped his fists towards everyone, feeling a little ashamed. So that's it. Then I will tell you directly, our sect mission this time is not a small matter. Fangjing, a few months ago an earth-shattering matter happened on Tianti Mountain. Do you know about it? An elite disciple asked. Tianti Mountain? Fangjing nodded. This matter is too big, of course I know about it. On Tianti Mountain, Fairy White Fox's inheritance suddenly appeared. Fairy White Fox is a famous righteous path figure, a rank 6 Gu immortal, and she occupies Hu immortal blessed land. Once this inheritance appeared, many Gu immortals came out. As long as one inherits this inheritance, they can obtain Hu immortal blessed land. Right now, Tianti Mountain is surrounded by many Gu immortals. Fangjing, I will tell you directly. Our mission this time is to go to Tianti Mountain and try our best to obtain this inheritance. Our Lord Crane Gate's Gu Immortal has already discussed with the lords of the other sections. In order to avoid harming our relationship, they will not make a move, and will choose a few elite disciples from their sects to have a gentleman's competition. When Fangjing heard that, his eyes widened. His eyes emitted a luster of desire. Are you serious? This is a Gu Immortal inheritance. Of course. Our luck has arrived. If we can become the inheritors, we will definitely soar to the sky. There is also great hope for us to become Gu Immortals in the future. But other than our Crane Gate, there are still Heavenly Lotus Sect, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Ancient Soul Sect, Heaven's Envy Manor and the other top 10 forces of Central Continent. Thus, we need to cooperate with sincerity and unite our wills. Of course. Fangjing immediately nodded in agreement. Southern Borders Huatan Mountain was a half-dead volcano. It was thousands of meters tall and there was a large circular hole at the peak. Lava flowed inside and sometimes dust would rise like a huge chimney. The biggest resource on the mountain was fire charcoal. It could be seen almost everywhere. This kind of fire charcoal could burn for a long time, had low heat and had no smoke. It was widely used in 5th Inner City by Shang Clan City. It had been several days since Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stepped into Huatan Mountain. They had set off from Shangliang Mountain, and to reach Sancha Mountain, Huatan Mountain was the only way. Stepping on the fire charcoal, they could feel heat from their feet, and the air was dry without a trace of moisture. Looking ahead, all they could see was the dark red color of the charcoal. There were also trees on this mountain. But these trees were short and thin, their branches and leaves were as thin as needles, they did not obstruct one's vision. Thus, Huatan Mountain had a wider field of vision compared to other mountains. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing trekked on the mountain. If one looked from a bird's eye view, they would look like 2 tiny ants crawling. In fact, they were indeed receiving attention. Hee, they are finally here. Huatan Mountain is a necessary route, they will definitely come to Sancha Mountain. In an inconspicuous corner, 2 demonic Gu masters were hiding. They were 2 bald men, the old man was called Jiao Huang, while the young man was called Meng Tu. They were a famous assassin duo among the demonic Gu masters. As long as we kill these 2, Shang Clan City will not only reward us with 10,000 Yuan stone, they will also give us a yellow pear token. How can we let go of such a good deal? Meng Tu excitedly licked his lips. But they are both rank 4 Gu masters, while we are only rank 3 peak stage. The benefits of this deal are great, but the risk is even higher. I don't know if accepting this deal is right or wrong. Jiao Huang was older and more prudent, his face showing some worry. Brother Jiao Huang, don't be scared by their cultivation. So what if they are rank 4? They are only rank 4 initial stage. The Gu worms in his hands were mostly rank 3 Gu. Moreover, it is not like we have never killed a rank 4 Gu master before. Back then, didn't that Xiao Fu Lu die in our hands? Meng Tu encouraged. Once Xiao Fu Lu was mentioned, Jiao Huang immediately frowned and said nervously, "Didn't I tell you many times? Don't mention Xiao Fu Lu anymore. He is the grandson of Shao Clan's supreme elder. If we kill him, we will offend a Gu immortal. We must keep this matter to ourselves and never mention it again." So what if they are Gu immortals? After so many years, aren't we still living freely? Meng Tu curled his lips unconcernedly. Gu immortals are not omnipotent, not to mention these 2 newly advanced rank 4 Gu masters. Brother, don't forget the trap we painstakingly set up for them these days. Jiao Huang's expression immediately relaxed at the mention of that trap. He pondered, as long as Fangjing and Xiao Fu Lu fall into this trap, after an intense battle, their primeval essence will be greatly damaged and we will have a chance. That's right. Meng Tu said this, his eyes suddenly shined as he excitedly shouted, "Look, they fell into the trap." Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stopped in their tracks. The nearby mountains suddenly trembled violently. Small mountain rocks rolled down the 2 sides of the cliff. On the ground, the soil opened up as lava crocodiles crawled out. It's a lava crocodile group. There's 1,000 Beast King. Bai Ningbing's gaze focused as he saw the leader of this beast group. This lava crocodile king was huge, with the body of 3 elephants stacked on top of each other. Its whole body was covered in dark red scales, and its 4 thick legs supported its majestic body. Its crocodile tail gave off a metallic luster and was 10 meters long. On its back there were 2 protrusions as if they were 2 mini volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 plumes of black smoke came out of the volcano's crater, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. The lava crocodile king crawled out of the ground and stared at Fang and Bai. Most of its attention was on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were rank 4 initial stage Gu masters, but he had rank 4 middle stage primeval essence. The lava crocodile king's senses were extremely sharp. It immediately sensed that between the 2, Fang Yuan's aura was more terrifying. It opened its mouth and roared, and over 1,000 lava crocodiles slowly surrounded Fang and Bai. Facing such a dangerous situation, Fang Yuan smiled. It's just a group of underground crocodiles. Bai Ningbing, let's work together and kill this lava crocodile king. Okay. Bai Ningbing lightly answered, but his eyes were filled with battle intent and heroism. Back then, when they drifted out of Qing Mao Mountain, they had met a lava crocodile king and avoided it. Now they were no longer the same as before, they both had rank 4 cultivation. Even if this lava crocodile king was 1,000 beast king, it could not stop them. Chapter 341. Mountain rocks flew, crocodiles wailed. The battle was nearing its end. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood proudly on Huatan Mountain. Lava crocodile corpses littered the ground below them. As for the 1,000 Beast King lava crocodile king, All of its bones were broken, and the 2 volcanic protrusions on its back were forcefully crushed. It wailed softly, lying on the ground as blood flowed out from the countless wounds on its body. Its claws trembled slightly, trying to dig back into the ground, but it could no longer do so. It struggled less and less until death befell it. With the death of the 1,000-beast king, the remaining lava crocodiles scattered, burrowing into the ground and fleeing in panic. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang and Bai continued their journey. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu hid in a corner far away, not moving. These 2 famous assassins of the Devil Dao had ugly expressions on their faces at this moment, like zombies. They were frightened. Are these 2 still human? They fought against the entire lava crocodile group alone. Bai Ningbing's Ice Dao is a great counter to the lava crocodiles. That was nothing, but the crux of the matter was that Fang Jing was a monster in human form. The more heavily injured he is, the stronger he becomes. In the end, he easily sent the lava crocodile king flying. Jiao Huang and Meng Tu glanced at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. The terrifying battle prowess of Fang and Bai had greatly exceeded their expectations. They did not live in Shang Clan City, but after witnessing the entire battle, they deeply understood how terrifying Fang and Bai were. These 2 youngsters, are they really only in their 20s? Damn it, compared to them, my 40 years of life is like a dog's. Meng Tu cursed with lingering fear. Old brother Meng Tu, don't say that. You're making me too ashamed to show my face. The older Jiao Huang heaved a deep sigh. There's no doubt that these 2 are geniuses. Comparing oneself to others will only make one angry. We are not their match at all. If I knew this, I wouldn't have accepted this deal. Old brother Jiao Huang, what you've said has instead aroused my competitive spirit, causing me to feel even more unwilling. This matter is not over. Although we can't beat them, we still have a chance. Meng Tu spat on the ground and said fiercely. What kind of opportunity? Think about it, brother Jiao Huang. The 2 of them are going to Sancha Mountain to fish for benefits from the 3 kings' inheritance. Sancha Mountain was in chaos. There were rank 4 and 5 experts. When they got there, there would definitely be conflict. Let's find the right time. If we can pick up a bargain, that would be the best. With Meng Tu's reminder, Jiao Huang's eyes lit up. He patted Meng Tu's shoulder and said, Brother, what you said makes sense. Let's go, we will also follow to Sancha Mountain. The appearance of the lava crocodiles just now was a little strange, Fang Yuan thought to himself as he walked. The timing and location of these lava crocodiles were too coincidental. Once they appeared, they firmly surrounded Fang and Bai. Bai Ningbing could not sense anything, but with his previous life's experience, the astute Fang Yuan could smell a trace of a scheme. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this smell. Someone purposely set up this trap to deal with me. Then which side is it? Wu clan, Bai clan, or Shang clan? Fang Yuan thought to himself. Wu clan is because I know Li Ran's identity. If I leave Shangliang Mountain, they will most likely attack. And Bai clan? I have enmity with them. I know their clan's spirit spring has dried up, and extorted 3 million yuan stone from them. How can they not hate me? There is also Shang clan. I have offended many people in Shang clan. Shang Yazi and Shang Yifan bought Wei clan's people, and offended Shang Pu Lao. Shang clan young masters are competing with each other. I am one of Shang Xin's helpers. If I am killed outside Shang Xinci will be weakened. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. I will deal with it when it comes. Fang Yuan shook his head, throwing all the complicated thoughts out of his mind and calmed his mind. If it was before, when he was weak, he would have to put in all his effort and scheme for everything. But now that his strength had grown, he had the feeling of being unshakable no matter what happens. Central Continent. Above the cloud sea, intense winds were howling. Tens of thousands of cranes were spreading their wings and flying together. Fang Jing and the other elite disciples of Crane Gate were either standing on or sitting on the back of the cranes, rushing towards Tianti Mountain. Boss Fang Jing, your crane group is truly majestic. This time you will definitely shine on Tianti Mountain, and sweep through everyone, an elite disciple said. As he spoke, he used a gu worm. No matter how the wind howled, it could not stop his voice from clearly entering everyone's ears. Fellow disciples, you are praising me too much. This time at Tianti Mountain, those participating in the White Fox Gu Immortal Inheritance Contest are the elites of the 10 great sections. If we want to obtain the inheritance, not only do we need strength, we also need luck. Fang Jing said. Boss Fang Jing, you are too humble. With your tens of thousands of cranes, who can stop you? An elite disciple immediately said. Boss Fang Jing, you are the role model of our generation. No wonder you were sent out by the sect leader the moment you became an elite disciple. In this trip to Tianti Mountain, we will follow your lead. An elite female disciple said respectfully. Along the way, Fangjing had sparred with these elite disciples one by one. He was strong and had the spirit incubating flea in his aperture. Master Tenshuru's soul was placed in the spirit incubating flea, and could guide him at any time. He also had the support of tens of thousands of cranes. Thus, Fangjing defeated the other elite disciples one by one. He was not arrogant, had a magnanimous bearing, and was even more humble. He easily won everyone's goodwill and was elected as the leader. They were all filled with admiration towards Fangjing. Which of the 10 great sects of Central Continent doesn't have deep foundations? I believe there must be capable people among them. Although I have the tens of thousands of cranes, I also have a weakness of not being able to command them. As for commanding the flying cranes, I still need to seek your guidance. Fangjing said, cupping his fists towards the people beside him. We don't dare. To be able to spar with Boss Fangjing is our honor. These days, Boss Fangjing has been training hard, and your hard work makes us all blush with shame. Boss Fangjing, your progress is godly, and you have great talent in controlling cranes. You only lacked practice earlier in time, you will definitely surpass Sun Yuan Hua. The other elite disciples replied one after another. Their words were completely from the bottom of their hearts. Along the way, Fangjing's progress was obvious to all. Fangjing couldn't help but smile. He had Master Tenshuru's guidance at all times, imparting his secret insights, and sometimes even controlling on his behalf. How could he not improve quickly? After flying for a while, the Ironbeak flying crane started to call out. Fangjing and the rest understood. All right. It's time, let's go down, it's time to feed the cranes. Fangjing stomped his foot, and under his command the flying cranes started to dive towards the clouds below. Instantly, everyone's surroundings were filled with white fog. Soon, the fog disappeared and everyone followed the flying cranes down to the lush ground. The flying cranes also needed to eat. The larger the crane flock, the higher the need for food. But fortunately, the Ironbeak flying cranes ate everything. Sometimes they could even eat pebbles to fill their stomachs and were very easy to feed. Fangjing had this huge crane flock, but it was also troublesome. Every once in a while, he had to fly down to the ground to feed the cranes. There's a battle below. While descending, an elite disciple suddenly spoke. Everyone soon discovered the abnormality below. The 4 demonic goo masters laughed sinisterly, surrounding the 3 female goo masters and slowly closing in. It's those 4 great perverted thieves. Soon, an elite disciple revealed the identity of those 4 demonic goo masters with a disgusted tone. These 4 great perverted thieves were East perverted Chen Yin Dao, West perverted Yu Ba Guang, South perverted Shi Bao, and North perverted Fan Chun Yao. They had been roaming in Central Continent, and each had rank 4 cultivation. Together they could even contend against rank 5 goo masters, and were extremely powerful. Look, they are surrounding Heavenly Lotus Sect's little fairy by Xia. An elite disciple with a sharp gaze shouted. Demonic cultivators, everyone has the right to punish them. Fangjing's expression was extremely cold, and without thinking too much, he immediately commanded the crane flock to dive down. Fairy by Xia can't escape this calamity today. To think my luck is so good today to be able to obtain little fairy by Xia's grace. Even if I suffer heavy injuries, it is worth it. The 4 great perverted thieves winked at each other, gradually approaching the 3 female goo masters of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Damn it. Little fairy by Xia almost crushed her teeth. She was heavily injured and wanted to break out of the encirclement, but she was powerless. Just as she gradually felt despair and was about to bite her tongue to commit suicide, a group of cranes suddenly cried out in unison. Who is it? The 4 great perverted thieves raised their heads and shouted in unison. Crane Gate's elite disciple, Fangjing. Fangjing stepped on the Ironbeak flying crane king's back, his voice like thunder. He stood proudly on the crane's back, his body robust, thick eyebrows and fierce eyes staring at the 4 perverted thieves, before pointing his finger. The elite disciples behind him, as well as over 10,000 Ironbeak flying cranes, passed him and charged towards the 4 perverted thieves. Oh my God, so many cranes. They are the elite disciples of one of the 10 great sects, Crane Gate. Oh no, we are injured, we are not their match, let's retreat first. The 4 great perverted thieves judged the situation and turned around to run, quickly running far away, their figures vanishing from everyone's sight. These demonic dregs, they don't have any other abilities but they can run fast. The elite disciples laughed loudly. Are you alright? Fang Jing walked down from the crane's back and arrived in front of little fairy Bai Xia, asking warmly. I am fine, thank you young master Fang Jing for saving my life. Fairy Bai Xia looked at Fang Jing, her face flushed red, her gaze filled with infatuation. She had thought she could not escape this calamity, but she did not expect a hero to descend from the sky. Chapter 342. Two young dolls, leave behind your Yuan stone, strip off your clothes and kowtow to me 3 times and I will spare your lives. A rank 3 demonic goo master old man with disheveled hair suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Old monster He sure is making things difficult for the newbies again. These 2 youngsters are unlucky to meet old monster He sure. That girl looks really good. Why does she look familiar? Too bad old monster He sure is here, otherwise we would have made a move. In the darkness, many demonic goo masters looked over and laughed sinisterly. Bam. Fang Yuan's response was very straightforward, directly using a beast phantom. The moment he moved, the breath concealment goo's effect immediately dissipated, and a rank 4 aura burst out. Old monster He sure's face immediately showed a horrified expression. He wanted to escape, but Bai Ningbing attacked at the same time, restraining his movements. Old monster He sure was directly hit by the beast phantom, and his whole body was smashed into meat paste. Blood, bone shards and brain matter mixed together and splattered everywhere. Damn, these 2 youngsters are rank 4 goo masters. I remember they are the black and white twin demons. One is called Fang Jing, the other is Bai Ningbing. They are both geniuses of the demonic path. They shined brightly in Shang Clan City's battle stage, especially Fang Jing. People call him Little Beast King, almost dominating the place. Why did they come out? The temptation of Sancha Mountain's inheritance is too great. They were also attracted here. Old monster He sure kicked an iron plate, dying so miserably. In the darkness, countless demonic goo masters' eyes almost popped out. They were extremely shocked. Fang Yuan did not feel satisfied after killing old monster He sure. With a thought, he sent out a beast phantom and pounced towards a certain shadow. Bam! With a loud sound, a certain demonic goo master hiding in the shadow was smashed into meat paste by Fang Yuan. In the darkness, countless demonic goo masters drew in cold breaths. Jin Shenzhen is also dead. Little Beast King is too murderous, he doesn't even let bystanders go. Go. Even old monster Blackrock is no match for them. If we're too late we won't be able to leave. The forest moved. The stone was lifted and countless black shadows scuttled out, running in all directions. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing watched quietly without stopping them. They trekked all the way and got closer to Sancha Mountain. The more demonic goo masters they encountered. Normally he would only meet these people occasionally. But Sancha Mountain was like a fragrant honey, attracting all the flies, bees and so on. Even before reaching Sancha Mountain, all sorts of demons and monsters are fighting to appear. One can imagine how chaotic Sancha Mountain's situation is right now. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold. His tone was grave. Since Sancha Mountain's 3 kings' inheritance had appeared, it had already been a few months and it had caused a huge impact in the southern border. Countless figures. One by one they all rushed there. The righteous path and the demonic path fought with each other for a spot to enter the inheritance. Sancha Mountain had become a meat grinder. Every day, a large number of lives were lost in open battles and plots. Kill, we can only kill to gain fame. Kill until these people are terrified, only then will they not dare to provoke us. Fang Yuan sneered, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. Fang Yuan knew. Reputation is very important when you are outside. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing mingled in Shang Clan City. Although their reputation had spread, it was mostly limited to the city. Many people did not understand Fang Yuan and Bai. Making a name for himself by killing his way out would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's future plans. Good. We will continue to use breath concealment goo to conceal our rank 4 aura. This way the process of killing will be very exciting and interesting. It will leave a deep impression on others and make them remember it for life. Bai Ningbing smiled, her blue eyes flashing with a cold light. She was as beautiful as an ice fairy, untainted by dust. Her words were like a venomous scorpion, filled with terrifying killing intent. Breath concealment goo was only a rank 3 goo. Fang and Bai were barely able to use it to conceal their rank 4 cultivation. Fang Yuan advanced to rank 4 initial stage, many goo on him would need to be replaced. Bai Ningbing was the same. There are many goo I need in the 3 kings' inheritance. As long as I obtain these goo, my set of strength path goo worms will be greatly perfected. They will be a huge help to me advancing to rank 5 and roaming the mortal world. Looking at the time, Central Continent's who immortal blessed land should be opening soon, right? Fairy White Fox is a rank 6 goo immortal. The inheritance she left behind is extremely complete, many times better than the Three Kings' inheritance. Unfortunately, I am not in Central Continent. No, even in Central Continent, I am not a disciple of the 10 great sects, and cannot participate in the contest on Tianti Mountain. What a pity. Fang Yuan looked towards Central Continent's direction, before continuing to move forward. Bai Ningbing was silent, walking beside him. The two crossed mountains rampaging around, directly killing demonic goo masters and righteous goo masters they met. His ruthless reputation quickly spread. In Fang Yuan's opinion, every stage has its own corresponding and suitable development path. When they are weak, they need to keep a low profile, act in the dark, endure hardships, and secretly develop. When they are strong, they need to spread their fame and make a move when it is time to make others feel fear, dread, and fear. Sometimes, reputation is a more powerful weapon than strength. Soon, Bai Ningbing felt the benefits of reputation. When they had just set off, they were often troubled by goo masters along the way. For example, that old monster Black Rock dared to come out with merely rank 3 cultivation. Fang and Bai's age as well as Bai Ningbing's stunning beauty were all reasons that caused others to have the impulse to commit crimes. But now, even if Fang and Bai used breath concealment goo and concealed their cultivation, they were unobstructed, saving them a lot of trouble. They had not even reached Sancha Mountain, but their bad reputation had already spread. Good deeds are not famous, but bad deeds spread far and wide. This kind of bad reputation spread the fastest. Right now, everyone knew that there were 2 rising stars of the demonic path. Both were rank 4 geniuses. They charged towards Sancha Mountain with fierce momentum, killing people at the drop of a hat. They were both terrifying characters. On this day, they finally reached the foot of Sancha Mountain. Sounds of fighting suddenly came from the front. Don't come over, don't come over. A female goo master's clothes were torn, her shoulders and thighs were exposed as she panted, her face full of panic. Ha ha ha, little beauty, just obediently follow us. If you resist, Big Brother will cut off your pretty face. Don't resist. Later Big Brother will make you wish you were dead, ha ha ha. Several demonic goo masters' eyes flickered with a wolf-like green light as they continuously attacked the female goo master. The female goo master did her best to resist, but she was alone. She was powerless. The situation was firmly controlled by the male goo masters. Damn it, damn it. The female goo master bit her full lower lip with her pearly white teeth, her face full of panic and panic. She retreated step by step, the clothes on her body continuously getting cut. Her smooth and silky hair was in a mess. As she dodged, half of her chest bounced up and down like a rabbit, causing the surrounding demonic goo masters to howl uncontrollably. Someone save me. Someone save me. I have 30,000 Yuan stone here. The female goo master screamed, her delicate voice igniting the lust in the goo masters' hearts. Nobody move. This little girl is our 10 tyrants' prey. Our boss will also come over later. That's right, we can give up 30,000 Yuan stone. We will enjoy it first, you can continue later. Some righteous goo masters wanted to save her, but hearing the name of the 10 tyrants, they immediately chose to retreat. The boss of the 10 tyrants was a rank 4 goo master. Who can save me, please save me? The female goo master's voice was melancholy, like a cuckoo crying blood. She continued to run, asking for help everywhere, but everywhere she went, the goo masters all retreated and avoided her. Only Fang and Bai stood on the spot, coldly watching from the sidelines. Young masters, please be merciful and save me. The female goo master's eyes shone with the light of hope, begging with tears on her face as she ran towards Fang Yuan. Where did these 2 brats come from? Mind your own business. We are the 10 tyrants of Southern Mountain, you 2 young juniors? Something's not right. These demonic goo masters' expressions suddenly changed as they recognized Fang and Bai. Although that person is dressed as a man, she is actually a woman. These 2 are a man and a woman, one black clothed with black hair and black eyes, the other white clothed with silver hair and blue eyes. Don't tell me they recently debuted. Black and white twin demons. Their momentum came to a halt as they nervously stared at Fang and Bai, their eyes revealing a deep sense of dread. They had heard of Fang and Bai's reputation the most recently. Although these 2 were young, they were true geniuses of the demonic path. They were extremely vicious and merciless, with a deep killing nature, especially when they had rank 4 cultivation. This kind of cultivation was incredible. Rank 1 was considered mediocre, Rank 2 was a small fry, and Rank 3 was a cornerstone, able to hold their own. Rank 4 was already an expert among Gu masters, the leader of an ordinary clan. Even among the 10 tyrants, only their boss was at Rank 4 middle stage. As for Rank 5, they occupied the peak of the mortal world and were few in number. In the huge southern border, with 100,000 famed mountains and countless heroes, there were only over 100 of them. Lord Twin Demons, save me, please save me. The female Gu master ran to Fang and Bai's feet, kneeling on the ground and begging. The surrounding Gu masters all focused their gazes on them. These two are the recently famous black and white twin demons. They are actually so young. 10 tyrants against black and white twin demons. One has been famous for a long time, while the other is a rising star of the demonic path. This is interesting. As long as the boss of the 10 tyrants does not appear, these people are not the match of black and white twin demons. Black and white twin demons gained an advantage and saved that beauty for no reason. Tiske, little beast king will have many beauties in the future. His luck with women is really not shallow. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan lightly took a step back. Save you? Why should I save you? Because of your meager beauty, or because you think I have a kind nature and love to help others? Fang Yuan looked down at the female Gu master with a cold gaze. The female Gu master looked at Fang Yuan in a daze. Fang Yuan sneered and looked at the 10 tyrants members behind him. You guys continue, I will not make a move. Since the journey is boring, let me watch a good show. Chapter 343. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, the 10 tyrants members' expressions eased up. Soon after, one of them anxiously pounced and pressed the female Gu master to the ground. The female Gu master struggled helplessly. The 10 tyrants member laughed loudly and stretched out his demonic palm, tearing. Swoosh! The female Gu master's silk clothes were torn apart, revealing the bright red undergarment inside. This scene caused the surrounding wolves to howl. The demonic Gu masters were extremely excited. Many righteous Gu masters gritted their teeth. Someone wanted to make a move but was stopped. Don't. Not only the 10 tyrants but also the black and white twin demons. Are you courting death? Moreover, that female Gu master is clearly not a righteous person. Don't worry about this. Damn it. Demonic cultivators are truly scum of the world, despicable and shameless to the extreme. Some Gu masters were indignant, clenching their fists. Many female Gu masters could not bear to watch and turned their faces away, closing their eyes. No. I beg you, please stop. The female Gu master screamed for help in vain. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, glancing at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered, looking at them silently. Greetings to the black and white twin demons. Thank you for being merciful today and watching from the sidelines. We will definitely report this to boss. A Gu master from the 10 tyrants walked forward, smiling politely as he cupped his fists towards Fang and Bai. The other members walked towards the female Gu master. One of them spat out a mouthful of saliva and cursed, "Little bitch, do you think you can seduce the black and white double ghosts with just a few pleas? Naive. Fool. You're having fun running away, I will let you die." The other laughed lewdly, his expression extremely vulgar. The one riding on the female Gu master was about to make his move. But right at this moment, a pink light burst out from the female Gu master's body. The male Gu master was caught off guard and was sent flying by this pink light. He was like a shooting star, flying far away and smashing on the ground 100 steps away, immediately fainting. What? This female Gu master is still causing trouble, brothers. Let's attack together. How dare you? Do you still want to resist? The other members of the 10 tyrants shouted as they pounced at the female Gu master. But in the next moment, the pink light exploded, and screams rang out one after another. The members of the 10 tyrants were all swept away. The female Gu master had an arrogant battle strength, her eyes were cold and demonic, the disguise on her body faded away like dust, revealing an even more bewitching appearance. The members of the 10 tyrants laid limply on the ground, each and every one of them horrified. Who knew what method this female Gu master used to make them feel weak all over, unable to even get up? The ferocious 10 tyrants member was actually not a match for the female Gu master. This sudden change caused the expressions of all the onlookers to change. Many people were flabbergasted and astonished by what they saw. Only Fang Yuan's expression did not change, as if he had expected it. The female Gu master giggled, she showed her true appearance, her charming eyes could captivate one's soul. Her body was graceful, her front and back were curvy, like a gorgeous peach smiling in the spring breeze, extremely alluring. Taking advantage of this time, the 10 Tyrants members got up from the ground. Their strength began to gradually recover. Even so, the fear on their faces did not diminish in the slightest. It was because the female Gu Master's body was emitting a genuine rank 4 aura. This female Gu Master's cultivation was actually rank 4. Countless people's expressions changed, they were moved by this discovery. Little Beast King, you actually left a beauty to die, are you still a man? The female Gu Master looked at Fang Yuan, her charming eyes revealing grief and anger, giving people a feeling of love and hate. At once, almost all the male Gu Masters stared blankly. Many Gu Masters even started to hate Fang Yuan out of jealousy. If they could get a glance from this woman, it would be worth it even if they died. But Fang Yuan was not moved, his tone was like ice, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. Who may err? You think you can fool me with this bit of acting? The female Gu Master's pupils shrunk. She did not expect Fang Yuan to directly expose her identity. But she quickly recovered, her dark red little mouth slightly curled up. I didn't expect my lowly name to be known by Lord Little Beast King, this lowly one is really honored. It's just that I haven't torn off my disguise before, so how did you see through it, sir? Fang Yuan laughed. Before you revealed your true identity, I was only guessing. Whether I guessed right or wrong, there is no loss, isn't there? Even though Hu Mei Er was a demonic cultivator, hearing Fang Yuan's cold and heartless words, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. It is actually her. This woman is a famous demoness of the demonic path, she is extremely terrifying. Don't be fooled by her charming appearance, she is actually a merciless demoness who eats people without spitting out their bones, she is extremely vicious. Hu Mei Er has a wide circle of friends, she has affairs with many demonic Gu Masters. How did the 10 Tyrants offend her? The members of the 10 Tyrants were supporting each other, their faces were pale as paper without a trace of blood. Now that things had progressed to this stage, they could tell that they had been tricked by Hu Mei Er. Hu Mei Er's strength was rank 4, it was more than enough to deal with them. The disguise and performance earlier were all to trick them, it was very likely that she was using them to probe and get close to the black and white demons. But Little Beast King's gaze was sharp, he actually saw through Hu Mei Er's disguise. Aha Fangjing, you really have a heart of stone. You really have a heart of stone, but don't be too pleased. You have been in the limelight these days. Right now, the whole of Sancha Mountain knows that 2 demonic path geniuses have come. Be it the righteous path or the demonic path, many seniors and experts want to measure you. You have already offended many people, I advise you to stop here. Otherwise, it will not be worth it if you lose your life on the mountain. Hu Mei Er laughed. That means you are the first person to measure us? Why are you worried about our safety? As for offending people? The thing I am least afraid of is offending people. Even if I offend everyone in the world, so what? Fang Yuan lowered his head and spoke in a plain tone, but his words made people feel a chill. Hu Mei Er's eyes shone brightly, her charming eyes were filled with splendor. She covered her mouth and giggled, well said. You are really courageous, I like it. Not afraid of offending people? Then let me tell you, by looking down on my appearance, you have already offended me. In this world, only vile people and women are hard to deal with. I am not only a woman, I am also a vile person. Little Beast King, let's ride a donkey and read a libretto, wait and see. I hope you can leave the mountain alive. Hu Mei Er's eyes shone sharply after saying this, she flicked her sleeves and left. Extremely direct and efficient. Everyone looked at her pink dress, her long sleeves fluttering in the wind as she flew away in a beautiful manner, they were all speechless. Hu Mei Er. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart. This Hu Mei Er was a famous demoness of the demonic path. Her origins were extremely mysterious, no one knew about her background. In his previous life she was very active, stirring up trouble everywhere, sowing dissension and creating a bloodbath. She cultivated the enchantment path, focusing on bewitching people. Using her beauty she controlled many demonic path experts, her subordinates were all over southern border, there were even rank 5 Gu Masters among them. There were also many rank 4 Gu Masters who fought for her affections. However, others did not know her origins, but that did not mean Fang Yuan did not know. This demoness had a huge origin, she was the granddaughter of Granny Mei Hua. Granny Mei Hua was a rank 6 Gu immortal of southern border, occupying Mei Hua blessed land. The demoness recruited subordinates everywhere, she was especially fond of young talents. 100 years later in his previous life, she gathered all her forces and went to Shiyang Mountain. No one knew what happened on the mountain, but the result was that she went down the mountain alone. What was worth mentioning was she was only a rank 4 Gu master when she went up the mountain, but when she left she was already rank 5 peak stage. This demoness has an unspeakable scheme. Right now she has already started to use her enchantment path to recruit people. To think that in this life I actually attracted her interest. Fang Yuan compared it to his previous life inside. Using the huge advantage of rebirth, he rapidly developed and became the candidate that Humayr wanted. Humayr saw his potential and wanted to develop him into a subject under her skirt. But how could this be possible? In the 500 years of my previous life, I have already seen through worldly pleasures. But enchantment path has its merits, I have to guard against it. Humayr is definitely going to incite others to find trouble with me. She has a Gu set by Granny Mei Hua. If I want to kill her, I need to make sufficient preparations and isolate that Gu for now. Let's see which blind fool dares to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan continued to ponder in his heart. Unable to kill Humayr for the time being, Fang Yuan could only deal with whatever comes his way. Fortunately, Humayr's enchantment path had not reached great success yet. The subordinates she could bewitch were at most rank 4. As long as they were not rank 5, Fang Yuan was not afraid. He was confident that with his experience and the set of Gu worms in his hands, even if he could not win he might not lose. Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. Riding on flying cranes, Fang Jing and the others traveled day and night, finally arriving here. Before him, many elite disciples of the 10 great sects had already arrived. It's Crane Gate's people. Why is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Fairy Baixia with Crane Gate? Who is that kid? Fairy Baixia is talking and laughing with him. I have never seen Fairy Baixia talking so happily with someone of the same generation. The arrival of Fang Jing and the others naturally attracted everyone's attention. Baixia, you're here too. Do you know, ever since we parted, I have been looking forward to meeting you again. I guess that you would come to Hu Immortal Inheritance this time. So I begged Master to send me here as well. A young man immediately went up to greet Fairy Baixia when he saw her. Baixia was talking and laughing with Fang Jing, but when she saw this person her smile froze. Chapter 344. So it's young Master Wei. No need to worry, young Master Wei. Thanks to young hero Fang Jing's help, Baixia is safe and sound. Baixia Fairy avoided Wei Wuxiang's burning gaze and bowed. Young hero Fang? Wei Wuxiang narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Jing, who was beside Baixia Fairy. Hello, I am Fang Jing of Crane Gate. Fang Jing had a slight smile on his face as he cupped his fists and bowed, exuding a friendly intent. Young hero Fang Jing is an elite disciple of Crane Gate, the first in this year's high school entrance exam. He can control thousands of cranes. It's all thanks to these cranes that we could reach Heaven Ladder Mountain so quickly. Baixia Fairy looked at Fang Jing as she spoke. Her face blushed shyly and her tone hid a hint of sweetness. On the way here, she and Fang Jing had a pleasant conversation and were very congenial. Cranes? These are only ironbeak flying cranes, just that their numbers are slightly greater. Wei Wuxiang's eyes flickered as he hated Fang Jing to the point of madness. He gritted his teeth and raised a palm, returning a bow to Fang Jing. Fang Jing, you're an elite disciple of Crane Gate? Very good, very good. I've long heard of Crane Gate's crane controlling technique and have long wanted to learn from it. Please give me some pointers this time. With that, Wei Wuxiang strode forward and glared at Fang Jing with a threatening light in his eyes. Fang Jing was slightly stunned as he sensed the other's hostility and felt baffled. Ha ha ha. In his heart, Master Tenshuru's laughter rang out. It's the hardest to accept a beauty's kindness. Disciple, you've already incurred the enmity of many by saving the little girl Baixia this time. This little girl Baixia is a great beauty. She obviously favors you now. You're in big trouble. This Wei Wuxiang is the first challenger. Favors me? Fang Jing let out a cry of surprise in his heart. Speaking of love, his heart throbbed with sorrow. All these years, the figure of a woman had always existed in his heart. She was only a mortal, very ordinary, very ordinary. She was far inferior to Fairy Baixia. But in Fang Jing's heart, she was unusually playful and cute. Fang Jing's deepest and most beautiful memory of the time they had spent together. Unfortunately, she had already perished, no longer in this world. She was Xin Shui, the former personal maid of Fang Yuan. Thinking of Xin Shui, Fang Jing's heart became gloomy. The woman I like is already dead. Master, you also know that all these years I've been diligently studying and training. My biggest goal is to defeat my elder brother, to avenge my ancestors, and to complete the unfulfilled wishes of my uncle and aunt, Xin Shui, Lord Patriarch and Lord Qingshu. Although the Guyue village has been destroyed, there are still people from the Guyue clan. Aha, my foolish disciple. Even if you have such intentions, this Wei Wuxiang will not let you off. Since you have already saved Fairy Bai Xia, why don't you have any awareness of this? Master Tenshuru laughed. But I don't want to spar with him. I have already heard of this Wei Wuxiang's name in Crane Gate. He is a healing Gu master, the rising star of Heaven's Envy Manor, and an A-grade genius in name only. He is most proficient in healing himself. Often, after an intense battle, there is not even a trace of injury on his body. If I fight with him, even if I defeat him, my strength will also be affected. It will also be disadvantageous to the fight for the Gu immortal inheritance. Fang Jing frowned as he replied in his heart. Master Tenshuru laughed heartily. Don't worry. Fight well, Gu immortal inheritance on Tianti Mountain has its own mysteries. It is not a competition of pure battle strength, but a competition of willpower and soul power. With my soul secretly assisting you, you will have an enormous advantage. After pausing for a while, Master Tenshuru continued, you are still too young, you don't know the use of fame. Sometimes, fame is more convenient and useful than strength. This is a rare opportunity. Defeat these challengers and accumulate fame. Use more flying cranes, you don't need to care about these beasts' lives. In any case, Crane Gate has a lot of them. If they are used up, you can replenish them after returning to the sect. Hearing his master say this, Fang Jing could only sigh and say to Wei Wuxiang, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Very well. Please. Wei Wuxiang sneered and stomped on the ground, his body shooting into the sky like lightning. Fang Jing was not to be outdone. He waved his hand and stepped on the back of the cranes. Tens of thousands of iron-beak flying cranes chirped together, as if they were welcoming their king. The battle was about to start. The surrounding people could not help but become excited. Boss Fang Jing, do your best, beat this sissy from Heaven's Envy Manor. Crane Gate's elite disciples shouted. Junior brother Wei, teach this kid a lesson. Wei Wuxiang naturally had his supporters. Wei Wuxiang nodded, his eyes burning with battle intent. He was the leader of this generation's elite disciples in Heaven's Envy Manor. Fang Jing's 10,000 cranes could scare ordinary elite disciples, but not him. He also had his own trump card. Let's fight. Wei Wuxiang activated the Gu worms in his body flashed in the air and vanished. At the next moment, space ruptured, he crossed hundreds of steps and directly appeared in front of Fang Jing. It's actually breaking space Gu? This time even Master Tenshuru was shocked. A fierce battle was about to begin. At the same time on Sancha Mountain. In a certain cave, the 10 tyrants gathered together. That means you were all used by Hu Mei as chess pieces, to probe the black and white demons? The leader of the 10 tyrants, Tyrant Heng Mei, muttered. That's right. Boss, this time that demoness played with us, she even heavily injured 7th and 10th brother. Boss, you need to seek justice for us. Number 2 of the 10 tyrants shouted. Slap. Tyrant Heng Mei fiercely slapped. Number 2 of the 10 tyrants was fiercely slapped on the face, spinning on the spot. Bo boss. He covered his face, looking at Tyrant Heng Mei in shock. Heavily injured. Heavily injured is a good thing as long as you are not dead. You bunch of sperm-addled things, take care of your lower bodies. Before coming here, I instructed you to be careful with your words and actions. Do you think this is still the Southern Mountain? Tyrant Heng Mei scolded in pain. Wrong. This is Sancha Mountain. Be it Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Wu Shin Tong, or Yi Chong, any one of them can crush you to death like an ant. Although you are all rank 3, what is the most important thing for you to be able to roam freely here? It's all because of my reputation. Take this as a warning to all of you. I also want to tell you, don't even think of finding trouble with Hu Mei. This little demoness is extremely charming, she has a wide circle of friends. She is flirting with Lin Sanqi, has rumors about Li Xian, and even has an affair with Mo Wu Tian. Tyrant Heng Mei's words no doubt shocked the 9 brothers present. Lin Sanqi was a rank 4 demonic path Gu master. Not only was he skilled in metal path, he was also an earth path Gu master. He had extreme metal and earth, he had been famous for a long time. Li Xian's cultivation was also not weak, he was not a native of southern border, he had wandered here from eastern sea. He was a famous and scrupulous merchant in the demonic path, he was most proficient in profiteering, buying low and selling high. He had a wide network, many demonic path Gu masters who committed crimes went to him to sell their goods. As for Mo Wu Tian, he was even scarier. He had inherited the mysterious inheritance of an ancient Gu immortal, he was the #1 rising star of the demonic path, an absolute genius. Be it Lin Sanqi, Li Xian or Mo Wu Tian, they were all rank 4 Gu masters. These important people all have an affair with that demoness? The tyrant members heard the boss' words and their faces turned pale, their hearts trembling in fear. I will tell you one more time. This is not Nanshan. Sai, I told you to use your brains and remember more, but you didn't listen to me. Sai. This 3 kings' inheritance is not a small matter. I wonder how many more powerful people will appear. Tyrant Heng Mei sighed. The other brothers looked at each other, they were speechless. Tyrant Heng Mei saw that it was about time and changed the topic. But you don't need to worry too much. Right now, on Sancha Mountain, 4 rank 5 Gu masters are keeping each other in check. No one dares to act rashly. We, the 10 tyrants of Nanshan, are not to be trifled with. We cannot suffer this loss for nothing. Let's go, follow me to meet the black and white demons. Boss, you are going to meet the black and white demons personally? Some members expressed shock. Boss, you are a rank 4 middle stage and old senior of the demonic path. When you roamed the world, those 2 were still drinking milk. That's right. Boss, let's call them over. You are giving them too much face by going to meet them personally. What do you know? Tyrant Heng Mei immediately berated, these black and white demons are so young. They didn't do anything to you this time, it means they know of my reputation and know their limits. But they are youngsters, they care about their reputation. I've given them enough face by personally paying them a visit. Then I will propose an alliance to deal with who may err, they will definitely agree. Boss, I understand. You are using them as cannon fodder. Boss, you are really wise and mighty. These black and white demons are only over 20 years old, they are too young. Now that they are enemies with who may err, they will definitely be overjoyed to hear your suggestion. Once boss takes action, you are truly extraordinary. The 10 tyrants members flattered. Ah. Tyrant Heng Mei raised his head and laughed, waving his hand. Brothers, follow me to visit the black and white demons. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing raised their heads and looked at Sancha Mountain Peak. This Sancha Mountain had a peculiar shape. From the foot of the mountain, it was divided into 3 peaks. Looking from afar, it looked like a huge fork pointing towards the sky. Above the 3 peaks was the entrance to the 3 kings' inheritance. Every once in a while, 3 pillars of light would appear at the peak of the mountain, allowing people to enter. When the number of people reached a certain amount, the light pillar would disappear and the entrance would close. After that, there would be Gu masters who failed to pass the trial and would be sent out. Of course, every time, a large number of Gu masters would lose their lives. Chapter 345. Sancha Mountain was originally deserted. It was the border between Che clan and Zhou clan. But ever since the inheritance, it became very lively, with people moving about in the forest from time to time. Small conflicts often occurred, but Sancha Mountain was currently in a peaceful period. Every time the light pillar opened, the number of people who could enter was limited. At that time, Sancha Mountain would definitely erupt into a storm of carnage. To fight for the opportunity to enter the inheritance, Gu masters all chose to station themselves on the mountain. This led to a phenomenon. The stronger the Gu master, the closer they would be to the mountain peak. This was called the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. When the inheritance appears, forcefully rushing in would be fast and convenient. The cave Fang Yuan chose was halfway up the mountain. Looking at the cave entrance, it was obvious someone was living there. Sure enough, once he got close to the cave, a loud and clear voice came from inside. This is my Mang Kuang's territory, quickly leave, otherwise you will die a horrible death. Aha, Mang Kuang? What is this? This place is not bad, I like it, scram. Fang Yuan stood at the cave entrance and laughed loudly, giving his ultimatum. Damn it, you really refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Since you are courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Following this voice, a strong man walked out of the cave. His upper body was naked and he was wearing ragged pants made of coarse hemp. His body was covered with green snake scales, and his face was covered with a big beard. His eyes were bloodshot and his black hair was messy. His beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. He walked out of the cave with a fierce expression. You two are blind. Mang Kuang cursed at Fang and Bai, but suddenly his pupils shrunk and his mouth opened wide. His gaze revealed a bewildered expression. You two, are you the black and white twin demons? What do you think? Bai Ningbing smiled faintly, her blue eyes flickering with killing intent. Mang Kuang only felt a chill rising from his spine and spreading to his whole body. The black and white twin demons were rank 4 Gu masters, while he was only rank 3 upper stage. Moreover, Meng Kuang had recently been hearing how these two killed without batting an eye, and how ruthless their methods were. Damn it. Meng Kuang was hiding in this cave. Who did I offend? This is truly a calamity falling from the sky. Meng Kuang's heart trembled. The expression on his originally fierce face suddenly changed. His raised eyebrows drooped down, and his widened eyes narrowed into slits. The corners of his mouth that had curved down immediately curled up. He tried his best to smile and express his goodwill. For the two sirs to take a liking to my cave abode, this is the good fortune that I have cultivated in my previous life. Meng Kuang bent over and rubbed his hands together, giving a flattering smile to Fang and Bai. His body was tall and sturdy, but his head was hunched, and his originally arrogant and overbearing aura immediately disappeared without a trace. Coupled with his rough appearance, he simply looked like a clown. Oh, you're quite sensible. You can scram now. Fang Yuan waved his hand and said, Yes, yes, yes. Python Kuang felt as if he had been pardoned, and he quickly ran off into the distance. Fang Yuan chased the python away and walked into the cave with Bai Ningbing. This cave had already been set up very well by Meng Kuang, so there was no need to spend any more effort to set it up. Sancha Mountain is filled with danger. For the next 8 days we will take turns to keep watch. When one person sleeps, the other person must be awake. Fang Yuan warned Bai Ningbing. Of course. Bai Ningbing nodded. Humayr will not let this go. In these 8 days we will have endless troubles. But it's also good that these people came to us to establish our might, which is exactly what we want. As Fang Yuan spoke, a voice came from outside the cave. Is the black and white twin demons here? I am Tyrant Hung Mei. I have long heard of your great names. I have specially come to pay a visit. Tyrant Hung Mei? Isn't this the boss of the 10 tyrants? I heard that this person is cruel, cultivates the strength path, likes to eat children's meat and does evil in Nanshan. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. This Tyrant Hung Mei, he had originally planned to find trouble with him. To think that he actually came to him. The two walked out of the cave entrance and saw 8 people standing outside. The one at the front had a majestic body, his chest was bare, and his chest was covered with black chest hair. His whole body emitted a dense aura of rank 4 middle stage. But at this moment, this demonic character who was famous for his cruelty was smiling. Seeing Fang and Bai, he immediately cupped his fists and at first glance, he looked like a graceful black bear. To think that black and white twin demons, these two youngsters have such a huge background. Tyrant Hung Mei purposely spoke in a loud voice, attracting the attention of many Gu masters. Even Tyrant Hung Mei came to pay a visit to them. Many people were surprised. Fortunately I ran out. When has Tyrant Hung Mei been so polite? Meng Kuang had not run far, and was holding his chest, feeling a lingering fear. Tyrant Hung Mei, you came at the right time. I was just about to look for you. Fang Yuan replied. Tyrant Hung Mei's smile deepened, thinking that Fang Yuan was going to pay him a visit. But who would have thought that Fang Yuan's next sentence would make his smile freeze? Fang Yuan said, I heard you are also a strength path Gu master. Let's have a life and death battle to see who is stronger. I Fangjing walk the strength path and I will become number 1 in the strength path. Hand over your life. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan activated his Gu worm, and charged towards Tyrant Hung Mei. What? Tyrant Hung Mei reacted, shocked and furious. He had tried to befriend him, but to think that this Fangjing did not appreciate it, and charged towards him without saying a word. What kind of person is this? Is he still human? Is there something wrong with his brain? Fang Yuan did not care about what he was thinking. He moved quickly and rushed towards Tyrant Hung Mei. All-out effort Gu. He did not say a word and directly charged over. Oh! The shadow of a brown bear instantly appeared in the air behind him. Violence Gu. Tyrant Hung Mei opened his eyes wide in anger. He did not dodge and raised his arms. Once Violence Gu was activated, his body expanded, and his strength rose sharply. Bam! Fang Yuan fiercely collided with Tyrant Hung Mei, and the latter retreated 5 steps. But Fang Yuan was repelled by the huge force. Tyrant Hung Mei was rank 4 middle stage, leading the other 9 people. He had dominated the southern mountain for many years, and had a deep foundation. Little Beast King, I gave you face but you don't know what's good for you. Tyrant Hung Mei shouted but did not pursue. He was rank 4 middle stage and after fighting with Fang Yuan he knew that he was weaker than him, only rank 4 initial stage. However, there was not only a rank 4 Fang Yuan, there was also Bai Ningbing standing there. Tyrant Hung Mei thought he was confident in defeating Fang Jing, but it would be difficult to fight 1 against 2. Tyrant Hung Mei, why are you so wishy-washy? Bai Ning Bing, deal with the others. Leave Tyrant Hung Mei to me. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, shrugging his arms, and took large strides towards Tyrant Hung Mei. I'll give you 10 minutes, if you can't deal with him I'll do it. Bai Ning Bing slightly raised his eyebrows, his blue eyes flickering with brilliance. 2 juniors who boast shamelessly. Hearing Fang and Bai's words, Tyrant Hung Mei felt his lungs were about to explode from anger. He had a bad temper to begin with, and being able to endure it earlier was already an extraordinary display. Now that he knew this matter would not end peacefully, he threw everything aside, and killing intent surged in his heart. Fight. Both sides collided. Fang Yuan faced Tyrant Hung Mei, while Bai Ning Bing suppressed the other members. What a chaotic battle. Mountain rocks cracked, mountain streams stopped flowing, caves caved in, and thunderous explosions resounded. The more Tyrant Hung Mei fought, the more apprehensive he became. Fang Yuan possessed bitter strength Gu, the more injured he was, the greater his strength and battle strength. He had just fought with Fang Yuan, and felt that the so-called Little Beast King was only so-so. But halfway through the battle, his expression turned grave. When Fang Yuan was able to use 6 beast phantoms at the same time, Tyrant Hung Mei's face turned pale. This Little Beast King, how can he be so strong? Not only are his Gu worms more outstanding than mine, his battle experience is also so rich. How did this person live? His methods are so experienced and ruthless. There is not even a shadow of a youngster. He is simply a 100-year-old monster. No wonder he is so overbearing. With such strength I can also be so unbridled. I am done for this time. I must retreat. Fang Yuan fought head-on. His attacks were swift and fierce, like a fierce tiger coming out of the mountains, or a flood dragon overturning the sea. Tyrant Hung Mei's chi and blood were in a mess, and he was gasping for breath. Most importantly, every time he injured Fang Yuan he would become stronger at the same time. Now that he was fighting with Fang Yuan, he was almost unable to hold on any longer. If Fang Yuan became even stronger, that would be terrible. Every time Tyrant Hung Mei thought of this, his fighting spirit would decrease by a bit. As time went on, he did not dare to make a move. He clearly had the chance to injure Fang Yuan, but he would hesitate. Should I make a move or not? How could he fight well with such thoughts? Tyrant Hung Mei gradually felt his hands and feet bound, but Fang Yuan completely let go. His attacks were like waves crashing on the table, wave after wave without end. Beast phantoms flashed in the air. Every time they collided, there would be a violent explosion. The continuous explosions caused everyone's heart to palpitate with fear and trepidation. What kind of fierce attacks are these? Even an older generation expert like Tyrant Hung Mei is not Fang Jing's match. Fang Jing is clearly at rank 4 initial stage, but he is able to suppress the middle stage Tyrant Hung Mei. Little Beast King? Many people who were watching the battle in the dark started to ruminate over Fang Yuan's title. Who is the tyrant here? Mang Kuang could not help but grit his teeth. He felt that Fang Yuan was even more unreasonable than Tyrant Hung Mei. Tyrant Hung Mei, who was usually ferocious, now paled in comparison to Fang Jing. Fang Jing, don't go too far. Tyrant Hung Mei was beaten by Fang Yuan until he vomited blood. His chest, arms and legs were all fractured. He wanted to retreat, but Fang Yuan had already seen through his intentions. After Bai Ning Bing killed the rest of the tyrant members, she firmly restrained him. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and pointed. The 6 beast phantoms turned into solid forms and descended from the sky, drowning Tyrant Hung Mei. Boom. A loud sound was heard and the smoke and dust dispersed. Tyrant Hung Mei's entire body was beaten into mincemeat. His internal organs and bones were scattered on the ground. Hiss. Countless gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Chapter 346. Tianti Mountain was the #1 mountain in Central Continent. It was also known as the Land of Inheritance, the Mountain of Sages. It was over 1,000,000 feet tall. The mountain was majestic and had an extremely grand aura. The mountain peak pierced through the sky, hidden in the snowy clouds. Strangely, there weren't many jagged rocks on this mountain. Huge square rocks were lying horizontally, extending from the foot of the mountain to the top, forming a flight of stairs. But the scale of this flight of stairs was so huge that there was an ancient legend in Central Continent that this mountain could reach the immortal realm, and was the bridge between heaven and earth. There were many moving, mysterious, tragic, or joyous stories surrounding Tianti Mountain in history. Tianti Mountain was the holy land in the hearts of Central Continent Gu masters. It was the place closest to the immortal court. Many Gu masters sought immortality in their entire lives but failed. Before they died, they placed their graves here. Most of them had also set up their legacies here. There were countless inheritances hidden on Tianti Mountain, but only fated people could obtain them. Every year, after the clouds covering Tianti Mountain dissipated, a huge number of people would come to Tianti Mountain. Many inheritances would be inherited, and many new inheritances would be placed here. But this year was different from the past. This year, on Tianti Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened, attracting Gu Immortals. After discussing, they teamed up and surrounded this mountain, arranging for their sex juniors to compete. Right now, at the foot of Tianti Mountain, an intense battle between youngsters was coming to an end. Tens of thousands of cranes flew together, coiling around Fang. Meanwhile, Wei Wuxiang was panting, his clothes were tattered, he was heavily surrounded, his gaze fixed on Fang. No, I haven't lost yet. I still have a trump card, I still have a trump card. Wei Wuxiang was at a disadvantage, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. Under normal circumstances, he might have already admitted defeat. But at this scene, Hu knew how many elite Gu masters were watching attentively. Wei Wuxiang was not only representing himself, but also the heaven's envy manner behind him. At the same time, forget about the others, Fairy Baixia, whom he admired, was also watching. I can't lose. With such a thought, Wei Wuxiang activated a Gu worm in his aperture. He had been hiding this Gu all along, he did not use it even in the sect's important tests. Once this Gu was activated, it produced a colorless breeze that blew gently. A gentle breeze circled around his body, causing his clothes to flutter and the ends of his hair to flutter. But Fang felt like he was facing a great enemy. Because Master Tenshuru was already warning him, not good. This kid actually has a wound wind Gu. Defend with all your strength. This Gu's wind seemed gentle and harmless, but it was actually extremely powerful. This Gu master, this is his trump card. This Gu master, this is his trump card. As the cold wind blew, Fang completely gave up on attacking and used all his strength to defend. Gu Tenshuru Gu of the wind. 1-on-1 in Gu. Phone Gu 1 Gu. The cold wind blew on Fang's body, causing the protective light around his body to sway continuously. Cold sweat dripped down Fang's forehead. He gritted his teeth and instilled primeval essence into his defensive Gu worms. The two were in a deadlock for a while. Finally, Wei Wuxiang sighed helplessly and stopped using the wound wind Gu. It was not that he did not want to fight, but his aperture was close to drying up. Gu masters all had one similarity: when their primeval essence was exhausted, their battle strength would fall to rock bottom. Rank 1 to rank 5 Gu masters were restricted by their primeval essence. Only by transcending the mortal realm and reaching the level of immortals, becoming a Gu immortal, would they have an endless amount of primeval essence. I lost. Wei Wuxiang's gaze dimmed. He had calculated clearly. Right now, his primeval essence was exhausted and he did not have any battle strength left. But Fang had been commanding the flying cranes, his primeval essence consumption was low, he definitely had a lot left. Brother Wei is indeed an elite disciple of Heaven's Envy manner. Your methods are so unique and sharp, it has broadened my horizons and broadened my knowledge. My primeval essence has also been exhausted by you. Shall we consider this sparring a draw? Said Fang with a smile. What? Wei Wuxiang was shocked. What was Fang saying? He was the clearest about his own situation. How could there be a Gu worm that consumed Fang's primeval essence? But Wei Wuxiang soon realized that Fang was lying. Fang is giving me a way out of this embarrassing situation. After understanding Fang's intention, Wei Wuxiang showed a complex expression. Disciples of large sects usually could not fight casually, because they not only represented themselves, but also the sect behind them. And with Fairy Baixia present, Wei Wuxiang could not afford to lose this battle. Since Fang raised the price, Wei Wuxiang hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists and saying to Fang, Brother Fang is young and heroic, I really admire you. Crane Gate's foundation is truly deep to be able to teach someone like you. I have benefited greatly from this spar, let's call it a draw like Brother Fang said. Wei Wuxiang said this on the surface, but in fact he was secretly transmitting to Fang. Fang, I, Wei Wuxiang, will remember your leniency this time, I will definitely repay you in the future. But Fairy Baixia is my sweetheart, I will not give in this aspect. I will work hard to accumulate my strength and spar with you in the future. Fang Jing smiled faintly and nodded on the surface, but he was having a headache inwardly. Wei Wuxiang secretly said, Fang Jing, be careful. There are many people pursuing Fairy by Xia, I am not the only one. Even with your great battle prowess, there are still 4 great competitors. They are Celestial River Qin De Jiang, Purple Lightning Soaring Gu Ting, 9 Death Sorrowful Wind Tang Rookie, and the Tigress Zhao Shuyi. You and Fairy by Xia are so close they will definitely find trouble with you. You better not lose. Fang Jing's gaze couldn't help but flicker when he heard these 4 great names, feeling his head hurt even more. Meanwhile, Master Tenshuru laughed loudly in his heart. As expected, it was as Wei Wuxiang said. 3 days later, the people of Ancient Soul Sect came to Heaven Ladder Mountain. Their leader, Gu Ting, immediately came to challenge Fairy by Xia and Fang Jing after learning of the matter. In order to avoid this unexpected calamity, Fang Jing chose to avoid the battle. Gu Ting naturally wasn't willing to let the matter go. Every day he would come to the cave that Fang Jing was temporarily living in and challenge him. This happened every day for 7 days in a row. Gu Ting's words became more and more unpleasant. The other disciples of Crane Gate were indignant and came to challenge him, but were defeated by him one by one. Ancient Soul Sect's morale was greatly boosted. On the 8th day, they directly led the crowd to block Fang Jing's cave entrance, constantly shouting and cursing. Fang Jing, you coward, why haven't you come out yet? Fang Jing, you can hide for a while, but can you hide for a lifetime? Obediently give up on interacting with Fairy by Xia, and Big Brother Gu Ting will be merciful and let you go. Crane Gate is only SOSO to actually raise such a cowardly disciple like you. Once Crane Gate was involved, Fang Jing, who was in the cave, immediately let out a sigh and could only helplessly walk out of the cave. He could endure other people cursing him. But once it involved the sect, the nature changed. As a disciple, he had to protect the sect. This was the value of Central Continent. If he did not protect it, when he returned to Feihe Mountain he would be impeached and punished. Master Tenshuru made a loud noise in his heart. Gagaga? Fang Jing, my disciple, do you understand now? My advice to you before was not wrong, was it? Blindly enduring will cause others to misunderstand that you are easy to bully. In this world, the more harmless and cowardly you appear, it will only attract more people who want to bully you. Fight, defeat this Gu Ting. Make all the people of Ancient Soul Sect shut up. Your reputation will soar by a large margin. Sigh. In Jianghu one has no choice, I finally feel it. I can only fight. After experiencing this matter, Fang Jing also had a clear understanding in his heart. Gu Ting, come, let us have a good fight. While Fang Jing and Gu Ting were fighting far away on Sancha Mountain in the southern border, a battle that everyone was paying attention to had already ended. The battlefield was a mess. Blood sprayed all over the ground, rocks cracked, trees collapsed, and holes were everywhere. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the battlefield, while his opponent, this time Fei Li, was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Lord Fang Jing, please be magnanimous and let me off. Fei Li kowtowed towards Fang Yuan, begging pitifully. He had rank 4 middle stage cultivation and was also a strength path Gu master. He was originally in high spirits, but now he was bathed in blood. His right arm was torn off by Fang Yuan, and both his legs were broken. He was in an extremely miserable state. Since you want to beg for mercy, then hand over your expend strength Gu first. I will consider whether to agree or not. Fang Yuan looked down at Fei Li, his eyes shining with cold light. Fei Li hesitated for a moment, but could only hand over expend strength Gu. This Gu was his vital Gu, his core Gu. It could make the enemy's every move waste more strength and increase the expenditure of strength. The expend strength Gu was handed over to Fang Yuan, losing his vital Gu and causing Fei Li to suffer heavy injuries, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Fang Yuan received the expend strength Gu, his gaze flashing. I have considered it, expend strength Gu is not enough to exchange for your life. Fei Li's eyes opened wide, ignoring his heavy injuries he shouted, Lord Fang Jing, this is my most precious Gu worm. Bam! Fang Yuan willed, and the beast phantom pounced down, turning Fei Li into a pile of bloody meat paste. Pauper. Fang Yuan looked at the unrecognizable corpse at his feet, and sneered in disdain. Next he shifted his gaze and looked around the battlefield. There were many spectators, but seeing Fang Yuan's gaze, they all subconsciously avoided it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. What? Sky Tiger Shui Sansi did not come? Go tell him we are all Strength Path Gu Masters. 3 days later, I will pay him a visit and spar with him. Once he said this, many people went into an uproar. Little Beast King was too ferocious. He killed Tyrant Heng Mei a few days ago, and now he made Fei Li kneel and beg for mercy, but he still did not let him off, turning him into meat paste. Next, he still had to challenge Sky Tiger Shui Sansi. Chapter 347. What little beast king wants to challenge me? Hearing this news, Shui Sansi was in disbelief. She thought to herself that she had no relationship with the black and white twin demons, she had not offended him and had not even met him. How could he find trouble with her for no reason? But soon Shui Sansi investigated and found that this news was true. How can this be? What is this little beast king's brain filled with? 3 kings' inheritance is opening in a few days, he actually has the mood to challenge me? What did I do to provoke you? Why are you finding trouble with me? Shui Sansi felt helpless and angry. Don't tell me that just because we both cultivate in the way of strength, we have to decide who is better? Sighed this lunatic. Shui Sansi thought about it and finally defined Fang Yuan as a lunatic who could not be judged with common sense. Shui Sansi had heard of the name of the black and white twin demons a few months ago. As time passed, the reputation of these twin demons became more and more famous. They were publicly recognized as the recent rising stars of the demonic path. At first, Shui Sansi did not care too much. After Fang Yuan and Hu Mei had a conflict, she had even rejoiced in his misfortune. But now she could not laugh anymore. After the black and white twin demons came to Sancha Mountain, not only did they not restrain themselves, they even made a bigger commotion. Especially Little Beast King's unbridled viciousness, causing people to feel apprehensive. Tyrant Hang Mei of the 10 Tyrants had visited him out of goodwill, but was killed in the end. Fei Li had already begged for mercy, but Fang Yuan did not let him go and smashed him into minced meat. One had to know these 2 rank 4 Gu Masters were middle-stage Gu Masters. Little Beast King, however, could kill the 2 with his initial stage cultivation. This kind of battle prowess really caused people to feel fear in their hearts. Shui Sansi also had rank 4 middle-stage cultivation. She believed that her strength was not much different from Tyrant Hang Mei and Fei Li. Now that Fang Yuan wanted to challenge her, her heart was heavy and she was very apprehensive. There was even a trace of fear that she had to admit. This Fang Jing is too fierce and unreasonable. He wants to step on the bodies of us seniors to build his reputation. Tyrant Hang Mei and Fei Li were both victims of his ambition, and now it's my turn. Shui Sansi had also done such a frivolous thing when she was young. But at that time she only killed those rank 3 Gu Masters. He was far from being as fierce as Fang Yuan, picking Gu Masters with higher cultivation levels to spar with. To be honest, Shui Sansi didn't want to fight with a lunatic like Fang Yuan. But unfortunately, her godfather was in closed cultivation to refine Gu recently. Fang Yuan challenged her in public, she had to accept this challenge. In Jianghu one had no choice. If she, Shui Sansi, did not accept the challenge, the reputation that she had painstakingly built up would be completely destroyed. Shui Sansi had been in the demonic path for many years. She had a clear understanding of the cruelty of this world. This was a world where survival was extremely difficult. In order to fight for that slim chance of survival, all living beings would kill each other. The kinder you appeared, the weaker you were. You would not obtain peace, but would instead land yourself in more danger, attracting more wolves. A demonic Gu Master who could reach Shui Sansi's position would definitely have killed many people and offended many more. The world was like this: if you didn't kill so many people and offend so many people, how could you accumulate enough resources to build up strength? How could you have battle achievements to build up your reputation? To protect her reputation, Shui Sansi quickly responded to Fang Yuan's challenge. His chest had caved in, at least 4 of his ribs were broken. Not only that, Fang Yuan also felt that his internal organs were injured and bleeding. Waves of intense pain came, Fang Yuan endured it, his nerves were severely tested. Shui Sansi's expression changed slightly. Yes, Fang Jing is a good schemer. The more injured he is, the more strength he can exert. In that case, should I be more forceful or more gentle? The harder she attacked, the more injured Fang Yuan was, and the more his battle strength would increase. If she went gentler when it was his turn to attack, the pressure on her defense would be reduced by a lot. No, I will use all my strength to attack. I will kill him within 3 strikes. Shui Sansi thought for a while and made up her mind. Second move. She shouted and activated her Gu Worm. Her body suddenly expanded by 2 times, turning into a giant. The hair on her body grew longer, turning into brown-yellow tiger hair. Her eyes turned into tiger eyes, and her teeth protruded out, forming sharp tiger fangs. On her forehead, there was also a wang pattern. Her strength had increased by more than twofold. When she arrived in front of Fang Yuan, a beast phantom appeared in the air behind her. A fierce tiger roared towards the sky with a ferocious aura. Its whole body was covered in brown-yellow tiger hair, and its body was extremely robust. What was most eye-catching was that it had a pair of wings on its back. A tiger with wings. A fierce tiger with wings. That was Biao. Tiger was the king of beasts. Biao was the flying tiger, the king of tigers. 3 dogs and 1 mastiff, 5 tigers and 1 Biao. Biao's strength was 5 times that of a fierce tiger. A Biao beast phantom could suppress 3 or 4 ordinary beast phantoms on Fang Yuan's body. Shui Sanxi's original strength had more than doubled. Now she unleashed a Biao strength. Under this enormous strength, Fang Yuan was like a meteor sent flying. He flew hundreds of steps before crashing into a mountain wall. Boom. The entire small valley shook intensely because of this. Mountain rocks collapsed, completely submerging Fang Yuan below. Such strength. Is Fang Jing dead? No, not yet. His aura is still here. The stacked rocks were destroyed by someone from behind. Fang Yuan walked out. His arms were completely crippled, his iron bones were broken, the steel bars were turned into mush, and his copper skin was beyond recognition. With every step he took, the bones in his body could not bear the burden and were on the verge of collapsing. The current Fang Yuan could definitely unleash 8 beast phantoms at the same time. However, all of these injuries were healing at a steady pace. Fang Yuan activated Self-Reliance Goo. Its healing effect was extremely outstanding, completely surpassing Flesh-Bone Goo. Third move. Shui Sanxi was anxious, not wanting to give Fang Yuan more time to recover. A pair of wings suddenly grew out of her back. This pair of broad and strong wings were covered in orange-yellow feathers. With a light flap, Shui Sanxi's body flew into the sky. Shui Sanxi flew higher and higher, until she reached a height of over 3,000 feet before she dove down. She had calculated carefully, this height was already her limit. If she went any higher, she would not be able to bear the force of the impact. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, Shui Sanxi charged straight down towards Fang Yuan. Biao's phantom appeared again. But this time, Biao's phantom did not appear above her head, but directly enveloped her entire body. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a real soaring tiger. You will definitely die with this move. Shui Sanxi roared, her killing intent was so sharp that it seemed to have materialized. She had to pay a huge price for activating Biao's phantom twice in a row. This was her strongest strength, her strongest attack. She was confident that she could completely kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked up at Shui Sanxi and activated Golden Shield Goo. Chapter 348. In Shui Sanxi's vision, the verdant valley was rapidly enlarging. The sound of the fierce wind whistled in her ears. On Shui Sanxi's unrecognizable face, a pair of tiger eyes stared intently at Fang Yuan on the ground, the corner of his mouth revealing a bloodthirsty smile. She could clearly see the scene of the little beast king being smashed into minced meat under her unprecedentedly fierce attack. He definitely won't be able to withstand such an impact. When she saw Fang Yuan activating the Golden Shield Goo and raising a bright golden defensive barrier, she could not help but sneer inwardly, what a joke. Rank 3 Golden Shield Goo? Even if it is a rank 4 Golden Bell Shield, it will not be able to block my attack. The battle between rank 4 Goo Masters was very intense. It was not something that rank 3 Goo Worms could defend against. This time I will teach you the consequences of being young and arrogant. Shui Sanxi's killing intent was overflowing. It's over, Fang Jing is finished this time. Feeling Shui Sanxi's fierce attack, many people outside the valley shouted. Very good, little beast king is too arrogant, he should be taught a lesson. Many righteous Goo Masters were also rejoicing in his misfortune. It seems little beast king still wants to rely on Golden Shield Goo to resist. How naive. No, maybe he'll use his beast power phantom. The power of the 8 great beast phantoms joint attack was not to be underestimated. However, if Ruguo were to make a move like this, he might not be able to fulfill the sparring agreement that they had just made. As long as he makes a move and breaks this agreement, it means that he has lost this competition. Many of the people present, whether they were from the righteous path or not, even the demonic Goo Masters hoped that Fang Yuan would lose this round. These days Fang Yuan was very active. It brought them a huge psychological pressure. No, there's still one more factor on the field. That's by Ning Bing. So. A few figures suddenly landed at the entrance of the valley, faintly surrounding Bai Ningbing. These people had a tacit understanding and took measures together. If Bai Ningbing were to save Fang Yuan, they would stop her. This was what made the black and white double ghosts so terrifying. It was because these two rank 4 Gu masters were extremely close partners. Now that Bai Ningbing was restrained, the little beast king would be in danger. Once the little beast king falls, Bai Ningbing will be left alone. Thus it was not as scary as before. Looking at Shui Sanxi in the sky, Fang Yuan's gaze was calm, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Shui Sanxi had yet to collide with his body, but the formless wind pressure she created was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. She engulfed him in an overwhelming manner. Displayed from the other side, the impending impact was enormous and violent. Biao's shadow shrouded Shui Sanxi, and the wings on her back kept flapping. Her speed was getting faster and she was getting closer to the ground. Just as the collision was about to hit him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes shined as he activated the Gu worms in his aperture. Horizontal charge Gu. He swerved to the left and dashed out. Then he turned sideways. Vertical crash Gu. Another 100 steps later. Little beast king Yu. Shui Sanxi saw Fang Yuan suddenly ran away. He was instantly enraged and his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes were about to split open. She tried her best to adjust herself, but her speed was too fast. Even after using all her strength to accelerate, she could only let Fang Yuan run out of the attack range of the Ziji. Seeing Fang Yuan's sudden retreat, the spectators had yet to react when a huge explosion resounded like thunder from a clear sky. Bam! Shui Sanxi fiercely crashed into the ground. Because he violated the rules of the arranged battle. The valley was filled with clamor and everyone was discussing with astonishment. They expressed intense anger and disdain towards Fang Yuan's shameless actions. Bai Ningbing chuckled coldly as he swept his gaze across the room. She had already expected such an outcome. The so-called agreement was only a trap dug by Fang Yuan. What kind of person was Fang Yuan? And she, Bai Ningbing, was the clearest person in this world. The Gu masters who had surrounded Bai Ningbing. Then they all retreated at the same time. Fang Yuan listened to the countless Gu masters around the valley reprimanding and disdainful towards him. His hands were behind his back, and his face was calm as he squinted his eyes. There seemed to be a sense of enjoyment in it. From his point of view, the so-called integrity. It was only because he was afraid of being cheated, so he hoped and demanded other people's standards. Walking the demonic path, one had to be fearless and have no taboos. So what if he broke the agreement? So what if he didn't keep his promise? As long as he was strong enough, he could do whatever he wanted. So what if others disdain and ridicule him? These powerless words could only show the helplessness of the weak. Could they touch even a hair on him? As for this Shui Sanxi, she was really stupid. She was actually restrained by her reputation. She came to fight with him. Fang Yuan felt disdain towards this in his heart. Reputation is something to be used. It is only a tool. But in this world, there are many people who treat reputation as something more important than their lives. What a joke. Of course, I also played some tricks in this battle. Shui Sanxi was different from Tyrant Heng Mei and Fei Li. She had a flying Gu, and as long as she sensed something was amiss, she could fly into the sky and Fang Yuan could do nothing to her. Thus, from the start, Fang Yuan proposed the duel. His goal was to restrict Shui Sanxi's movement ability. The so-called 3 strikes, when Fang Yuan proposed it, he had never thought of complying with it. Shui San fell into Fang Yuan's trap step by step. Fang Yuan's heavy injuries tempted her to continue moving forward. After the second strike, Fang Yuan purposely healed his injuries in front of her. Shui Sanxi didn't want to see her efforts go to waste. She was anxious and didn't think too much about it. She flew into the sky and chose her strongest attack. But in the end, Fang Yuan instead borrowed her strength and deftly counterattacked, killing her. If it was a fair and square battle, Shui Sanxi could fly and would not be killed by Fang Yuan so easily. Little Beast King, you are really despicable and shameless. You broke the agreement, you are the loser of this battle. Among the spectators, many people were shouting and shouting, saying similar words. That's right. I admit defeat, so what? Fang Yuan sneered and replied loudly. His voice echoed in the valley. The originally noisy shouts suddenly quieted down. That's right, so what if he lost? Look at that Ying family, she had turned into a pool of blood and flesh. Even her parents would not be able to recognize their daughter. What was the meaning of this kind of victory or defeat? After realizing this point, the voices in the valley suddenly increased by an octave. becoming even more violent than before. Fang Yuan calmly admitted defeat, showing his shamelessness, thus arousing the indignation and anger in everyone's hearts. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. "You guys are so crazy, are you trying to take revenge for Shui Sanxi? I didn't expect her to be so popular. Come, all those who want to take revenge come down, I will take you all." The noise in the valley suddenly became softer and soon, it became completely silent. Although Fang Yuan used some tricks to kill Shui Sanxi. But Shui Sanxi was a famous rank 4 middle stage expert, she would be exhausted if she did not use 3 strikes. She was also beaten into meat paste by Fang Yuan, displaying Fang Yuan's formidable battle strength once again. Fang Yuan used his rank 4 initial stage cultivation to defeat 3 rank 4 middle stage experts in a row. With such strength, other than a limited number of people who would not be fearful. Moreover, the more heavily injured Fang Yuan was, the stronger his battle strength was. Fang Yuan challenged them arrogantly, but no one stood up. Demonic Path people were wary and suspicious of each other, almost all of them were lone rangers, no one stood up for Shui Sanxi. But among the Righteous Path people, there were some who wanted to get rid of the demon Fang Yuan, but it was not good to do so now. For what? Because if they stood up, people would say that they were taking revenge for Shui Sanxi. Shui Sanxi was a demonic path person. Is there anyone who wants to take revenge for her? Is there anyone? Fang Yuan shouted a few more times. Countless spectators had gloomy expressions, some looked at each other but no one answered. If there is no one, then I am leaving. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, taking a few steps forward before stopping. I am really leaving. Still no one spoke. Fang Yuan's domineering aura suppressed everyone present. His attitude was too arrogant, causing many rank 4 experts to feel indignant. Many people were tempted but they endured in the end. Chapter 349. Brotherly, just do it. Hu Mei sat in Li Xian's embrace, acting coquettishly. Li Xian had a round nose and big eyes, his forehead was wide, and his face was emitting a layer of greasy light. He was short and fat, and right now one of his thick and short hands was holding Hu Mei's soft waist, while the other was on her leg. Li Xian's cultivation was rank 4 upper stage. But he rarely fought, he made a living by doing business, and was a famous and scrupulous merchant in the demonic path, with a wide network. Right now, he was hugging Hu Mei, smiling. Mei, your body seems to have no bones, your skin is as delicate as jade, I haven't seen you for a few days, you have become even more beautiful. Hu Mei rolled her eyes, saying in annoyance, Brotherly, I am talking about serious matters. That black and white twin demons offended me, I am already yours, you have to uphold justice for me. Yes. Li Xian said perfunctorily while his 10 fingers moved, roaming around Hu Mei's body. Hu Mei let out 2 soft gasps, her face blushing red. Together with her big watery eyes, it was extremely alluring. But her heart was clear as ice. She tried to persuade a few more times, but Li Xian only grunted and did not agree, instead taking advantage of her. Hu Mei pushed Li Xian away, standing on the ground with an aggrieved expression. Brotherly, you have to give me a definite answer. I am begging you like this, don't you have pity on me? Oh my sweetheart, my little treasure. It is not that Brotherly doesn't want to do it, but that black and white twin demons are too troublesome. They are 2 middle rank Gu masters while I, Brotherly, am alone. Li Xian spread his arms, showing a helpless expression. Hu Mei snorted, all right. Then I will lower my standards and only ask to deal with that little beast king. This Fangjing is the most hateful. That by Ning Bing. Brotherly can ignore him for now. Is that so? Li Xian hesitated. Brotherly. Hu Mei saw that there was hope, and threw herself into Li Xian's embrace, breathing into his ears. Li Xian immediately felt a ball of lust rising in his lower abdomen. His eyes became blurry. All right, Mei, since you asked for it, then Brotherly will help you vent your anger. But he changed the topic slightly. In a day or two, the 3 kings' inheritance will reopen. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes at this critical juncture. After the 3 kings' inheritance, Brotherly will come and teach that little beast king a lesson. What do you think? The 3 kings' inheritance was about to open. Everyone was watching. Hu Mei curled her lips. She did not say much to Li Xian's evasions. After the 2 of them were intimate for a while, Hu Mei bade farewell. Li Xian tried his best to persuade him to stay. However, Hu Mei's attitude was firm. In the end, Li Xian could only send her out of the cave. He stood at the entrance of the cave and stared at Hu Mei Er's back as she gradually disappeared into the forest. Humph, this little demoness. Li Xian returned to his cave residence, and the lecherous expression on his face disappeared. A cautious and gloomy look appeared on his face. Yuan is sow discord and use me as a spear to deal with Little Beast King? This little demoness really thinks she has great success in her enchantment path. Ridiculous. Li Xian's smile was very cold. I naturally have a way to deal with black and white demons. But when have I, Li Xian, done any unprofitable business? This little beast King Fangjing is not simple. He looks boorish and rude. But his thoughts are meticulous. Before the Three Kings' inheritance opens, he challenged 3 demonic Gu Masters. This is definitely a plan he had planned for a long time. Gu Masters came from all over the world and gathered at Sancha Mountain. What was the reason? Wasn't it for the Three Kings' inheritance? Fang Yuan's arrogance did not bring him any trouble. These days only he was finding trouble with others. What? This was because everyone was staring at the inheritance of the Three Kings. They were all secretly preparing and working hard. Who would want to fight with this madman Little Beast King at this crucial moment and miss such a good opportunity? No one. This Little Beast King is making use of people's mentality and is fearless, establishing his reputation. 2 days later, the Three Kings' inheritance will open. Who would want to waste their effort to stop him from entering? Li Xian shook his head, already seeing the future. Ever since Fang Yuan killed Shui Sanxi, even he was afraid of Little Beast King. Previously, when Fang Yuan defeated Tyrant Heng Mei and Fei Li, Li Xian did not pay attention to it. But after Fang Yuan broke the agreement and killed Sky Tiger, Li Xian realized how troublesome Fang Yuan was. What? Righteous path selection usually divided talents into 4 classes. First class were those with talent and virtue. Those with talent and moral character were the highest class, able to take charge of an area. Second class were those with virtue but no talent. Although they had no talent, they had moral character. Filial piety meant they would listen to their parents. Loyalty meant they would listen to their leader. Integrity meant they would not break the agreement. Using them would make people feel at ease, at least there would not be any big mistakes. Moreover, many talents were gained through experience. Third class were those with talent but no virtue. Although they had talent, they did not have moral character. If they had talent, they could be qualified for the position, but the higher-ups would not feel at ease using them, afraid of being betrayed one day. Fourth class were those with no talent and no virtue. No talent and no virtue. If they had no value, they would not feel at ease using them. In the demonic path, what was the most troublesome demonic path person? Fourth class were those with no talent and virtue. You had no talent, but you had to pay attention to virtue and live in ideals. Often you would destroy yourself before anyone could destroy you. Third class were those with no talent and virtue. Although they had no talent, they did not have moral character either. At least they could do some lowly things to make a living. Second class were those with talent and virtue. With talent, they would be able to make a living. But at the same time, they still had moral character, filial piety, respect, loyalty, and other ropes that bound them. In the demonic path where everyone was deceiving each other, this kind of person was destined not to prosper. And the first class were those with talent but no virtue. Fang Yuan was such a person. He had talent, he was simply overflowing with talent. His aptitude was outstanding, not everyone had an A-grade aptitude. Secondly, he had battle talent and could fight above his rank. Tyrant Heng Mei, Fei Li and Shui Sanxi all had higher cultivation than him, but they all died tragically in his hands. This was enough to explain everything. Afterwards, he also had the ability to manage. In Shang Clan City he was doing very well. In just a few years he had built up such a powerful set of Gu worms. If such a person with such outstanding talent had moral character, Li Xian would not find it hard to deal with him. But Fang Yuan was a person without moral character. When he faced Hu Mei Er, he left her in the lurch and did not care about her beauty. He was rude and unreasonable, killing people at the slightest provocation. It could be said that he had no regard for life. He killed Tyrant Heng Mei and the other 2, turning his opponents into meat paste every time. It could be seen that he had a cruel and ruthless nature. He even lied to Shui Sanxi and broke the contract in front of everyone, feeling proud of himself. This was even more terrifying. This showed that he acted without any scruples, he had no bottom line, he could easily betray others without a trace of guilt in his heart. Li Xian deeply understood, for a person like Little Beast King, if he was placed in the righteous path in a peaceful and stable environment, he would definitely be ostracized, suppressed, banished and imprisoned by the people around him. But if he was placed in the unstable demonic path with cruel competition, he would be like a ferocious tiger entering a mountain, a flood dragon entering the sea. As long as his luck was not too bad, he would definitely have great accomplishments. If I had discovered such a person in advance, I would have definitely suppressed and killed him. But now it is too late, too late. Li Xian sighed deeply in his heart. Fang Yuan had already grown up and had a companion helping him. Although Li Xian had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, he was skilled in doing business and not in fighting. Of course, there were always capable people. On Sancha Mountain there were also people who could kill Fang Yuan. They were Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian and the other rank 5 Gu masters. But how could Li Xian command such peak-level characters? Moreover, these 4 people were in a subtle state of checks and balances. No one dared to act rashly, they were all staring at the 3 kings' inheritance. How could they put their thoughts elsewhere? This little demoness has bad intentions. She actually wants to instigate me, Li Xian. How is it possible to become enemies with such a troublesome demonic path character? Not only will I not offend him, I will instead establish a good cooperative relationship with him. Demonic path people prioritize benefits above all else. However, Little Beast King killed Xue Sanxi and also offended a character. Sky Tiger has a godfather, Century Boy, who is rank 4 upper stage. These days, Century Boy has been in closed cultivation refining Gu. He will definitely appear when the inheritance opens. At that time he is likely to find trouble with the black and white twin demons. I will secretly befriend Little Beast King, but on the surface I will watch from the sidelines. I will quietly watch the fight between Century Boy and the black and white twin demons, then observe the result and wait for an opportunity to act. Regardless of the result, Li Xian would not suffer much loss. This was Li Xian. A great and scrupulous merchant of the demonic path, he was most proficient at taking advantage. Swish swish swish, bright golden primeval essence waves under Fang Yuan's control, washed the 4 walls of the aperture. Even on Sancha Mountain, he had always been diligently cultivating. His actual cultivation was only rank 4 initial stage, it was originally light gold primeval essence, but with 9 Eyes Liquor Worm's refinement, the primeval essence's quality rose by a small realm, becoming bright gold primeval essence. Chapter 350. Back then, when Fang Yuan chose horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu as his movement Gu, he had considered the situation when he was a rank 4 Gu. Horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu, they were the 2 main materials to refine charging crash Gu. Using these 2 rank 3 Gu as the main body, along with the Gu Master's primeval essence and some supplementary materials, he could refine charging crash Gu. The process of refining charging crash Gu was not difficult. Fang Yuan had made ample preparations and with his own recipe the success rate was very high. 2 days later Fang Yuan succeeded in the refinement, and obtained a brand new charging crash Gu. Horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu's charging distance was only 100 steps. The charging crash Gu, however, increased this charging distance to 200 steps. At the same time the time between activations was reduced to half. However, the expenditure of primeval essence had increased. Of course, this small disadvantage was nothing to Fang Yuan, who had 9 Eyes Liquor Worm and Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Looking at it, I already have 6 rank 4 Gu in my hands. They are Bitter Strength Gu, Charging Crash Gu, Yang Gu of Yin Yang Rotation Gu, 9 Eyes Liquor Worm, Expend Strength Gu and Blood Skull Gu. The other All-Out Effort Gu, Strength Chi Gu, Golden Shield Gu and so on are all rank 3 Gu. They are gradually not meeting my requirements. Most of the Gu worms in Fang Yuan's hands were still rank 3. Fang Yuan was now rank 4 initial stage, and had middle stage bright gold primeval essence. Thus these Gu worms were gradually becoming unsuitable. Of course it did not mean the higher the rank the better. Take Bone Flesh Unity Gu for example. It was only rank 3, but with such a rank many Gu masters could use it. This highlighted its value even more. But overall, Gu worms and Gu masters needed to coordinate their ranks, and it was best if they were the same to be able to use them easily. Fang Yuan calculated, there were many Gu worms he needed to raise. The first was All-Out Effort Gu. The All-Out Effort Gu he had was only rank 3. It could only activate rank 3 Beast Phantoms. To raise its rank, he needed to obtain Undefeated 100 Battles Gu from the 3 Kings' inheritance. Let's put this aside for now. Strength Chi Gu was also rank 3, but Fang Yuan did not have the relevant recipe. He couldn't advance to the next step. Fang Yuan planned to refine the rank 3 Golden Shield Goo to rank 4 and turn it into Golden Bell Shield Goo. The rank 3 Tusita flower used to store it could be upgraded to rank 4 Tusita Lantern Goo. Self-Reliance Goo was also rank 3. But he had already reached the peak. There was no related secret formula to improve it further. However, although it was rank 3, as long as Fang Yuan exerted his strength, its healing effect could rival that of a rank 4 healing Goo. Similar to Self-Reliance Goo, there was also Bone Flesh Unity Goo. The supplementary Breath Concealment Goo was also rank 3. Although he could improve it further, Fang Yuan decided to put it aside. At the moment he didn't need to conceal himself. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was also rank 3. In Fang Yuan's hands. He already had the refinement recipe for the 4th Revolution Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. However, he needed to obtain several spirit springs before he could fuse them. This was a huge project. Fang Yuan could only put it aside for now. Like this, all-out effort Goo, Golden Shield Goo, Tusita Flower, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Fang Yuan only needed to refine these 4 Goo. However, that was not the case. Fang Yuan had once used Iron Bone Goo, Steel Tendon Goo and Copper Skin Goo to modify his body. These Goo were all rank 3 Goo. The current defense was barely effective in a battle between rank 4 Goo masters. Also, the 8 Beast Phantoms on Fang Yuan's body did not originate from rank 4 Strength Goo. Thus, these things needed Fang Yuan to upgrade. The 8 Beast Phantoms on my body are all ordinary wild beasts. Only by replacing them with Biao Strength Phantoms, Skeleton Strength Phantoms and so on can I display the strongest battle strength of rank 4 Goo masters. Fang Yuan was very interested in the Biao Strength Goo in Shui Sanxi's aperture. But Shui Sanxi was turned into a pile of minced meat by him, and her Goo worms were also destroyed. Fang Yuan's fighting style was too ferocious. He would turn his enemies into meat paste at the slightest provocation. Although this was a characteristic of Strength Path Goo masters, this method was too violent, and after a battle, it was hard to preserve any Goo worms. Fang Yuan defeated 3 rank 4 demonic Goo masters in a row, but only obtained 1 Expend Strength Goo. And this Expend Strength Goo was contributed by Fei Li after he surrendered. But to obtain Goo worms, Goo masters usually traded with each other, nurtured and captured, or fused and refined them. Very few Goo masters could obtain Goo worms from the spoils of war. One reason was that Goo masters' methods were secretive and dangerous. Once a battle broke out, both sides would attack with full strength and for their own safety they would not hold back. This way the Goo worms would also be destroyed. Secondly, it was very easy for Goo masters to destroy their own Goo worms. With just a thought they could make their Goo worms self-destruct. To raise all these there is still a long way to go. Fang Yuan sighed walking out of the cave. Bai Ning Bing was already standing at the entrance, looking at the peak, waiting for him. Fang Yuan followed her gaze and also looked up. He saw that on the 3 highest peaks of Sancha Mountain, there was a huge pillar of light that soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It was grand and majestic, supporting heaven and earth. 3 Kings' inheritance opened. Relying on this inheritance, my set of Strength Path Goo worms will be greatly perfected. Fang Yuan's gaze was burning, but he did not restrain himself. Although his battle strength was outstanding, it was not his turn yet. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 4 silhouettes shot up from the north, south, east and west respectively. They stopped in midair and confronted each other. Rank 4 peak stage aura was emitted without concealment. The one on the east side was Poison Path Goo Master Long Qing Tian. He had long black hair, pale skin and a pair of green pupils shone with eerie light, like 2 balls of cold flames. The one on the west side was Righteous Path Wu Clan's elder Wu Shin Tong. His name was mighty and domineering, but his body was thin like a sickly scholar. His face was pale and he coughed from time to time as if he could not endure the mountain winds. The one on the south side was Demonic Path Expert Kong Ri Tian. He wore a flowery robe. He stood in the air, his lips curled into a smile as pink butterflies danced around him. The one on the north side. It was Yi Clan's elder Yi Chong. His whole body was covered in blue fish scales, forming into a suit of armor. His nose was protruding, his eyes were twice the size of a normal person's, and he had a head of fiery red messy hair. His whole body was covered in layers of muscles and his body was short, but his physique was extremely majestic. On his back, there was a huge triangular fin like the black fin on a shark's back. These 4 were currently the strongest Goo masters on Sancha Mountain. They had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. They were only a step away from rank 5. If they could advance to rank 5, they would be the monarch of the mortal world, ruling over one place and spreading their might everywhere. Their aura shrouded all directions. These 4 people. They had been facing off on Sancha Mountain for several months. During this period they had also fought many times. But no one could do anything to the other, forming a chaotic battle. The righteous paths Wu Shintong and Yi Chong looked peaceful on the surface, but they were not united in private. And Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian would occasionally cooperate when the situation was bad. The 4 of them occupied the highest cave on Sancha Mountain, and were the Gu masters closest to the inheritance entrance. The appearance of these 4 attracted the attention of all the Gu masters on the mountain. The inheritance was right in front of them. No matter who it was, they had to restrain their desire to attack. After a moment of stalemate, Kong Ri Tian chose King Bao inheritance, Long Qing Tian chose King Xian inheritance, and Wu Shintong chose King Quan inheritance. The 3 inheritances were not interconnected. But there were 4 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. Only Yi Chong was left. After some hesitation he finally chose King Bao inheritance. This way King Bao inheritance has Kong Ri Tian and Yi Chong, 2 experts. Long Qing Tian chose King Xian inheritance. We lost to him last time, we need to avoid it. Wu Shintong is an enslavement path Gu master. It is said that King Quan inheritance has already been opened to the middle stage by him. In this inheritance he is like a fish in water, and can display extraordinary battle strength. If we choose King Quan inheritance, we will only be able to drink his leftovers. While everyone was discussing, a group of Gu masters reached the peak. They were all rank 4 upper stage Gu masters. Some had strange appearances, some had fierce expressions, some had dignified appearances, and some were gloomy and cold. Among them was a boy wearing black clothes. Before leaving, he looked down the mountain and gave a deep glance at Fang Yuan. Century boy. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. Century boy was also a strength path Gu master. Shui Sanxi recognized him as her godfather, and could be said to be Flying Sky Tiger's backer. Fang Yuan killed Shui Sanxi and offended Century boy. However, with the 3 kings' inheritance around the corner, Century boy did not have the mood to settle the score with Fang Yuan. But once the inheritance closes he will definitely find Fang Yuan to denounce him. Fang Yuan was not afraid of this, instead he was secretly looking forward to it. With his current battle strength, he was almost invincible among rank 4 initial stage, and could even defeat ordinary middle stage Gu masters. But rank 4 upper stage they were evenly matched. Rank 4 peak stage they were hard to defeat. But people like Kong Ri Tian would have to pay a disastrous price if they wanted to eliminate a person like Fang Yuan. When a Gu master's cultivation reached the later stages, the difference of 1 rank would become larger, and it would become increasingly difficult to challenge someone of a higher rank. Not to mention challenging a rank higher rank. This dog enslavement Gu was also rank 1 and was easy to refine. When Fang Yuan refined this Gu and kept it in his aperture with a swoosh, he disappeared on the spot, teleported by the heavenly power to another place. This was still the wilderness with a gray sky and brown grass. Fang Yuan stood on a low mound, and around the mound were 3 stray dogs. They were also as thin as a stick. 2 of them were looking for food in the grass with their heads lowered. As for the third one, it seemed to be a little old and simply lay on the ground without moving. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance caused these 3 dogs to go crazy. They started to run like they were electrocuted, charging towards Fang Yuan from 3 different directions. The first wild dog that Fang Yuan controlled had its ferocious nature stimulated. Under Fang Yuan's command, it spread out its 4 paws, pouncing towards one direction. But it could only block 1 dog, and soon the second one reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used the same trick, using the second dog enslavement Gu to tame it. The third dog also pounced, but Fang Yuan was multitasking, commanding the 2 dogs to fight at the same time. If it was an ordinary Gu master who was not familiar with dog enslavement, they would not be able to handle 2 battles and would lose focus. But Fang Yuan was not nervous, he was at ease. He had 500 years of memories, he was experienced and had commanded many beast groups in battles. Especially the Bladewing Blood Bats and the Blood Sea inheritance. In this life, for the sake of Sancha Mountain inheritance, he had trained in Shang Clan City for several months, learning how to control dog enslavement. The battle progressed in the direction Fang Yuan expected. But Fang Yuan frowned. The first wild dog's condition is not good. If we fight like this, even if I win, there will only be one wild dog left. Thinking of this, he started to command the two wild dogs, fighting while retreating. Eventually, Fang Yuan successfully merged the two groups into one. This immediately increased the pressure on Fang Yuan's command. But at the same time, he established a huge advantage. The two wild dogs in Fang Yuan's hands had precise and ingenious coordination, but their enemies were fighting for themselves. Not long later, this intense battle ended. The corpses of two wild dogs were lying on the ground, their blood flowing everywhere. The two wild dogs under Fang Yuan's control stood on the ground, their bodies full of injuries. The first one from before had more serious injuries. The second one was in better shape. The moment the battle ended, the power of heaven and earth descended again, wrapping around Fang Yuan and the two ordinary wild dogs in his hands. His vision suddenly changed, the weightlessness once again assaulted Fang Yuan's body. Entered the third round. Fang Yuan started to observe his surroundings. This time he was also standing on the top of the mound, but was surrounded by 6 stray dogs. 6. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, feeling the slight pressure. He only had 2 wild dogs in his hands. The enemy's military strength was 3 times that of his own. At the same time, his 2 wild dogs were also injured. Without giving him any time to think, the moment the 6 wild dogs discovered him, they started to salivate and charged at him. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened, he saw a pit and quickly jumped. He jumped in, his back against the thick rock wall, lining up the 2 wild dogs in front of him. The 6 wild dogs madly charged at him, pulling away from each other. The 2 healthy wild dogs were the first to charge up the mound, while the remaining 4 were injured and left behind. Seeing this, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. To be able to use 12 wild dogs to exchange for 2 rank 4 gu and 3 rank 3 gu, this transaction was too profitable. 3 kings' inheritance. Not only are the treasures passed down, the gu masters who enter the blessed land are all moving treasures. Killing them and taking their gu worms, I can strengthen myself. The heavenly power descended. Fang Yuan sneered, his heart filled with killing intent. The fog appeared in front of him again. Fang Yuan looked around. In front of him there was a black shadow, representing the gu master enemy. On the left there was also a black shadow, but at the edge of the shadow there were protruding spikes. On the right there was an orange shadow similar to the previous one. It represented the chrysanthemum Akita dog. I only have 7 wild dogs now, my battle strength is insufficient, I cannot choose gu masters as my enemies, the risk is too high. On the left there is a hedgehog dog, its body is covered in spikes, and its attack strength is twice that of a normal wild dog. On the right there is the chrysanthemum Akita dog. Fang Yuan's eyes turned and he moved towards the right. Although the hedgehog dog's attack strength was strong, to pass this round, they would suffer heavy losses. The 7 wild dogs in Fang Yuan's hands were all injured. Once their organs were pierced by the spikes, they would die. Fang Yuan had experienced the hedgehog dogs were more troublesome. Without the steel armor dogs or yin dogs, it was best not to encounter them. These precious experiences in the early stages of the inheritance, gu masters kept them to themselves, purposely hiding them. Most of them fell into a pit, and after suffering losses, they would want others to fall into it as well. Fang Yuan moved forward, the fog in front of him getting thinner. At his feet, 7 wild dogs followed him with unsteady steps. They had followed Fang Yuan all the way here and were all injured. Especially the battle with Han Bulu, they had expended a lot of their life force and battle strength. Dog enslavement gu after dog enslavement gu appeared in the air, landing in Fang Yuan's hands. When the fog completely disappeared, Fang Yuan had 20 dog enslavement gu, all rank 1. Dog enslavement gu were hard to retrieve, they were planted in the dog beast soul. After the dog beast dies, its soul dissipates and the dog enslavement gu also vanishes. Even if the gu master brought many rank 1 dog enslavement gu before entering the inheritance, it was of no use. The heavenly power of the blessed land would take away all the dog enslavement gu from the gu master, and not return them, only leaving 1 for the gu master. After a few times the gu masters learned their lesson. A total of 50 to 60 chrysanthemum Akita dogs appeared in front of Fang Yuan. These dogs had orange fur which was the color of oranges. Their long ears drooped down, covering their ear holes. At the same time, there were chrysanthemum patterns on their fur. Their bodies were about the same size as ordinary wild dogs, and were even slightly shorter. But Fang Yuan's expression changed. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs were good at cooperating. The more they were, the stronger they were. And the location he appeared in was not good either. On flat ground there was no terrain to fight on. With just 7 wild dogs he would be easily surrounded and devoured. In the end, Fang Yuan's outcome would not be any better than Han Bulu's. I need to get to that hill quickly. In just a breath's time, Fang Yuan saw the terrain clearly, and without hesitation he ran towards that hill. After he ran 5 steps, the chrysanthemum Akita dogs also found him. Woo woo woo, they let out long whimpers and countless chrysanthemum Akita dogs raised their necks, calling out to each other. At once, all the nearby chrysanthemum Akita dogs gathered together, and formed a river of attacks charging towards Fang Yuan. Such a scene, if it was a wild dog, lightning symbol dog or hedgehog, would not happen. Unless there was a dog king commanding them. But chrysanthemum Akita dogs had a strong sense of unity. Even without a dog king commanding them, they could still charge together. This was a completely different concept from fighting one-on-one. Fang Yuan barely managed to get to the hill, but in the next second the chrysanthemum Akita dog group surrounded him. Fang Yuan retreated, leaning against a cliff to defend himself. The chrysanthemum Akita dogs paused for a moment, before launching a wave of attacks. Because the ground was narrow, the dog group could only send out 15 dogs each time. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized the 7 wild dogs to resist. Both sides fought intensely as Fang Yuan used his exquisite control to resist. At the same time he waved his arm, finding an opportunity, and threw out 5 dog enslavement goo. At once he had a new group of soldiers. 5 healthy chrysanthemum Akita dogs changed sides, joining Fang Yuan's side, causing the situation to turn around. Originally 15 against 7, now it was 10 against 12. Fang Yuan had the advantage. Companions turned into enemies, causing the dog group to panic. Fang Yuan used the chaos to attack, killing 6 chrysanthemum Akita dogs, and forcing the remaining 4 to retreat. He could have taken down 10 chrysanthemum Akita dogs, but he purposely let the remaining 4 escape. Fang Yuan's rich experience was not just limited to this. He had 20 dog enslavement goo, but he did not use them all at once but in batches. This terrain limited the number of dogs that could fight. At the same time, the fewer the dogs, the more Fang Yuan's exquisite control could be displayed. With more dogs he had the advantage in numbers, but if he was distracted he would not be able to use his exquisite control. The chrysanthemum Akita dogs charged towards Fang Yuan's defensive circle, launching a wave of attacks. Fang Yuan planned meticulously. Every time he used the dog enslavement goo, he used it at the most crucial moment. He did not limit himself to choosing the healthiest chrysanthemum Akita dogs, but to disrupt the formation of the dogs. Such gains did not seem obvious, but as time went by, it became more and more. The chrysanthemum Akita dog group launched close to 10 waves of attacks, but were repelled by Fang Yuan each time. When Fang Yuan only had 3 dog enslavement goo left, the remaining dozen or so chrysanthemum Akita dogs scattered and escaped. These chrysanthemum Akita dogs were all injured. Fang Yuan had purposely let them escape earlier, to prevent them from retaliating in a frenzy before they died. But now they were afraid and chose to retreat. Without King Quan's leadership, they would not have escaped so easily. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, choosing not to chase. After this battle, his original 7 wild dogs were left with 3, but he gained 16 chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Chapter 354. 13th round, 14th round, 17th round, 18th round. Fang Yuan passed round after round, as the number of dogs in his hands continued to increase. By the end of the 19th round he had over 80 dogs. Among them were over 40 chrysanthemum Akita dogs, over 20 lightning symbol dogs and 19 hedge dogs. During this period he killed another person. It was a rank 3 Waterpath Peak Stage Goo Master with 6 goo. However, he did not encounter Bai Ning Bing. 20th round. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart. 3 kings inheritance. After every 10 rounds, the difficulty would increase by several times. At the start of the 20th round, 100 beast kings would appear with hundreds or even thousands of dogs fighting. In the fog, 3 lumps of light appeared on the left, right and front. The lumps of light in front were orange-yellow, about the size of a wicker basket. The lumps of light on the left were eerie blue lightning, flickering continuously, about the size of a millstone. The lumps of light on the right were the moon in the water, flowers in the fog, indistinctly green and white. Among the 3 lumps of light, this lumps of light was the smallest. Fang Yuan knew clearly, the size of the lumps of light represented the number of dogs. The bigger the lumps, the more dogs there were. The orange-yellow lumps in front represented chrysanthemum Akita dogs, about 200 of them. The eerie blue lumps on the left meant there were about 150 lightning symbol dogs. The green and white lumps on the right meant there were Yin dog groups, with the smallest numbers about 100 of them. Fang Yuan first eliminated the chrysanthemum Akita dogs. The chrysanthemum Akita dog groups with a dog king became more united. The larger the numbers, the stronger their battle strength. Over 200 chrysanthemum Akita dogs to Fang Yuan was a disaster. Secondly, he eliminated the Yin dog groups. Yin dogs were special, they did not have a physical body, and were like a lump of dog-shaped Yin chi floating in the air. Ordinary attacks could not kill them, they could even penetrate rocks, burrow underground, hide in water and so on. The dogs in Fang Yuan's hands did not have such methods. Lightning symbol dogs were only fast, they did not have the ability to release lightning. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan chose the left direction. The mist dissipated, and the dogs circled around him, silently following him. A rank 2 dog enslavement gu descended from the sky, landing in his hands. When he completely walked out of the fog, the lightning symbol hounds were scattered around. On the hill, a huge dog beast was lying on the grass taking a nap. It was more than twice the size of a normal lightning symbol dog. Its entire body was covered in dark blue fur. The tips of its fur were sharp and flashed with a faint electric glow. This was the king of 100 beasts, the big lightning symbol dog. A heaven-sent opportunity. Fang Yuan understood the whole situation. His eyes shined with brilliance as he instantly made his decision. With a wave of his hand, he brazenly sent out all his forces. More than 80 dog beasts surrounded him in the middle, and rushed towards the big lightning symbol dog. The big lightning symbol dog's reaction was also very quick. Its ears twitched and it immediately opened its eyes, standing up like lightning. It raised its head and howled, summoning the pack of lightning symbol dogs near the hill. Hearing the king's summon, the surrounding lightning symbol hounds immediately responded and gathered around the king from all directions. Although the lightning symbol hounds were fast, Fang Yuan had the initiative. He gathered all his forces together, attacking the root of the problem without hesitation. Some of the lightning symbol hounds that were closer gathered around the dog king before Fang Yuan did. This lightning symbol dog's body most likely only has 1 parasitic gu. He had to take a risk. If he waited any longer, his perilous outer defense line would be broken. Rank 2 dog enslavement gu. While the lightning symbol dog was firing its plasma, Fang Yuan quickly made his move, dealing the crucial blow. Under Fang Yuan's watchful eyes, the dog enslavement gu flew to the lightning symbol dog's body, planting itself in its soul. A formless mental attack attacked Fang Yuan through this dog enslavement gu. Fang Yuan's head was already throbbing in pain, and with this attack he felt a wave of dizziness. This was the 100 Beast King's soul, resisting unwillingly. Subduing a 100 Beast King was not easy. Fang Yuan's body shook, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. A spiritual connection was formed between Fang Yuan and the lightning symbol dog. The latter was still going berserk, wanting to tear Fang Yuan into pieces, but now it barked and wagged its tail at Fang Yuan in an attempt to please him. The lightning symbol dog group heard the dog king's barking, and stopped attacking. The battlefield, which was in a stalemate just a moment ago, suddenly quieted down. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, slowly turning his head, looking at the battlefield. This risk was worth it. Although he suffered many losses looking at the battlefield, there were at least 120 lightning symbol dogs. Don't forget there was still 100 Beast King with a plasma gu. Chapter 355. The fog in front of him was thick. Fang Yuan walked slowly in the fog, a large group of dog beasts circling around him. 11 hedge dogs, 132 lightning dogs, and 17 chrysanthemum Akita dogs. Besides them there was also 100 Beast King, big lightning dog. Restricted by the heavenly power of heaven and earth, this group of dogs followed Fang Yuan quietly and obediently, not making a single sound. The misty world was silent. It was so quiet that Fang Yuan's every breath could be heard clearly. Although he had passed the 20th round, and the number of dogs in his hands had reached an unprecedented high, Fang Yuan was not optimistic. This Three Kings inheritance, after every 10 rounds, the difficulty increases by several times. Although I have 100 dogs to pass the next 10 rounds and reach the 30th round on my first try, it will not be easy. The 30th round was the goal that Fang Yuan set for himself in his first attempt at King Quan inheritance. In his previous life, the Three Kings inheritance was divided by many Gu masters after many years. Fang Yuan would definitely have to spend a long time on Sancha Mountain this time. It was not realistic to want to take the inheritance in one go. Three Kings inheritance, no matter which path it was, had a high difficulty. Even if Fang Yuan had the 100 Beast King and 100 dogs, he would only be able to temporarily gain a foothold. If he was careless in any of the rounds, he might suffer a crushing defeat and lose all the dogs he had painstakingly gathered. He might even lose his life. Demonic inheritances had always been cruel and merciless. This King Quan inheritance, the further I go, the more advantageous it is for the enslavement path Gu master. I had walked the enslavement path in my previous life, but in this life, I am still a strength path Gu master. After experiencing that dangerous battle, Fang Yuan's head was still feeling dizzy. This was an intense use of mental energy, expending a lot of mental energy to command the dogs to fight. This was the aftereffect left behind. But if it was an enslavement path Gu master with a strong soul, this aftereffect would be much smaller. Enslavement path was a Gu master path that enslaved beast groups and insect groups. To command large numbers of insects at the same time, it consumed a lot of mental energy. Thus, enslavement path Gu masters often use specific Gu worms to temper and deepen their soul foundation. In King Quan inheritance, the heavenly power did not restrict the Gu master's soul foundation at all. Thus, enslavement path Gu masters would be like fish in water in King Quan inheritance. But enslavement path Gu masters are also very tough. Firstly, the burden of food was extremely heavy. The larger the size of the insect beasts, the more they would eat. Secondly, it was not easy to subdue a powerful insect beast. It was very likely that he would suffer a backlash and become an idiot. Thirdly, enslavement path Gu masters were overly reliant on worms and beasts. If I'm weak, I'll be easily targeted, Fang Yuan pondered. Gu masters have their own advantages and disadvantages, as well as their own difficulties. The vicissitudes of the world. In the current Gu master world, Chi path was almost extinct, strength path had completely declined, only some remnant light was left. Enslavement path followed the rules. It was hard to prosper. Occasionally, a few enslavement path experts would appear, but they were like shooting stars, only dazzling for a moment. Enslavement path Gu masters often have huge requirements towards resources. Moreover, it was exhausting. Even small or medium-sized clans could not afford to raise enslavement path Gu masters. At most, large or super clans would specially nurture several enslavement path Gu masters for large-scale battles. In the demonic path, enslavement path Gu masters were even more difficult to manage. They were very rare. Thus, I did not choose this path. Fang Yuan composed himself. He collected his scattered thoughts. In this short while, he felt his mind clearing up. The dizziness had mostly disappeared. He moved his eyes and started to assess his surroundings. On his left and right, as well as in front of him, there were lumps of light. The earlier lumps were all blurry. But after 20 rounds, the lumps had become extremely clear. On the left, there was a group of Chrysanthema Makita dogs. There were over 200 of them. Some were resting on the ground, some were playing around, and some were drinking milk from the female dogs. Fang Yuan looked at it attentively, his gaze constantly searching. Chrysanthema Makita dog beast kings were different from other dog beasts. The stronger they were, the smaller their bodies would become. Especially on the chaotic battlefield, the beast king mixed in with the pack of dogs and was inconspicuous. This was a good way to protect themselves. Where will the 100 beast kings be? Fang Yuan's gaze moved back and forth. When the lumps of light suddenly changed, a Gu appeared. This Gu was the size of a fist. Its shape was like a cobblestone, dark brown in color. Its surface was smooth as if it was covered with a layer of oil. Dog Guts Gu. Fang Yuan recognized this Gu at once. Appearing after the beast groups, this means if I choose to fight these Chrysanthema Makita dogs and win, I will get a Dog Guts Gu. After a while, the lumps of light dissipated. Fang Yuan did not make a choice but looked ahead. The lumps of light ahead showed a group of black dogs. These dogs barked at each other, charging at each other and crashing into each other. This displayed the fierceness of these dogs. These were steel armor dogs. These dogs had leather armor on their bodies. The leather armor was black and heavy like steel. Its defense was impressive. During the process of growth, The armored dogs would bump into each other to reduce the intense itch of their bodies as they grew. The steel armor dog 100 Beast King was about the same size as the big lightning dog. It was very conspicuous among the dog groups. Fang Yuan found it immediately. Next, the lumps of light changed, turning into a goo. Fang Yuan was familiar with this goo, he had used it earlier. It was the rank 2 dog enslavement goo. If I choose the steel armor dog group, if I win I will get a dog enslavement goo, Fang Yuan mumbled before looking to the right. The lumps of light on the right had no dog beast. Instead, it showed the scenery of a mountain. Gray and white rocks were steep, the trees were verdant and swaying with the wind. After a while, the lumps of light disappeared, and there was no goo worm like before. This is a chance to leave King Quan inheritance. Fang Yuan understood. Fang Yuan walked out of the fog and the steel armor dog group was very alert, immediately reacting. As the 100 Beast King, the big steel armor dog howled towards the sky, and the dog group quickly gathered around it. The whole process Fang Yuan watched quietly. He did not attack like last time was because he had rank 2 dog enslavement goo, but this time he did not have it. Chapter 356. The 2 dog groups confronted each other. On Fang Yuan's side, the blue lightning symbol dog group was supported by gray hedge dogs, orange chrysanthemum akita dogs and others. On the other hand, the steel armor dog group was covered in a heavy black color. Fang Yuan moved the big lightning symbol dog to the front lines and waved his hand. The dog group split into the vanguard and attacked first. The big steel armor dog barked, seeing the big lightning symbol dog appear. It also joined the fray. The steel armor dog group followed closely behind it. A black mass, like a lump of dark cloud, flew down from the hill with an imposing aura. The dog group collided. Fang Yuan's vanguard was limited and was immediately engulfed by the steel armor dog group. But because of the big lightning symbol dog's existence, the steel armor dog group could not take down this tough bone. The big lightning symbol dog was after all 100 Beast King. It charged left and right in the dog group's encirclement. It was very valiant. Ordinary Thai family dogs were not its match at all. The big steel armor dog stood up, finally restraining the big lightning symbol dog's ferocious charge. In the end, only 100 Beast King could restrain 100 Beast King. In the intense battle, the big lightning symbol dog was gradually losing ground. It had just gone through a battle, it was injured and its battle strength was not at its peak. Moreover, its advantage was speed. Now that it was fighting against the big steel armor dog that specialized in defense, it was at a disadvantage. Fang Yuan saw this and sent his dogs forward. The new troops charged into the battlefield like a torrent, bringing chaos with them. But the opponent was a steel armor dog with outstanding defense. It specialized in this kind of battle. Although Fang Yuan sent his army and only left a few dogs to protect himself, he could not change the situation. Whether it was a battle between 100 Beast Kings or a battle between dog groups, he was at a disadvantage. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. In fact, this was the result he wanted. He was waiting for the weapon that could restrain the steel armor dog group to appear. The big lightning symbol dog could not resist the big steel armor dog's attack. It suddenly barked and spat out a blue liquid. Rank 2 plasma goo. That's it. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth curled up. The steel armor dogs gathered around the dog king and attacked the big lightning symbol dog. On the other side, they were being squeezed by Fang Yuan's dogs, so their formation was especially dense, forming a black iron bucket formation. Blue plasma. It landed on the ground and sprayed everywhere. A large number of steel armor dogs covered in plasma instantly trembled and howled. Not to mention the drastic drop in combat power. The operation of the entire dog pack was greatly hindered. The armored dog lived up to its reputation. His leather armor was made of metal. Iron gave them a defense that far surpassed that of their peers, but at the same time, they were harder to defend against lightning strikes. Plasma goo's attack power was not high, but if it was used on an armored dog, it would be quite impressive. The large lightning symbol hound continued to spit out plasma that covered the battlefield, greatly reducing the combat power of the steel armor hounds. Under the effect of the plasma goo, the battle formation that was originally as sturdy as an iron bucket began to crumble. He suddenly became extremely weak. Fang Yuan saw the opportunity and urged the dogs to pounce. The dogs were outside. They resonated with the big lightning symbol dog at the center, erupting with immense destructive power. If one looked from above, they would see that the black color on the ground was first covered by patches of blue, before being devoured by the other colors. The black color became lesser and lesser, while the blue, yellow, and gray colors became stronger, leaving behind more and more colors. The situation of the battlefield changed rapidly. Soon, Fang Yuan reversed the situation and killed most of the steel armor dogs, surrounding the big lightning symbol dog at the center. Sensing the danger, the goo worms on the big lightning symbol dog's body also erupted. The big lightning symbol dog became even stronger, and many black spikes protruded from its body. 15 minutes later, the big lightning symbol dog bit the big lightning symbol dog's throat, and it fell down unwillingly. Blood flowed on the ground and it did not get up again. The battle was over. Of the 2 goo worms on the big lightning symbol dog, one was destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle while the other flew away. Fang Yuan's expression was gloomy. To kill this 100-beast king, he had paid a huge price. Less than half of the dog group was left, and they were in a precarious situation for the rest of the challenge. After the 20th round, a beast king would appear. With a beast king, the dogs would display even greater battle strength. At the same time, the beast king itself was a huge threat. The more goo worms the beast king had, the stronger it was, and the worse it would be for the goo master challenging the challenge. Fang Yuan's luck was bad this time. The big lightning symbol dog he encountered had 2 goo worms. Especially one of the goo, it could attack and defend at the same time, causing Fang Yuan to suffer huge losses. Challenging the 3 kings' inheritance also depended on one's luck. The steel armor dog group was Fang Yuan's best choice this time. But Fang Yuan's luck was slightly worse. A rank 2 dog enslavement goo fell from the sky, landing in Fang Yuan's hands as a reward. Fang Yuan did not use the spring-autumn cicada, and with the help of the heavenly power, he instantly refined this goo. This goo is the key to my next challenge. With such a resolution, Fang Yuan walked slowly in the fog. In front, on the left and right there were lights flashing. They were a large number of corpse dogs, a certain number of yin dogs, and a huge number of hyenas. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, carefully distinguishing. His strength was limited this time. It was important to choose his opponents. He had to pick the weakest ones. But he could not forget the reward after the challenge. If I can defeat the corpse dogs group, I can get a white silver relic goo. Killing the yin dogs, the reward is a simultaneous 2 tasks goo. White silver relic goo had no use to Fang Yuan. At his level, only the yellow silver relic goo was attractive. Unfortunately, the yellow silver relic goo was restricted even in Shang Clan City. Rank 4 goo masters were already experts in the mortal goo master world. One yellow silver relic goo could influence or even change it. The difference in battle strength between rank 4 goo masters. In the market, the white silver relic goo was circulating, while the yellow silver relic goo was very rare. It was often strictly controlled. Fang Yuan knew that super clans like Shang Clan definitely had a lot of yellow silver relic goo in stock. But even if he had the purple thorn token, he could not buy them. Shang Yin Fei kept these yellow silver relic goo in his hands, not allowing them to flow into the market. This was an invisible temptation. If Fang Yuan was sincere in joining Shang Clan, the yellow silver relic goo would be a method to reward him. Shang Yin Fei's shrewdness. He could not be compared to ordinary people. Fang Yuan did not want to compete with him for a yellow silver relic goo. It would distract him. In the 3 kings' inheritance, there is a yellow silver relic goo. But that is after the 40th round. If I can get one by luck, the situation will improve greatly. Fang Yuan had a need for the yellow silver relic goo. He had a desire. But he was very clear whether he could get the yellow silver relic goo. It depended on his own luck. This could not be forced. As for the dual-use goo, it could easily split a goo master's mind into 2. It was very convenient for commanding the insect beast army. Fang Yuan could already do 4 things at once. If he added this goo, he could do 6 things at once. Dual-use goo, and it is only a rank 2 goo. Further up, there are 3 things at once for things at once. 5 things at once goo and so on. Multi-use goo is a necessary goo for enslavement path goo masters. Wait, this is? Fang Yuan saw a change in the light on his right. After the large hyena group disappeared, a bronze plate appeared in front of him. Normally, the reward for victory was an enslavement path goo. But the reward here was a little special. It was an unremarkable bronze token. The bronze token was clearly crudely made. Its shape was not even neat, as if it was casually molded by a person's hand. On the surface of the bronze token, there was an image of Sancha Mountain, but the lines of this image were simple and crude. It was filled with a feeling of being rushed. With one look, One could tell that the person who had created this medallion had not put much effort into it. He had been sloppy and casual. But when Fang Yuan saw this token, his eyes shined. This is King Quan's travel token. He immediately threw the white silver relic goo and the dual-use goo to the back of his mind. I was really lucky to encounter this travel token. I must get it. Fang Yuan's determination was firm. He had to get this token no matter what. This bronze token looked worthless, but it was one of the best items. Right now, the public had not realized its value. But Fang Yuan clearly remembered that in the later stages of Three Kings' inheritance, this bronze token was worth as much as a rank 4 goo. But this hyena group is huge, and most importantly, there are 2 dog kings. If I choose the right side, I will have to take a huge risk. The ideal plan is to use the rank 2 dog enslavement goo to subdue a large hyena in battle. But even so, even if I win this battle, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, and I will not be able to advance to the next round. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his own strength. This was the benefit of having an abundance of resources. It could let Fang Yuan understand the pros and cons of a choice. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to take a risk. Since he walked the demonic path, he had to take risks, and take an unconventional path to obtain the greatest benefits. After making a choice, he would not regret it. This was a happy life. 4 hours later, the tragic battle slowly came to an end. Dog corpses were everywhere on the hill. Blood flowed and limbs were everywhere. Fang Yuan stood on the hill, his body also injured. In this goo immortal blessed land, he could not use his original goo and was very weak. Chapter 357. Mountain winds blew gently. At the waist of Sancha Mountain, in an unremarkable bamboo forest, the space suddenly shattered and light blossomed. The light flashed and disappeared. Then a person appeared in the empty grass. This youngster had black hair and black eyes, his expression was calm and he was holding a token in his hand. It was Fang Yuan. I came out from King Quan inheritance. Fang Yuan only felt his vision blur, and the next moment, he was in an unfamiliar place. He looked around and confirmed there was no danger in the surroundings, and he was at the waist of Sancha Mountain. According to his initial estimation, his cave was at the north of Sancha Mountain, and the cave he had once occupied with Bai Ning Bing was at the southeast direction. He raised his head and looked at the mountain peak. Sancha Mountain's unique 3 peaks stood proudly in the clouds, like 3 spear tips that were shoulder to shoulder. The light pillar on the mountain peak had already shrunk. The yellow light pillar represented the door to King Quan inheritance. The blue light pillar represented King Xan, and the red light pillar led to King Bao inheritance. The light pillar's current size had already shrunk by half compared to when Fang Yuan had just entered. As time passed, the more Gu masters entered the inheritance, the smaller the light pillar would become, until it completely disappeared. At that time, the door to the 3 inheritances would close. After a period of time, the light pillar would open again and cause another round of carnage. Fang Yuan lowered his head and looked at the token in his hand. There were already several deep cracks on the surface of this ugly King Quan token. Fang Yuan was not surprised. King Quan's token could only be used 3 times at most. After 3 times, the token would completely shatter into pieces and become useless. But 3 chances to escape was already extremely precious. This was not only a good chance to survive. More importantly, Gu masters had a psychological advantage and could make more choices. Fang Yuan kept this token and rushed to the cave he had stayed in not long ago. It's Fang Jing. Little Beast King has finally appeared. Along the way, Fang Yuan met many Gu masters, be it the righteous path. Regardless of whether it was the devil Dao, they all stared at him with strange and amazed gazes. What happened? Fang Yuan frowned, keenly aware that something important had happened. On the way, he casually caught a person and interrogated him. It turned out that Bai Ning Bing had killed a Tai clan Gu master in King Quan inheritance. After leaving the inheritance, she was immediately discovered by the Tai clan. Tai clan Gu masters surrounded the cave. They surrounded Bai Ning Bing. 4 rank 3 peak stage Gu masters attacked at the same time. Using the iron cabinet Gu, he sealed the surrounding area. Bai Ning Bing failed to break out of the encirclement and was now being attacked by Tai clan's Gu masters. Little Beast, Wang Da's people, this matter has caused a huge commotion recently, the entire Sancha Mountain knows about it. This is no longer a personal grudge, but a battle between the righteous path and the demonic path. Actually, everyone is looking forward to seeing you. Lord, once you make a move, that Tai clan Gu master will not be able to resist. You are a genius of our devil Tao. The banner of our demonic Tao. Lord, this lowly one has said everything. Can this lowly one leave now? That unlucky fellow who was caught by Fang Yuan cried and begged. Such a huge matter actually happened. Fang Yuan held the unlucky fellow's collar and frowned slightly. Although this news was shocking, it was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. But it was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. To challenge the Three Kings' inheritance, there would naturally be conflicts. This was a demonic inheritance. The competition was extremely cruel. The two of them went in. I can't track them anymore. There are investigative goo all around this cave entrance. Once I barge in, I will definitely be viewed as an enemy by Li Xian. Is Little Beast King really going to make a deal? Why do I feel that Li Xian is going to be unlucky this time? Fuck me, I can already foresee a thunderous explosion later. The earth will shake and the mountains will shake, and the scene of the two of them fighting. Li Xian is rank 4 upper stage. He definitely has a lot of trump cards. If they fight, it will definitely be a fierce battle. Fang Yuan said, and took out goo worms from his aperture, showing them to Li Xian. These goo worms were the spoils of war he obtained from killing goo masters in King Quan inheritance. There were rank 3, rank 4, but none of them were suitable for Fang Yuan's strength. Seeing these goo, Li Xian's eyelids couldn't help but narrow. He was an astute person and immediately understood many things. To think this Little Beast King has such skill in the enslavement path. After entering King Quan inheritance, he killed 2 goo masters. Such talent, truly a monster. Li Xian couldn't help but think of Mo Wu Tian. After coming to southern border, he had mingled in the demonic path for so long, and had come into contact with all kinds of people. He felt that in terms of aptitude, talent, and temperament, Mo Wu Tian was the best among the younger generation of the demonic path. But today, he realized that this Little Beast King in front of him had talent on par with Mo Wu Tian. Little Beast King Mo Wu Tian. If these two collide, I wonder what the situation will be like. But Little Beast King's cultivation is slightly weaker now, and Mo Wu Tian is older than him, and is already rank 4 peak stage. Li Xian pondered in his heart but said with an excited tone, Sir Little Beast King, you are absolutely right to find me for this transaction. I have a goo in my hands right now and it will be very useful to you. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Li Xian spread out his palm and a ball appeared. This ball had an extremely good appearance, reflecting a bright platinum light. Fang Yuan carefully looked at it, and saw that this ball was an ant ball, formed from over 100 flying ants climbing and clinging to each other. The appearance of these flying ants was not much different from ordinary ants. Other than their size being several times larger, they also had a pair of transparent membranous wings on their bodies. This is a rank 3 gold-eating flying ant goo, a total of 120. Those old fogies from Tai clan surrounded Lord White Demon, and they used iron cabinet goo in combination with chi flow goo. Right now, the radius of 300 meters around that area has been covered. But in front of this group of flying ants, iron cabinet goo will not be able to withstand a single blow. Sir Little Beast King, I just calculated the price of your goo is just enough to buy this group of flying ants. Li Xian smiled amiably. But out of his expectations, Fang Yuan only took a glance at this group of gold-eating flying ant goo before shifting his gaze. Who said I want to buy this thing? This is the list, all the things on it are what I want. Li Xian took the list and looked at it. There were many goo worms on this list as well as numerous refinement materials. Although there were all sorts of items on the list, with Li Xian's experience and shrewdness, it was not hard to see that these things were all needed for strength path. If Tai clan's death row prison had really made up their mind, they would have captured Bai Ning Bing long ago. But they did not. Firstly, they wanted to preserve their strength to contest for the Three Kings' inheritance. Secondly, they were wary of the purple thorn token in Bai Ning Bing's hands. Thirdly, it was to lure Fang Yuan into the trap. Once Fang Yuan barged in, the 4 old-timers of Tai clan could activate the rank 5 search lock goo together and easily suppress him and Bai Ning Bing. In Fang Yuan's previous life, the 4 old-timers of Tai clan used this killer move to capture the demonic path's Kong Ri Tian. But soon they were killed by a rank 3 goo master. Chapter 361. 5 days later. On Sancha Mountain, 3 light pillars pierced the sky, piercing through the clouds. The red light pillar was as hot as fire, it was King Bao's inheritance. The yellow light pillar was dazzling, it was King Quan's inheritance. The blue light pillar was beautiful, it was King Xian's inheritance. After several months, the 3 kings' inheritance opened again. Yihua looked at the 3 light pillars on the mountain peak, his tiger-like eyes flickering with eerie radiance. This is the 3 kings' inheritance? It really has an earth-shattering spirit. As long as I make a great contribution here, I can truly rely on Shang Clan, change my name to Shang Clan, and become a part of Shang Clan. At this moment, there was a surge of passion in his heart. Humph, this little beast king doesn't know what's good for him, rejecting me time and time again. However, he seems to know some secrets related to the 3 kings' inheritance. If I can take him in, it will be a great help to me in controlling Sancha Mountain. Yihua couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan. Yihua was one of the 5 great elders of Shang Clan, he had his own intelligence channels. He already knew that Fang Yuan had earned a lot of money from knowing the 3 kings' inheritance's secrets in Shang Clan City. Other than that, Fang Yuan had outstanding battle strength and had rank 4 middle stage battle strength. Moreover, Bai Ningbing had always been together with Little Beast King, if he recruited one of them, he would naturally obtain the other. Thus, Yihua accommodated Fang Yuan and displayed his utmost sincerity to move Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan didn't know what was good for him and rejected him time and time again. Yihua couldn't help but feel annoyed. Wait until I come out of the 3 kings' inheritance. I will deal with this little beast king and let him know he can't just wait for the right price. However, for now, I should suppress these hindrances. Yihua retracted his scattered thoughts and turned his gaze towards the people in the surroundings. Pink Butterfly Gentleman, Kong Ri Tian. Once died the Blue Sky Long Qing Tian. Wu Clan Elder Wu Shintong. Yi Clan Elder Yi Chong. These 4 were all rank 4 peak stage Gu Master experts. Every time the inheritance opened, they would first have to exchange pointers. This time was no exception. Haha, I've reserved King Bao's inheritance. Who dares to compete with me? Yihua raised his head and laughed 3 times. His laughter was wild and heroic. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and scanned the 4 of them with his tiger-like eyes. He was a fire path Gu Master. King Bao was also of the same path. The inheritance of King Bao was naturally his best choice. Prairie fire. Wu Shintong narrowed his eyes as he mumbled, fearful of Yihua's fame. Yihua was one of the 5 great generals of Shang Clan, with the name of Fire Prairie. Powerful and flourishing. Even Wu Shintong had to admit that he was weaker than Yihua. Humph, I will fight you. Kong Ri Tian coldly snorted, his body suddenly exploded, unexpectedly transforming into many phoenix-winged golden butterflies. There were hundreds and thousands of golden butterflies. The butterfly wings that were as sharp as knives shrouded Yihua. Fire Prairie, you've been in the limelight for the past few years, haven't you? Long Qing Tian smiled sinisterly and pushed his palm forward. Whoosh. A green palm of light with poisonous smoke curling around it tore through the void and slapped towards Yihua's face. Let me experience it as well. Yi Chong snickered and also attacked. Swoosh. Jade water waves appeared out of nowhere, the waves surged and engulfed Yihua. At once, 3 rank 4 peak stage Gu Masters attacked Yihua at the same time. Good. Yihua's lips curled into an arrogant smile as he straightened his arms and fiercely slapped his chest with his palms. Boom. The flame was majestic. It suddenly erupted. Hairy men were covered in hair, even their eyelids had a layer of fine hair. This type of variant human had low-level intelligence, and innately had talent and Gu refinement. In King Xian inheritance, there was a group of hairy men, they were an obstacle for Gu Masters. Only by defeating them could they continue to advance. And if they lost to the hairy men, the Gu Master would be torn to shreds by the powerful hairy men, becoming their food. Come. Fang Yuan stood 10 steps away from the hairy man, his expression calm. In the air, several Gu appeared out of nowhere as well as some materials, lightly landing on Fang Yuan's hands. At the same time, the hairy man also obtained a similar set. The Gu refinement began. I can teleport you to any place. Verdant Great Sun was overjoyed. Then please make a move. Bring me out of here. Divine Travel Gu sighed, "It's useless. Only when you are drunk will you be able to move me. Your mind is so clear right now it won't work." Verdant Great Sun came to a realization. No wonder I was trapped on the island and almost starved to death. Fortunately, I obtained reputation Gu and escaped from ordinary abyss. So it was you who harmed me. Divine Travel Gu replied, "Sigh human, I did not intentionally harm you, it was you who activated my strength when you were drunk. Don't blame me, last time you were almost captured by the tiger-striped bees, it was thanks to me that you escaped. One harmed and one saved, we are even now." Verdant Great Sun also recalled the matter of the tiger-striped bees and no longer blamed Divine Travel Gu. He was thrown into the pot by the hairy men. The fire burned at the bottom of the pot and the water temperature gradually rose. Add agate red pepper. A hairy man threw the precious agate red pepper into the pot. The water in the pot immediately turned red and even dyed Verdant Great Sun's body red. Add blue fox smoke infant. A hairy man carried a small fox and threw it into the pot. The small fox was furry and had a pair of black diamond-like eyes, it was very cute. But once it touched the water, it turned into green smoke and fused into the water. The water in the pot gradually became boiling hot. Verdant Great Sun also felt despair, he could not escape this calamity. The hairy men added many supplementary materials and goo worms one after another. Add vanity goo. A hairy man threw a goo into the pot. This goo was very strange, it looked like a large green crab. But different from a real crab, its shell was hollow. Once it saw Verdant Great Sun, the crab-like vanity goo was very excited. You are Verdant Great Sun? I have heard of you, but to think I could see you here, this is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. I'm too happy, too excited." Verdant Great Sun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fortune of 3 lifetimes, we are going to die soon. I don't care about death. I only want to ask you, how did you become so famous? I'm so envious. I admire people like you the most. Vanity Goo asked impatiently. I am not in the mood to talk about this, I need to escape. Verdant Great Sun struggled in the pot, trying to climb out, but was quickly pressed down by the guarding hairy men. Quickly tell me, quickly tell me. Vanity Goo was not tactful, it wanted to ask for advice. Verdant Great Sun scolded angrily, look at your current situation, can't you see it? Vanity Goo opened its eyes wide and stared at Verdant Great Sun, suddenly smiling. I understand. If you want to be red, you have to endure the heat. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your guidance. Verdant Great Sun, in order to thank you, I will do one thing for you. Saying so, the vanity goo exploded. The explosion was not intense and was very light. It only produced a soft bang. Next, vanity goo turned into a formless poisonous wind, assaulting all of the hairy men's hearts. The serene blue eyes of the hairy men. Everything turned red. Verdant Great Sun stared blankly for a good while before coming to his senses. He could not be bothered with the sacrifice of vanity goo. He quickly shouted, you hairy men might be able to refine goo, but it is nothing to me. So what if all of you are immortal? You guys look so ugly. It's covered in hair, it's so ugly. The hairy men were stunned. If it was before, they would not care about Verdant Great Sunday. But now, the poison of vanity pervaded their hearts and clouded their wisdom. Hearing Verdant Great Sun's shout, a hairy man immediately retorted, nonsense, nonsense. We hairy men are the most beautiful. Our hair is too beautiful to behold. Verdant Great Sun had a flash of inspiration. No matter how beautiful your hair is it as beautiful as my hair? Because he had drunk the strong wine brewed by the Vajra monkeys, his hair had turned into burning flames. The hairy men heard his words and went into a daze. The beauty of fire. It was changing at every moment. Even they had to admit that Verdant Great Sun's hair movement was beautiful. Verdant Great Sun continued to provoke them. Even if you obtain immortality, you will not be as beautiful as me. Look at my hair, it is the same color as the flames. It is equally moving. The hairy men could not resist his provocation. Finally, a member became restless. You have this kind of hair. I also have it. Watch me. Saying so, he used the torch to ignite his whole body. The hair on his body was burning, he became a man of fire. Haha, you only have beautiful hair, but my whole body is beautiful now. This hairy man shouted. Soon the other members followed suit. One by one they became men of fire. The flames burned them and the intense pain made them wail uncontrollably. But even though they knew this, they still did not extinguish the flames, instead boasting and showing off their beauty. Divine Travel Goo was overjoyed, praising Verdant Great Sun endlessly in his heart. Human, you are really too smart, you actually thought of this method. Verdant Great Sun escaped the oil pot and successfully survived. He sneered in his heart, it is not that I am smart. It is that vain people will become stupid. They often silently endure pain for the sake of illusory beauty, giving up on what they should be pursuing. Grand white moon gold, skull stone, dragon tusk, small autumn grass as well as 50 Yuan stone, 1 flower boar goo and 1 boar cage goo. These were the materials for Fang Yuan to refine goo. And in front of him, this hairy man was already sitting cross-legged on the ground refining goo. Although Fang Yuan was not a refinement path goo master, he had a lot of experience in his previous life, he had a wide range of knowledge in refinement path and knew many recipes. Right now he had 3 choices. Each choice could refine a new goo worm. The inheritance did not specify what goo to refine. This meant that the goo he refined would at least be better than the hairy man's. Fang Yuan looked at the hairy man's goo refinement process. He had already guessed what goo he was going to refine. He sneered in his heart, but his face showed a flattering smile of worship. Lord Hairy Man, you are really amazing. Looking at your goo refinement technique, I am truly in awe. You are a goo refinement master. There is no goo in this world that you cannot refine. You are sensible. The hairy man heard this and laughed heartily. He was very happy. With this distraction, the goo refinement immediately failed. The hairy man's expression changed. He shouted in panic, "No!" But it was already too late. The heavenly power descended and turned into a bolt of lightning, turning him into charcoal. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Tai clan's 4 old-timers' actions were within his expectations. Oh? Who are the strong reinforcements? The leader is Tai clan's Tai Bashio. He is a strength path goo master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Other than that, there is also Tai Ruanan. This girl is one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan, a rising star who has been in the limelight for the last 2 years. Tai clan's 8 young masters are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Especially this Tai Ruanan, she is the daughter of Tai clan's divine investigator Tai Shueling, and has already reached rank 4 initial stage at such a young age. Li Xian emphasized on Tai Ruanan towards these strong reinforcements of Tai clan. On the contrary, he did not introduce Tai Bashio much. Tai Bashio was already a famous person, everyone knew about him. But Tai Ruanan was a rising star, she could only be said to have some fame and had not reached the level where everyone in southern border knew about her. Li Xian did not know that Fang Yuan was very familiar with Tai Ruanan. As expected, she also advanced to rank 4. Tai Bashio, Tai clan really sent this person just like in my previous life. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. Li Xian had been observing Fang Yuan's expression, and seeing that Fang Yuan's expression was very calm, he felt even more fearful. Little beast is Wang Da's man. Once Tai clan's reinforcements arrive, Tai clan's 4 old-timers will be able to deal with Bai Ning Bing. If you make a move now, it is still not too late. Li Xian advised with a sincere expression. Li Xian, please pay more attention to the following transaction. Fang Yuan smiled and left the cave. Once Fang Yuan left, Li Xian's expression sank. His small eyes flickered with sharp light. I have already fanned the flames, but this little beast king can still sit still? Is he really not worried about his companion's safety? Don't tell me his relationship with Bai Ning Bing is not as close as the rumors say? No, Bai Ning Bing is so beautiful. As a man he will definitely go and save her. It seems I need to contact Hu Mei Er. To him, fanning the flames had already become an instinct. Only by watching them fight and fishing in troubled waters could he obtain greater benefits. Is this true? Hu Mei Er's eyes shone with excitement when she heard Li Xian's news. Why would I lie to my little sweetheart? Li Xian smiled as he touched Hu Mei Er's waist. Hu Mei Er laughed charmingly and threw herself into Li Xian's embrace, acting spoiled. Brotherly loves me the most. A round bead was quietly lying in Fang Yuan's palm. It was completely golden in color and was only the size of a thumb. In the dim light of the cave, it emitted a faint metallic luster. This was a yellow gold relic goo, a rank 4 goo worm. This goo was strictly controlled by all the clans in the market. Even Li Xian would find it difficult to get his hands on it. Because of this goo, it could directly raise a rank 4 goo master's realm by a small realm. Rank 4 and rank 5 were already the clan's higher-ups. A yellow gold relic goo could change the situation of the higher-ups. Ordinary Gu masters were very cautious when using the bone wings Gu. They often needed 2 to 3 years of training before they could use it to fly. If they were to use it for battle, the training time would be even longer, at least 5 years. After all, humans walked on the ground and were not flying creatures. But Fang Yuan did not have such a problem. In his previous life's 500 years of experience, he had also left behind a huge amount of wealth in the aspect of flying. It could be imagined that if he suddenly used it, the enemy would be caught unprepared. Newly advanced cultivation, bone wings Gu, these were Fang Yuan's new trump cards. Each of the Tai family's 8 young masters had a chance to compete for the position of patriarch. As she ran at top speed, the light and shadow in her field of vision changed, sprinkling down waves of green, flowing on Tai Ruanan's face. Her long and slender legs displayed the youthful beauty of youth as she ran. After these years of training, Tai Ruanan had clearly matured. Her eyebrows were straight like swords and her eyes were bright like the stars. As she looked around, she gave off a fierce aura. Her thick eyelashes cast a shadow, covering the resolute light in her eyes. Sancha Mountain. She muttered this name in her heart. She had heard of the news regarding the 3 kings' inheritance long ago, and knew that Sancha Mountain had already become the center of attention of the whole southern border. The whirlpool of conflict devoured all lives and engulfed countless people of the demonic path and righteous path. Originally, Tai Ruanan did not want to participate. But an unexpected piece of information made her understand that there was a hidden story on Qingmao Mountain. Her father, Tai Shuileng, died on Qingmao Mountain, a fallen hero. This matter concerned her father. She had to go. Thus, she personally accepted the order and rushed to Sancha Mountain. By Ningbing. Fang Yuan. I will investigate the truth of what happened on Qingmao Mountain. The group moved forward. A group of 7 people, displaying a standard battle formation. The investigative Gu master Tai Ao Kai was at the front, Tai Ruanan and Tai Ba Xiu were in the middle, the healing Gu master was at the back, and Tai Xianhua, who was in charge of defense, was beside him. No matter how the terrain changed, the battle formation did not show any signs of chaos. No matter what happened, this group could react quickly and not be caught unprepared. Who is it? Suddenly Tai Ao Kai, who was at the front, stopped and shouted loudly, giving a warning. There was a situation. The whole group stopped abruptly and the group changed rapidly. The formation was slightly adjusted, reaching the optimal position. They were tightly united but also slightly scattered, leaving a path of retreat. They could advance and attack and retreat and defend. One person with his arms crossed stood on a huge rock looking down at the group. He was tall with a broad back and a thin waist. Although the muscles on his body were not ridiculously bulky, they still gave people a feeling of sturdiness and strength. He was dressed in a tight black robe. Although he was standing alone, he was like a towering mountain in front of him. Especially his pair of black eyes, they were as deep as an abyss, giving off a feeling of unfathomable depth. Fang Zheng. Seeing this person, Tai Ruanan's pupils shrunk, blurting out. That's right, the person was Fang Yuan. Tai Ruanan, we meet again. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a trace of callousness in his calmness. Little Beast King. Tai Ba Xiu squinted, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. She then carried the dark green flower stalk and charged towards Fang Yuan. Umbrella Lotus Gu. Tai Xianhua's body was petite, while the umbrella lotus was huge. It completely covered her and became a shield, firmly protecting her. Fang Yuan sneered as a white elephant appeared above his head. Beast Phantom, the strength of an elephant. Boom. Without any surprise, Tai Xianhua, who was blocking in front of Fang Yuan, was directly sent flying. Tai Xianhua flew over 10 feet away, like a fallen leaf swept by the wind. Such strong strength. She gritted her teeth, enduring the intense pain from the collision. Her body spun in the air, quickly finding her balance and landing on the ground. But the expected attack did not follow. Fang Yuan ignored her existence and charged towards Tai Ruanan. Damn it, he is attacking young master. We need to stop him and protect young master. Fang Yuan's target was Tai Ruanan, arousing everyone's battle intent and killing intent. Tai Ruanan half knelt on the ground, pressing her hands on the ground. From the start of the battle, she had been creating puppets. Around her, the grass and trees grew wildly. The small grass by her feet grew as tall as a person. Dozens of huge grass intertwined together, and under the green light, weaved into a grass puppet. Grass puppet goo. Rank 1 grass puppet goo. Fang Yuan had seen it before on Qingmao Mountain. It had once been used by the academy as a target to communicate with moonblades. Rank 1 grass puppet goo posed no threat, but at rank 2, it could easily kill an ordinary hunter. And Tai Ruanan was currently using a rank 3 grass puppet goo. The grass puppet she created had a short and sturdy body, with tightly woven grass leaves, one hand holding a bamboo blade, the other holding a rattan shield. This was a rattan shell grass soldier. It had the battle strength to kill a rank 1 goo master. A single rattan shell grass soldier posed no threat to Fang Yuan. But once there were a lot of them, they would be troublesome. Rattan shell grass soldiers were often used as cannon fodder to expend the enemy goo master's primeval essence. More importantly, dozens of rattan shell grass soldiers could combine into rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers under the power of a rank 4 goo. In this short period of time, Tai Ruanan already had 18 rattan shell grass soldiers. Tai Ruanan. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with killing intent, his sharp and cold gaze locked onto Tai Ruanan. This girl had outstanding talent, similar to Bai Ningbing, and had investigated the matter on Qingmao Mountain. She could not be left alive. Fang Yuan had wanted to kill her back in Shang Clan City, but the time was not ripe then. Tai Ruanan did not move. She chose to believe in her comrade, and continued to create rattan shell grass soldiers. Stop him. Tai Ao Kai waved his sleeves, and a large swarm of golden needle mosquitoes flew out. Don't even think of taking a step forward. He raised his head and roared, actually composing an impromptu poem. Taimu. Seeing Taimu's sacrifice, the Tai clansmen were furious. Their anger could burn the sky and boil the sea. She used all her strength to control the rattan shell grass soldier. Blood flowing out of her 7 orifices converged on her face, giving off a terrifying feeling. Ruanan, calm down, calm down. Tai Ba-shio rushed to her side and shook her shoulder. But Tai Ruanan did not notice it. Her hateful gaze was fixated on Fang Yuan, who was in the air. Below Fang Yuan, the rattan shell grass soldiers had gathered into a group, squeezing tightly together. Unfortunately, they could not hit Fang Yuan. They were like headless flies. Tai Ba-shio helplessly sighed. He was experienced, and knew that this battle had given Tai Ruanan an unparalleled impact. It had already caused her mental state to collapse, and she was filled with hatred and anger. She was close to going berserk, and in a short period of time she would not be able to help. Fang Yuan flapped his wings from time to time, causing his body to float in the air. There were only 2 Tai clan members left, but Fang Yuan had stopped for the moment. Because of these 2, Tai Ruanan was crazy like a demon. While Tai Ba-shio had high battle strength, they were hard to deal with. If one was careless, they would suffer a backlash. Looking at Tai Ruanan, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with contemplation. Tai Ruanan has already lost her rationality in this state. I might as well leave these rattan shell grass soldiers to expend her mental energy. When her mental state collapses, I will take her life. No, there is a better method. She is Tai Clan's young master. Tai Ba-shio will definitely protect her. I can use Tai Ruanan to beat Tai Ba-shio. If I can kill Tai Ba-shio, that would be the best. Tai Ba-shio had been famous for a long time. His cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, but because he had Earth Overlord Gu, his battle strength surpassed ordinary rank 4 peak stage. It could be said that he was the strongest opponent Fang Yuan had met since he left Qingmao Mountain. In a direct confrontation, even if Fang Yuan used all his strength, he could not win. His only weakness was his lack of long-range combat ability. But this was not his fatal flaw. However, battles were always unpredictable. Tai Basho himself had no flaws, but right now there was someone beside him that he had to protect. Unknowingly, Tai Ruanan had already become Fang Yuan's hostage. If I can kill Tai Basho, even Yihuo will be wary of me. But I need to pay attention to the surroundings. I cannot drag this on for too long. Although these 7 from Tai clan chose a secretive route, there is no guarantee that the 4 old-timers of Tai clan will come to help. Fang Yuan warned himself in his heart. He was cautious, calm and rational, not panicking in difficult situations, and not arrogant even when he had the upper hand. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan had a killer move called Limitless Search and Lock. As long as the lock goo was planted on a goo master, no matter where the goo master went, they could be captured. It was a top-tier capturing method. In his previous life, even Kong Ri Tian fell for this killer move, and a demonic expert of his generation was defeated. Although Fang Yuan had the Bone Wings goo and could roam the world freely, attacking and retreating were all in his mind. But as long as the lock goo was planted, even if he flew to the 9 heavens, he would still be captured. There is always someone better, there is always someone better. All living things are balanced. Although Bone Wings goo was good, it could be countered by other methods. The reason why this battle was so effective was because Fang Yuan had relied on his previous life's memories and had a good understanding of these 7 Tai clan members. Secondly, it was because Fang Yuan had continuously expended and destroyed the long-range combat methods of the 7 Tai clan members in the previous battle. All these thoughts happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. After Fang Yuan made up his mind, he took out Yuan's stone and started to recover his primeval essence. The primeval sea level in his aperture started to rise rapidly. At the same time, he inspected his body and used self-reliance goo to heal some dangerous injuries. Damn it! Seeing this, Tai Bashio's heart felt like it was being pressed by a mountain rock, extremely heavy. If Little Beast King had continued to attack, he would have been happy instead. But now, Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled. He was not immersed in the pleasure of having the upper hand. Instead, he stopped attacking and started to recover his primeval essence and heal his injuries. Tai clan's 4 old-timers were still rushing over. They were already very close. But with just this distance, the result was like the difference between clouds and mud. Everything is over. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he pointed with his finger, launching a fatal attack. No, not yet. Iron Cabinet Goo. Tai Bashio used the last of his strength and placed his palm on Tai Ruanan's back. A square-shaped metal cabinet quickly formed and sealed Tai Ruanan tightly. The beast phantom pounced down and tore Tai Bashio into pieces, but the iron cabinet was as firm as before, and Tai Ruanan was safe and sound inside. At the crucial moment, Tai Bashio gave his last chance to live to Tai Ruanan. Bashio! Tai clan's 4 old-timers shouted in grief. They rushed to the scene but were still too late. Little Beast King, our Tai clan will not rest until you are dead. The 4 old-timers stared at Fang Yuan in the sky, wishing they could bite him to death. This was the price of becoming famous. At the same time that Fang Yuan became famous in one battle, he also pushed himself to the heart of the struggle, receiving the attention of countless people. From all directions, there were undercurrents that tried to probe him, or waves that wanted to drown him. They had already converged into a huge whirlpool. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan knew that he was facing a test. If he could struggle free from this whirlpool and resist the incoming waves, he would be able to truly stand firm and become a publicly recognized expert of the southern border. If he was swallowed by this whirlpool and crushed, there would be no need to mention anything else. Right now, divine thief Lu Xuanfeng has infiltrated Demon Suppression Tower several times and caused havoc in the Tai family. They are already in a terrible situation. I need to wait until they have the energy to deal with me. It is not a matter of a month or two. I can put it aside for now. There are rumors circulating outside that I hold the inheritance's great secret. It is likely that Li Xian and Hu Mei Er are behind this. I will deal with these two sooner or later. But Li Xian still has value at the moment. And Hu Mei Er has a rank 6 Gu immortal behind her. Do I need to scheme? 3 Kings' inheritance is too big of a cake. I am destined to not be able to eat it all. I can only choose the essence. But if I can obtain the essence, like undefeated 100 battles Gu, this trip will not be in vain. My strength will rise greatly. It will be of great help to the upcoming battle of Tian Mountain. Thoughts churned in Fang Yuan's mind, spreading out as he thought of Central Continent. Looking at the days, the Hu immortal inheritance on Central Continent's Tian Mountain should have opened already, right? This is a true Gu immortal inheritance. It is many times more precious than the 3 Kings' inheritance. That Feng Kim Hong relied on this inheritance to become a Gu immortal, becoming a person whose name would shake the world in the future. At the same time, Central Continent at the foot of Tian Mountain. The elite disciples from Central Continent's 10 great sects gathered together. Among the crowd, the real Guiyue Fangjing let out a breath of turbid air. The large competition that had lasted for several months had finally ended. Several months ago, the 10 great sects had passed down orders to organize these elite disciples to compete in the large competition to determine the rankings. Central Continent's 10 great sects were the strongest inheritances. This generation of elite disciples were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They were the pride of heaven. Even the weakest of people would have 1 or 2 trump cards. Because of Fairy by Xia Guiyue Fangjing's days were not good. In the large competition, many opponents had deep enmity towards Fangjing and dealt heavy blows. Chapter 371. Bam. With a muffled sound, dust flew up. Fangjing fell heavily to the ground, his face landing on the ground as he fell flat on his face. He fell from a high altitude, but it did not take long before he landed on the ground. He did not fall to his death. Fangjing lay on the ground, spitting out the grass and soil in his mouth, his whole body aching and suffocating. Where is this? He took a few breaths and stood up in a sorry state, looking at his surroundings. The surroundings were covered in green grass. Fangjing felt like he was in a grassland. The grass swayed along with the wind, countless colorful flowers formed a carpet of flowers, extending to the horizon. In the distance, a tall and precipitous crystal mountain stood abruptly. The crystalline peak was translucent and pink, looking dreamy and illusory. Fangjing stood here and could clearly see that there were already people climbing the mountain. Compared to the entire crystal mountain, these people were as tiny as ants. The first person to climb to the peak will obtain Hu immortal inheritance. Suddenly, Fangjing recalled the words of that mysterious girl. Who was that mysterious girl? Could he really obtain this Hu immortal inheritance by climbing the opposite mountain? Just as Fangjing was feeling uncertain, Master Tenshuru's anxious voice came from the depths of his mind. Stupid disciple, what are you hesitating for? Quickly climb this Danghun mountain. Master. Fangjing was surprised and joyful. Who is that girl? Also, why can't I use my Gu worms? Quickly run over and make the best use of your time. I will explain the reason to you. Listen carefully. Master Tenshuru hurriedly explained. This Hu immortal inheritance is no small matter, it is a complete Gu immortal inheritance. There is only one inheritor who can obtain it. They can soar to the sky and have a high possibility of becoming an immortal in the future. As for the others, they will not obtain any benefits or gains. The girl you saw earlier is the Hu immortal inheritance. You can only be the first to climb to the peak and become her master. Only then can you obtain the Gu immortal inheritance. Fangjing looked at the peak as he ran. He had lived in the southern border since he was young, and there were many mountains in the southern border. Naturally, he knew the principle of, the mountain in sight runs to the death. Master, I'm still very far away from this crystal mountain. Those people were already climbing the mountain. The gap was too big. I can't even activate my movement Gu, how can I win? Master Tenshuru snorted. Ignorant. This was Hu immortal's blessed land. This world was different from the rest. Although the fox immortal had already perished. But his will was still there. Your movement Gu has already been restricted by Hu immortal's will, of course you can't use it. The others were the same, unable to use any Gu worms. If you want to reach the peak, you can only rely on your own physical strength to complete this test. Fangjing heard this and felt dejected. I can't use a movement goo and there is such a huge gap. How am I supposed to catch up? Strangely, we entered the gatehouse one after another. Why is there such a huge gap between them? Master Tenshiro replied, this is a goo immortal blessed land, the flow of time is different. 1 day in the outside world is 5 days in here. When you guys entered the gatehouse one by one in the outside world, the time difference was very short. But once you entered here, the time difference suddenly increased. Otherwise, why would there be a competition to decide the ranking? Every ranking represents a certain advantage. The last one basically has no hope of winning. So that's it. Fang finally understood how important it was to obtain a ranking in the competition. But unfortunately he was not strong enough and his strength was inferior to others. The 10 great sects were the leaders of Central Continent, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Their foundation was extremely deep. Even southern borders superclans could not compare. Among this generation's elite disciples, Fangjing, Fairy Baixia, Guting, Wei Wuxiang and others could only be considered the second level. On the first level there were Feng Kim Hong, Ing Xingji, Xiao Qi Xing and others. They all had Gu immortals supporting them, their backgrounds were extremely deep. From the moment they started, they received meticulous nurturing. A vast amount of resources were supplied, never lacking. Occasionally, there were even Gu immortal level existences who personally taught them and gave them instructions. In comparison, a person like Fangjing was just a country bumpkin. Although he had some fortuitous encounters, how could it compare to the support of Gu immortals? My ranking is not high, but there is nothing I can do about it. I have already used all my strength in the competition. Even the Ironbeak flying crane group was almost wiped out. Fangjing felt regret and helplessness. But as he thought about it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Master, since Gu worms cannot be used here, how can you still talk to me? Master, you are truly amazing, you are truly amazing. Ha ha ha. Master Tenshiro could not help but laugh loudly. Stupid disciple, you finally realized this? But you overestimate me. I was only rank 5 when I was alive, and after death my soul is residing in this spirit incubating flea. It is even less of a problem. The reason I can talk to you is because of my Crane Gate Supreme Elder, Lord He Fengyang. Fangjing, you must remember, in this world only Gu immortals can deal with Gu immortals. Supreme Elder He Fengyang? Fangjing's heart was filled with shock. Crane Gate had many Gu immortals hidden. Among them, He Fengyang was one of them. To think that he was actually involved with him. Master Tenshiro spoke in a meaningful tone. Fangjing, who immortals' inheritance is not a small matter, it has a land spirit. That is to say, this blessed land has its own will. Even if Gu immortals attack it, they will not have an advantage. The land spirit is pure and stubborn, it inherited the original owner's obsession. If they fight it, even if the land spirit cannot endure it, it will choose to self-destruct, causing the blessed land to collapse. The Gu immortals who attack it will also get injured in vain, their losses will be disastrous, and all their efforts will be in vain. Thus they sent you, these elite disciples. In this great competition, Spirit Affinity House produced a Feng Kim Hong. She is indeed amazing. This young girl can be said to be a genius among geniuses. Looking down on everyone, she is a dragon among men. Your foundation is insufficient, it is normal for you to lose to her. But our Crane Gate might not lose. You are our Crane Gate's hope of turning the tables. Me? Fangjing's eyes opened wide. He had not expected such a huge hope to be placed on him. He suddenly realized. This contest for Gu immortal inheritance seemed to be a competition between the elite disciples of the 10 sects, but it was actually a contest between the 10 great sections. He and the others were chess pieces, while the Gu immortals of the 10 sects were the chess players. They stayed behind the scenes, arranging the chess pieces and competing with each other. And he himself was ignorant and was chosen by Crane Gate as their secret weapon. Master, aren't the sect's hopes on me too high? I can't even use my Gu worms now, how can I be the sole victor? Master Tenshiro laughed complacently. Fangjing, do you know what this crystal mountain is? This is the famous Danghun Mountain in the legends of Rinzu. Danghun Mountain. Fangjing cried out in shock. The legends of Rinzu were widely spread in this world. Fangjing naturally knew of Danghun Mountain's great name. Master Tenshiro continued, all living beings in this world, as long as they enter the range of Danghun Mountain, their souls will be shaken. The closer they get to the peak, the stronger the vibrations. Many living beings have weak souls, and their souls will scatter when they reach the waist of the mountain. Of course, this is a righteous path inheritance. It is not as dangerous as a demonic path inheritance. Dang Hun Mountain's power has already been suppressed by the land spirit, allowing you elite disciples to ascend to the peak. If someone cannot hold on, they will be transported out by the land spirit. Can be said that your life is not in danger. Master Tenshuru's tone became more solemn. Fangjing, what I am going to say next is of utmost importance, listen carefully. You were exterminated at such a young age and the culprit was your own brother. You are determined to take revenge and have a firm will. After experiencing such a huge change, your soul is far stronger than your peers. But compared to people like Feng Kim Hong and Xiao Qi Xing, there is still a gap. But don't be discouraged, He Fingyang's scheme is ingenious here. He secretly used a method to revive the spirit incubating flea. Next, I will use my soul to support you and push you to the peak of Danghun Mountain. Master Tenshuru was a rank 5 Gu master. His life experience was uncountable. At the same time he had a long lifespan and abundant experience. His soul foundation naturally far surpassed people like Feng Kim Hong and Xiao Qi Xing. Although these geniuses were high-spirited and had limitless futures, compared to Master Tenshuru, their soul foundation was still lacking. Fangjing was both happy and worried. With Master's help, I have a chance of winning. But isn't it unfair to cheat like this? What if other Gu immortals find out? What should I do? Master Tenshuru snorted and reprimanded, Silly kid, this is not cheating, it is ability and talent. With ability and talent, you will naturally obtain a Gu immortal's inheritance. This is fairness. Don't worry, you have Crane Gate behind you, and with Lord He Fengyang protecting you, other Gu immortals won't dare to touch you. Moreover, Gu immortals cannot enter the Blessed Land. Once they enter the Blessed Land, they will be attacked by the land spirit. Thus even if they discover something, they can only watch helplessly. Ah! The land spirit is so powerful? Even Gu immortals are not its match? Fangjing was flabbergasted. One side attacks with all their might while the other side is afraid of harming the innocent. Moreover, the land spirit and the Blessed Land are one. In the Blessed Land, the land spirit is an immortal god, heaven and earth are under its control. Controlling the land spirit means controlling the Blessed Land. Master Tenshuru replied. Fangjing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Oh, I understand, that little girl I saw just now is the land spirit. Ah! Master Tenshuru laughed loudly. Disciple, you are not too stupid, you finally understood. That's right, that little girl is Hu immortal land spirit. Charge forward. Charge forward courageously. This Danghun Mountain is very hard to climb, it will take at least a year and a half. Just in case, I won't speak much and will only help you in secret. With my help, you have at least an 80% chance of obtaining Hu immortal's inheritance. As long as you obtain Hu immortal's inheritance, you will soar to the sky from a beggar to a tycoon, becoming fat in one go. This is ascending to heaven in one step. I understand, Master. I will do my best, I won't disappoint you. Fangjing's tiger eyes shone with a resolute and courageous light. Go, the whole Crane Gate is watching you. Master Tenshuru's words roused Fangjing, igniting the hot blood in his body. Chapter 372. Several months later. Southern border, Sancha Mountain. In a spacious cave, a banquet was in full swing. Gu masters were toasting each other, the lights were bright, and the aroma of the dishes permeated the air. Come, 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 eat and drink, there's no need to be restrained. Sentry Boy sat at the main seat, looking around and calling out loudly. Sentry Boy wore a black robe, he looked like a young boy but he was actually over 180 years old. In this world, under normal circumstances, a person's lifespan was only around 100 years. To increase one's lifespan, the best way was to find lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu was hard to find and extremely rare. Man was the spirit of all living beings who would complain about having a long lifespan. Thus, many other methods were thought of. Sentry Boy was such an example. Although he did not find lifespan Gu, he had revert youth Gu, which could accumulate his life force and slowly release it, thus achieving the effect of prolonging his lifespan. However, the disadvantage of this was that his body and appearance would always be fixed at a young age. Sentry Boy had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, and at the same time, he had over 180 years of rich experience, and was worthy of being a senior in the demonic path. He was old and experienced, he liked to hold banquets and invite people from all walks of life. Sometimes, he would give pointers to some people and impart some experiences. In the demonic path, he had the reputation of guiding the younger generation. Some demonic path Gu masters were guided by him and recognized him as a godfather. Over time, a group of godsons and goddaughters gathered around the century boy, forming a relatively large group of forces. Today's banquet included many of his godsons and goddaughters. There were also distinguished guests, like Rock Lizard Li Chang and Fiery Star Bao Tong. They were famous demonic path figures and could not be underestimated. Shang Clan Zihua. He is indeed strong, suppressing the other 4 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. On Sancha Mountain, there is currently no one who can contend against him. Gu Refinement Master Feng Tianyu is here. He promised to refine Gu for Yihua. I wonder what Gu he refined, but Yihua's battle strength must have increased greatly. During the banquet, the topic that everyone discussed the most was naturally the current situation on Sancha Mountain. Yihua came from Shang Clan. He represented the righteous path. His strength had a huge influence. It caused all the demonic path Gu masters on Sancha Mountain to be suppressed. They could not even raise their heads during battles, feeling fearful. Although Yihua is powerful, he is only at rank 4 peak stage. If Tai Ba was still alive, he would definitely be able to compete with him. And he wouldn't be in the limelight like he is now. When Tai Ba was mentioned, everyone couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan. A few days ago, Little Beast King killed Yu Tsang again. This is the 4th strength path Gu master he killed this month. Someone said in a low voice. Yu Tsang was a righteous Gu master and came from a small to medium-sized clan, Yu Clan. Ever since Fang Yuan killed Tai Ba his aura had grown stronger, and he had repeatedly caused trouble for others. Kill demonic path or righteous path Gu masters. His ferocious might was awe-inspiring, and his murderous name shook a region. Centenarian boy's ears twitched. His senses were very sharp. He heard the name Little Beast King. His expression turned ugly. The sky tiger Shui Sansi that Fang Yuan had killed was one of his goddaughters. He had originally spread the word that he was going to cause trouble for Fang Yuan. However, after Fang Yuan killed Tai Ba he immediately ceased all activities. They stopped talking about Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan continued, "Century boy, you are a coward, but the people you invited are all heroes. Let me make it clear to you that I am here to look for trouble. I am not looking for trouble with others, but I am specifically looking for trouble with you. I want to restore the glory of the ancient times and rebuild the glory of Strength Path. You little rascal who ruined the reputation of Strength Path, come and accept your death." Li Chang heard this and his solemn expression immediately eased up. Fang Yuan's intention of coming was only for Century Boy. This made his mind slightly relaxed. "I didn't expect Little Beast to also know of my name." Wang De, Bao Tong stroked his beard with a complacent expression. Li Xian chuckled and looked at the centenarian boy. He made up his mind to sit on the sidelines and watch the fire burn. "Let me kill these people on your behalf as thanks for the information just now." It's fine, it's fine." Fang Yuan leaned back on the chair, smiling lightly. He naturally had his own plans for letting these people go, but he could not say it out loud. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan said, "I walk the demonic path and have never been afraid of offending people. As long as I continue to get stronger, what is revenge? If 10 people take revenge, I will kill 10 people. If 100 people take revenge, I will kill 100 people. If the whole world takes revenge, I will kill the whole world. If my revenge is successful, it proves that I am not strong enough, did not work hard enough and slacked off in my cultivation. I deserve to die." As Fang Yuan said this, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He looked left and right like a ferocious tiger. No one dared to look him in the eye. Little Beast King is ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. This Fang Jing's demonic nature is too strong. Not afraid of revenge, not afraid of death, putting life and death aside. Fang Jing has gone crazy, his mentality is not normal at all. Being enemies with such a person is definitely a nightmare. Everyone heard Fang Yuan's words and felt a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan succeeded in intimidating everyone, so he stopped before going too far. He smiled and said, "Let's drink." Everyone raised their wine cups, trembling with fear, as if they were accompanied by a man-eating tiger. Thinking of their own safety, the wine became tasteless. But following that, Fang Yuan talked about the inheritance of the three kings and exposed many secrets. Everyone's attention was completely attracted as they secretly listened to the secrets one by one. Many people were so excited that their breathing became heavy. Only Li Xian was worried and bewildered. What is this little beast king planning? He actually took the initiative to expose this precious information. What is he trying to do? After an hour, the banquet ended. Fang Yuan killed Centenarian Boy, occupied his nest, and even hosted the banquet. And the others were still not satisfied. They all felt that this trip was worthwhile. When they walked out of the cave, they were even somewhat reluctant to leave. They wanted to hear more information from Fang Yuan's mouth. As for the original host of the banquet, that Centenarian Boy, his torn corpse was still on the ground. Blood had already seeped into the ground, and the deathly white bones emitted a cold light under the moonlight. Everyone talked and laughed as they walked past his corpse. No one cast a glance at this loser. This was the ending of a demonic path loser. Winner takes all, loser takes all. All demonic path Gu masters more or less had this kind of awareness. It was drizzling in the sky. Cold wind blew in the gloomy sky. The drizzle fell on the young girl's hair, shoulders, back, and even her whole body. Young Master Ruanan, the dead cannot come back to life. Please restrain your grief. The leader of the Tai clan's 4 old-timers stood behind the young girl and consoled her with concern. But the young girl did not speak. Her eyes that were as bright as stars were now listless and empty, no longer having the resolute and sharp gaze of the past. Tai Ruanan dazedly looked at the tombstones in front of her. These tombstones were cut pieces of mountain rocks, carved with the names of the hibernators. Tai Mu, Tai Dao Ku, Tai Xianhua, Tai Ao Kai, Tai Ba Xiu. Each of these names could draw out the deepest and most vivid memories in Tai Ruanan's heart. But the companions who had fought alongside her and moved forward together had already become the coldest corpses on the ground. Just like Tai Ruanan's heart, there was no longer any warmth. I harmed you all. I did not fulfill the responsibility of a leader. You all died, but I lived alone. I'm a coward. All of this is like a nightmare, Father. I have lost face for you. Tai Ruanan fell into deep self-blame, and other than that, there was also regret and confusion. This proud child of heaven, after experiencing the pain of losing her father, worked hard to climb up, like a rising star of the righteous path, receiving the attention and blessings of countless people. But in a battle several months ago, Fang Yuan personally smashed this rising star to the bottom of the valley, turning her into a dark and gloomy corner, smashing on the ground and covered in cracks like a gray meteorite. Sigh. The head of Tai clan's 4 old-timers, Tai Xianji, sighed deeply as he looked at the thin and frail back of the young girl in the dark rain. But at this time, an old voice softly resounded behind him. It has already been several months. Is this child Ruanan still like this? Tai Xianji was horrified. Who was it to be so close to him, but he did not sense it? At that moment, his hair stood on end. He turned around at lightning speed, subconsciously wanting to attack. However, a skinny hand gently rested on his shoulder, and at the same time a voice said, "Xuanji, don't be impatient." Tai Xianji's body immediately stiffened. The boiling primeval sea in his aperture was enveloped by a powerful invisible force. It was as if a huge mountain that was thousands of feet tall had suddenly pressed down. The head of Tai clan's 4 old-timers, rank 4 upper stage Tai Xianji, was unable to move at this moment. His whole body was restrained, like an insect trapped in amber. But when he saw the appearance of the person who came, Tai Xianji's heart was filled with fear and despair, before turning into wild joy. "Ah, it's you, old clan leader," Tai Xianji blurted out. At this moment, the bony old man standing in front of him was the previous clan leader of Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai. "I have already abdicated the position of clan leader. I'm no longer an elder now, Xianji, you can call me Mu Bai." The old man gently waved his hand, smiling as he said, "How can Junior dare to call old clan leader by his name?" Tai Xianji bowed deeply, respectfully greeting the old man. Towards this old man, Tai Xianji's heart was filled with reverence and admiration. A name is only a code. The name Tai Mu Bai was originally used to address someone. There is nothing wrong with it. The old man's tone was indifferent. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He had already seen through fame and fortune. Tai Xianji wanted to speak, but the old man waved his hand, slowly walking up to Tai Ruanan. He stood in front of the tombstone, his back facing Tai Ruanan. Next, he stretched out his hand, caressing the surface of the tombstone, sighing softly, "Tai clansmen are buried where they die. This is a rule that has been set since Tai clan was founded. Do you know why?" Tai Ruanan was still half kneeling on the ground, as if she did not hear anything, indifferent. Verdant Great Sun obtained the cognition wings called Self and was extremely happy, immediately flying towards the sky. He flew and flew higher and higher. Humans were born without the ability to fly. Flying freely like a bird gave Verdant Great Sun a new and interesting feeling. He played freely in the sky and was extremely happy. At the same time, he also remembered Cognition Gu's warning, never being exposed to sunlight excessively. Whenever it was sunny, he would fly into the clouds and hide. Just like this, Verdant Great Sun kept flying upwards, finally reaching the extreme heaven, the end of the azure sky. Over there, jade bamboos grew out of nowhere, spreading their dark green leaves and branches. These jade bamboos had their roots submerged in the void, and the tips of the bamboos also pierced into the void. From the outside, there was only a section of bamboo trunk at the center. Verdant Great Sun casually took one section. This dark green bamboo trunk looked like it was made of jade. It was the size of a palm, empty in the middle, and was cool and moist. Verdant Great Sun obtained this section of jade bamboo and was very happy. He continued to fly upwards. The sky of the immemorial era was divided into 9 layers: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. Verdant Great Sun plucked the jade bamboo in the azure sky. A few days later, he flew to an even higher layer of the blue sky. At night, the blue sky was filled with dazzling starlight. The stars were playing and moving, scattering down countless stardust. These stardust gathered into a sea. The silver starlight river flowed in the entire blue sky. Verdant Great Sun flapped the wings of cognition, diving into the starry river to roam. He searched painstakingly in the boundless stardust. He did not want those 7-edged and 16-edged stardust. He only wanted the 8-edged stardust. These stardust were like diamonds, sparkling and translucent, perfect and flawless. He searched for a long time and finally found one. On the second day, when the sun had just risen from the east, he flew towards the rising sun. The rising sun was like a bright red lantern, emitting warm light. This sunlight was not ordinary, it was the light of glory, able to shine on all living beings and penetrate the river of time. Verdant Great Sun held the jade bamboo in his left hand, and the 8-edged diamond stardust in his right hand, flying towards the rising sun while summoning Divine Travel Gu. Under the illumination of the light of glory, Divine Travel Gu swallowed the stardust and entered the jade bamboo. Verdant Great Sun, I need time to spin my cocoon and transform into a butterfly, finally becoming fixed immortal Travel Gu. During this period of time, you have to keep flying towards the sun, don't break the radiance of glory. Tai Mu Bai is known as Tai Clan's glory. He is the previous clan leader with rank 5 peak stage cultivation. He is such a high and mighty person. Compared to him, we are just the rats under his feet. Let him fly higher and higher. Finishing, he raised his wine cup and faced the direction of Sancha Mountain. He faintly smiled and muttered, "Come, Senior Tai Mu Bai, Junior offers you a cup of wine." After lecturing Fangjing, Master Tenshuru's tone softened as he consoled and encouraged him. "So do you understand now? As long as you can become the owner of the blessed land, you can obtain the loyalty of the land spirit. As long as it is in the blessed land, the land spirit is an existence comparable to a Gu immortal." Fangjing was stupefied. What kind of powerful assistance was this? It was like obtaining the assistance of a Gu immortal. Master Tenshuru continued, "However, the land spirit cannot leave the blessed land in the end. The true essence of who immortal inheritance lies in this vast blessed land. Fangjing, your level is still too low, there are too many things you don't know. Wait until you inherit this blessed land, you will slowly understand how much help a blessed land can provide to a Gu master. You are really lucky finding a blessed land with a spirit and obtaining the help of the sect. If it is a blessed land without a spirit, the benefits would be greatly reduced. Fangjing could not help but be curious. Master, what will happen to a blessed land without a spirit? Master Tenshuru replied, a blessed land without a spirit is destined to perish. It is like a sleeping divine dragon, everyone can suck its blood and eat its flesh. Until it dies it will not awaken. Fangjing, when you become the owner of the blessed land, you will have to hand over all the resources in the blessed land to the sect. Crane Gate nurtured you, you will have to repay the sect. The stronger the sect, the more protection it will give you. Do you understand this logic? Yes, I understand. It was Crane Gate who took me in. Without Crane Gate's help, I would not have any hope of fighting for the inheritance. I would not even have the chance to take revenge on my brother. If possible, not only will I repay the sect, I will also help Master revive. Fangjing nodded, his gaze clear. He had always been filled with reverence and gratitude towards Crane Gate. Master Tenshuru was stunned before laughing dryly. Stupid disciple, how can a dead person be revived so easily? It is good that you have this intention. The glory of the righteous path shrouded Sancha Mountain. Under Tai Mu Bai's influence, Three Kings' inheritance became a playground for righteous path people to explore. All demonic Gu masters were chased away, unable to take a step into Sancha Mountain. Tai Mu Bai is too overbearing, directly sealing off the area and not letting any of us enter. He is a grand senior expert, yet he is so greedy. After eating the meat, he did not even leave any soup for us. Most importantly, Three Kings' inheritance is opening for a shorter time, the three light pillars are also getting weaker. It seems it is like Little Beast King said a month ago, this Gu immortal blessed land is declining, and will be destroyed soon. The demonic Gu masters were getting more and more anxious and furious. A once-in-a-100 years opportunity was right in front of them, but they were excluded. They could see it but could not eat it. The courageous will die from starvation. Brothers, let's charge up. No matter how powerful that Tai Mu Bai is, can he slaughter all of us? Someone shouted, standing up and encouraging everyone. We can take the chance when Tai Mu Bai enters the inheritance and charge up the mountain. That way we will face much less resistance. Someone suggested. This method is flawed. When we come out of the inheritance, Tai Mu Bai might also come out. Moreover, who knows which corner of Sancha Mountain he will appear in? We will be surrounded and killed by the righteous path. Someone immediately retorted. So what? Riches come from danger. How can we get tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? If we don't want to take risks, we can take advantage of the situation. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Just as the demonic path people were shouting and cursing, they suddenly heard the screams of 100 ghosts. The clear blue sky turned into rolling dark clouds. An ear-piercing voice came from the pitch-black clouds. Gagaga. Tai Mu Bai, since you came out of closed cultivation, why didn't you greet your old friend, The dark clouds moved, forming a huge human face with a hooked nose and deep eye sockets. Looking at Sancha Mountain. Such laughter, such might, it is our demonic path's Lord Wu Gue. I remember now. Lord Wu Gue is also rank 5 peak stage, an expert of the older generation. He is Tai Mu Bai's old enemy. What's so great about the righteous path? We demonic path also have experts. Go, Senior Wu Gue. At once, the demonic path people cheered. Everyone's eyes shined, some shouted. Some screamed. The dark clouds moved forward, quickly enveloping Sancha Mountain with a huge momentum, like a huge army. At once, even the sunlight was covered, and Sancha Mountain was shrouded in darkness. The righteous path Gu masters were all anxious. He actually has such might. This is old demon Wu Gue, to think he is still alive. Old demon Wu Gue, he is already hundreds of years old. Back then when he was breaking through to rank 6 realm, he was unintentionally disrupted by the inexperienced Lord Tai Mu Bai, thus he held a grudge and slaughtered Tai tribesmen many times to take revenge. Wu Gue, where have you been hiding all these years? At the foot of the mountain? Today you want to taste defeat again? At the peak of the mountain, golden light shone. Within the golden light, Tai Mu Bai stood proudly with his hands behind his back, looking at the rolling dark clouds in the sky, speaking with a plain tone. Over 10 years ago I let you win by a stroke, but now you are really acting arrogant. Little scoundrel, today I will make you die without a grave. The dark clouds boiled like boiling water, suddenly forming a large hand that grabbed at Tai Mu Bai. This hand was extremely huge, even larger than a small mountain. Its aura was awe-inspiring, as if it could capture the stars and grab the moon. The dark cloud hand seemed slow but was actually fast, grabbing at Tai Mu Bai. Corrosive smoke quickly rose, and the giant hand covered the entire mountain, causing all the trees and rocks it touched to melt. Still the same old tricks. Tai Mu Bai snorted coldly, stomping his feet as he turned into a sharp golden light, directly breaking through the dark cloud hand and charging towards the sky. The golden light shone like a meteor, like lightning, as it crashed into the dark clouds in the sky. Almost at the next moment, thunderous explosions erupted one after another. The dark clouds rumbled and golden lightning flickered from time to time. Everything is balanced, there is yang if there is yin, there is fire if there is water, there is calamity if there is fortune. He turned his gaze towards the peak of Sancha Mountain and sighed, every blessed land will have an earthly calamity every 10 years. Every 100 years, there will be a heavenly tribulation. This blessed land originated from a mysterious ancient Gu immortal, and was later inherited by the three kings, and transformed into an inheritance ground. This blessed land is already old and its end is near. If there was a land spirit it could last for some time, but unfortunately, there is not even a land spirit. These small people were only the size of babies, they were pink and tender, looking very cute. The most eye-catching thing was, in the center of each of their chests, there was a red cute round egg. These were eggmen. Like hairy men, they were variant humans. Fang Yuan took one look and knew that these were red eggmen among eggmen. The eggs on the bodies of red eggmen were all red. They built houses out of large volcanic rocks and lived in them. Right now, Fang Yuan could only use one exploding egg goo. And King Bao Inheritance's intention was to let Fang Yuan use exploding egg goo to eliminate these red egg men. That way he would be able to enter the next round. But facing the attacking red egg men, Fang Yuan did not move. He allowed the attacks to land on him. These attacks accumulated and soon Fang Yuan was heavily injured. Fang Yuan could not breathe properly, his body was bathed in blood, the intense aura of death had already enveloped him. At this moment, even if he used exploding egg goo, it would not change the situation. Putting himself in a desperate situation, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. This moment has finally arrived. His eyes were wide open and a strange caw-caw sound came from his throat, like a rooster being strangled. From the fog behind by Ning Bing, a large number of dogs walked out one after another. Not good, the immortal essence expenditure is extremely high, it is slightly higher than expected. This blessed land is too old, it originated from the olden antiquity era, it is already a miracle that it can survive until now. Chapter 388. Young man, the immortal essence expenditure is a little off, stop here. The land spirit also sensed this error and gave its suggestion. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, resolutely rejecting, no, 83% is not my plan is 90%. Most things in this world do not go your way. How can everything go your way? Young man, you are already blinded by benefits, your head is starting to heat up. The land spirit said calmly. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, without the land spirit's help, he could not use immortal essence. The land spirit was already starting to retreat, Fang Yuan had to convince it again. Wagui. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, relaxing his tone. It is no big deal that the immortal essence expenditure exceeds by a little. In my plan I still have some spare immortal essence. In Fang Yuan's plan, he had divided the immortal essence into 16 portions. 8 would be used to refine Gu, while 4 would be used to support the 3 kings' inheritance. A little more than 3 portions would be used to kill Gu masters. The remaining less than 1 portion would be used as a backup to deal with sudden situations. Fang Yuan had a meticulous mind and had planned for this for a long time, how could he not have backup plans? But the land spirit was not convinced, although it was formed from obsession, it had intelligence and could think. Young man, your calculation is wrong. Have you considered the possibility of failure in the Gu refinement process? It is impossible for you to not fail, once you fail you will waste immortal essence. 8 portions of primeval essence is already insufficient to refine Gu, the remaining less than 1 portion of immortal essence can be used as a waste, allowing you to try many times. Now that you have used this portion, if you fail a little more, the second aperture Gu will definitely not succeed. The land spirit retorted. Fang Yuan was secretly anxious, he had not passed the test yet, he was not the owner of the blessed land, he could not directly command the land spirit. If the land spirit did not cooperate, there was nothing he could do. Right now there was still a rank 5 Gu master in the blessed land. Many rank 4 experts. These would be his life and death enemies when he refines Gu in the near future. Fang Yuan was killing these people now to get rid of his enemies and protect himself. However, there was too little immortal essence left in the blessed land. Fang Yuan had to rack his brains and plan carefully. At the same time, he would have to face the land spirit's strict inspection. Young man, don't risk it. If you insist on going your own way, I won't cooperate with you. I'll even revoke your right to take the test and leave the opportunity to someone else. The land spirit's tone was firm. Hearing this, Fang Yuan could not help but sigh deeply. Land spirits were very stubborn. Under such circumstances, the earth spirits were very stubborn. It was almost impossible to convince the land spirit. The others can be spared, but the remaining rank 5 Gu master must die. He is one of the 4 great doctors of the southern border. His influence is very strong, we must get rid of him to be safe. Fang Yuan tried his best to argue. For the safety of the Gu refinement, you have already arranged for that girl. Combined with the hound beast, they should be able to fend off some of the attacks. At that time, I will also protect you with my life. The most important thing is the success of your Gu refinement. The land spirit rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion. Fang Yuan's face darkened. The remaining rank 5 Gu master Cho Jiu, known as Killer Ghost Doctor, although his battle strength was not high, his influence was huge. In his previous life's memories, he went to Etian Mountain and joined the demonic faction, catching up from behind. He directly sat on the 3rd seat. With a wave of his arm, countless demonic Gu masters gathered. Under his treatment, the demonic faction's casualties decreased sharply and their morale rose, giving the righteous faction a huge headache. Only when Shang Yanfei invited Dr. Su Shou from Shang Clan City and cooperated with divine Dr. Xing Shou could they suppress Cho Jiu's limelight. The Battle of Etian Mountain. Let the world know of Chojio's power. Killer Ghost Doctor was also publicly recognized as the head of the 4 great doctors. After Etian Mountain was conquered by the righteous faction, Chojio was captured, and Wu clan leader felt pity for his talent. He wanted to recruit him. But Chojio refused, cursing Shang Yanfei and Dr. Su Shou, exposing an old grudge, and was finally killed by the furious Shang Yanfei. But rank 5 Gu masters were all geniuses, they could not be underestimated. These Gu masters were able to stand out from the masses, in such a cruel environment, the survival of the fittest, ascending to the peak of the mortal world. They were all heroes. Thinking of a person like Chojio attacking at the final juncture of the Gu refinement, Fang Yuan could not eat or sleep in peace. Although my cultivation has risen to rank 4 upper stage and my cultivation speed is astonishing. But on such a huge stage I am still too weak. I cannot compare to these rank 5 Gu masters. If I had my rank 6 cultivation, no matter how many rank 5 Gu masters there are, I would kill them all like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. You still want to kill? Impossible, I won't allow it. Immortal essence cannot be wasted here, I need to save most of it for the Gu refinement. The land spirit heard Fang Yuan's request but firmly rejected. Demonic Gu masters are like this, they like to take risks. Sigh, young man, don't be too radical. In this world, why is the righteous path prosperous, always suppressing the demonic path? That is because the demonic path is too radical and greedy, putting themselves in a desperate situation. But the righteous path seeks stability, fighting steadily and not moving. Bagui, you are wrong. It is not easy for the demonic path to survive, if they are not radical, if they do not use every opportunity to grab the greatest benefits, if they do not take risks. How can they cultivate, how can they compete with the righteous path? The greed, selfishness, radicalism and risk-taking of risks of the demonic path are the survival rules of the demonic path. As long as the benefits are huge, so what if they walk on a tightrope? One wrong step and the whole game will be lost, turning the impossible into the possible. This is the brilliance of the demonic path. The life of the demonic path is like wine, it has a strong fragrance. Fang Yuan loudly retorted. The land spirit heard such words and sighed. Young man, your demonic nature is too deep. If you do not repent now, you will definitely walk towards destruction. The land spirit said slowly, this world is extremely vast, it is divided into 5 regions. North, south, east, west, and center. They are connected but also independent of each other. There is also a river of time, it originates from the past, flows through the present and leads to the future. This is the space and time of the great world. If history is said to be a still image, then the river of time is a thin line. Then the river of time is a thin line. Countless images are strung together on this line. You can use the spring-autumn cicada to break out of the painting, following the thin line and moving upstream, pouring your will and memories into a scene of the past. When this scene changes, the following scenes will also change accordingly. So that's it. The land spirit's words gave Fang Yuan a lot of benefits. He had used the spring-autumn cicada twice, and each time he had a special experience. It made Fang Yuan's understanding of the spring-autumn cicada and the river of time become clearer. The land spirit's words even reminded Fang Yuan, causing him to have an extraordinary understanding. To think that you are a future Gu immortal, and have even refined the spring-autumn cicada. In this blessed land you are indeed the best person to refine the Gu. Alright, since you are so confident, then we will do as you say. Who else do you want to kill this time? The land spirit relaxed. Originally, it thought that Fang Yuan was immortal, and would definitely waste a lot of immortal essence when refining the Gu. But now, it recognized Fang Yuan's identity as a Gu immortal, and the amount of immortal essence he would waste was greatly reduced, thus it accepted Fang Yuan's suggestion. Fang Yuan smiled and promised, Land Spirit, you are right to believe in me. I will not disappoint you, the Gu refinement will definitely succeed. In the future, I still need to rely on this second aperture Gu to ascend to Gu immortal realm again. The land spirit also smiled, it had a sense of recognition towards Fang Yuan. That's right, you are a Gu immortal, you understand the value of the second aperture Gu better than mortals. When you become a Gu immortal, the second aperture Gu will give you unparalleled benefits. This goo is extremely rare, far surpassing others of the same rank. Where do you want me to find it? Moreover, even if you use these goo, can you tell me the location of the Shadow Sect Blessed Land? Fang Yuan asked. Chou Jio's expression froze. Fang Yuan observed Chou Jio's expression and immediately knew that he was not lying. Fang Yuan did not really want to kill him, it was just a probe. Chou Jio suggested the poison vow goo and slavery goo one after another, clearly panicking, but he did not dare to say the location of the Blessed Land. It seems he really made a sea vow. Chou Jio really wanted to lie and make up a random location. But as long as he did not die from the vow, it would prove that he was lying. If he said the real location, the vow would take his life. Taking a step back, even if he really said it, he would have no value and Fang Yuan would not let him go. In this situation, Chou Jio had no way out. After realizing this, he smiled bitterly. To think that I, Chou Jio, would die here today. It is your honor to die in my hands. Fang Yuan's expression was plain. Chou Jio seriously sized up Fang Yuan, nodding in agreement. Not bad with your talent and temperament. As long as your luck is not bad, you will definitely become a demonic overlord who brings disaster to a region. If you want to kill me, it is useless no matter how much I beg. It is not bad to die in your hands, much more glorious than dying in the hands of those thieves. Actually, I have a way to let you know the location of the door of life and death. Chou Jio said this, a cunning light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 390. Oh, what method? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. This started a long time ago. Chou Jio heaved a long sigh. His face was filled with memories, hatred, grief, love and other complicated emotions. I don't have the time to listen to your long story, Fang Yuan interrupted him heartlessly. Chou Jio choked and said, then I'll make it short. My surname is Zheng and my nickname is Anyo. I was a mountain farmer who was picking herbs. One day I fell off a cliff and it was a blessing in disguise. I came to the blessed land of the Shadow Sect. Through the land spirit's guidance and test, I was lucky enough to become a disciple of the Shadow Sect. There were only 2 people left in the Shadow Sect. Other than me there was also a senior sister. Senior sister's surname is Qinjiu and she was as beautiful as a fairy. She was raised by the land spirit since young and had never left the blessed land. She was even more innocent. I was born ugly and was ostracized and ridiculed since young. But senior sister was always kind and gentle to me. We interacted day and night and gradually developed feelings for each other. We swore an oath in front of the blessed land's sea to protect each other and never abandon each other. We cultivated together and entered the door of life and death to capture life goo and death goo together. That was the happiest time of my life. I thought I could live like this until I grew old. Until an earthly calamity happened. The land spirit was injured and went into hibernation. There was a hole in the blessed land and a thief snuck in. This thief was heavily injured at that time. If I had known what would happen next, I would have tortured him to death at that time. But I didn't do that and woke him up. He said his surname was Shang and he had blood-red hair. He was very eloquent and he used flowery words to deceive senior sister while he was recuperating. He was indeed slightly better looking than me. He used his pretty face to gain senior sister's favor. Senior sister was innocent and ignorant. The more she talked to him, the happier she was. In the end, she took the initiative to take care of him. We quarreled many times because of this. After that thief recovered, I wanted to chase him out and continue living like a celestial couple with senior sister. But who would have thought that senior sister would have a change of heart? She went against the oath we swore, injured me and defected with that thief. I hate it. She hated herself for being soft-hearted and causing a disaster. She hated her Shiji Qinjiu for falling in love with someone else, and she hated that despicable and shameless scoundrel for snatching her love away. After recovering from my injuries, I left the blessed land and roamed the southern border to find the whereabouts of this adulterous couple. But who would have thought that this scoundrel would have such a high position and become Shang clan leader? Saying so, Chou Jio paused and looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He had the memories of his previous life and knew many secrets. Halfway through, she knew who Chou Jio was talking about. Chou Jio saw that Fang Yuan was unmoved and laughed bitterly. It seems like you have already guessed their identities. Indeed, that scoundrel was the current Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei. My senior sister Qinjiu is the current Dr. Su Shou. Shang clan is a super clan while I am alone. These few years I have been roaming the southern border. His painstaking planning was to deal with this adulterous couple. Was a pity? What a pity, I will die here today, I will not be able to fulfill this wish. Fang Yuan listened in silence and suddenly laughed. He looked down at Cho Jiu who was sitting on the ground, his eyes shining brightly. Killer Ghost Doctor, you have a good plan. According to what you said, the Shadow Sect only has you and Qinjiu now.